What's up, guys? We're out here at Spirit Halloween in Mayfield Heights, Ohio. Let's go inside and see what awesome stuff they have. Oh my goodness, we are missing the Ringmaster again. That is too bad. We've seen him a few times, but Ghostface is always here. Hello, Ghostface. You are a loyal friend.
Strange that you and I have never spoken on the phone. This is long overdue.
Always good to see Ghostface. He is so awesome. Alright, welcome to the Carnival. We will spin this little wheel. Look, the towering Tallulah is here, and she is towering, but she is not going to jump up for us. She might have broke. Let's spin the wheel, see what we get. Still spinning. Still spinning. Oh my goodness. This one spins really well. That is probably the longest spin we have ever had. Maybe I pushed it too hard. Quit clowning, try again. Uh-oh, alright, we'll have to do it. I spun it a little less hard this time. I've never gotten that one before. Here we go. Oh, we got the Skull of Death. That's too bad. Alright, I see the Scarecrow over here. Hello, Mr. Max Straw. And he is the one that is broken every time this year. Wow, he is loud. It's too bad. He's supposed to be turning his head, but he is broken. Always broken. Poor Max Straw. Alright, towering Tallulah over here. I wish we could set her off. She's talking.
Has cost you your mortality. Fear not.
Let's see what she's gonna do.
For you.
Is she gonna, like, do a little jump? Maybe not. Maybe she's just gonna talk. It's too bad that she's not jumping. Good to see her anyways. And the giant death ray. I wonder if he is going to light up this time. At the last store he wasn't working. Let's see. Yes, he works. We'll have to use him for the thumbnail this time. I love the way his head moves. He is awesome. Super tall and awesome. He is 350 doll hairs. That is crazy. And nothing set up here. Man, these places are kind of lacking. I wish they had something set up here. We're probably waiting on Art the Clown there, but we can sit here and shoot some ducks. Pew, 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 pew. I do love this thing, and I'd love to get one. I wonder if they'll let me get a picture of the ISE sale sheet, because you can buy this stuff, the whole setup, after the store closes. We'll ask them before we leave if we can get a picture of that sale sheet. All right, Bobby Strings here. I actually have not seen Bobby Strings in a little bit. There he goes.
Tell you before you go to bed tonight. Once there was a handsome puppet that was so friendly that he gave you a big hug. This made you
He is great. He's so big, and I love his movements.
Nobody likes you. Don't worry, I'll be your friend forever. No strings attached.
Somebody called him Bedhead Bobby because of his wild hair. Good to see a Bedhead Bobby. Alright, we've got Emily. We haven't seen Victor yet. That's weird. We see Emily almost every time. $300 for her.
You set me free. Now
I wonder why we're not seeing Victor, though. We see her almost every time, and we never see Victor. I don't think I've ever seen him yet. Maybe at Flagship we saw him once. But other than that, he has been missing in action. Alright, Barnaby the Bear. Hello, Barnaby. Love Barnaby. Wish he was roaring a little bit more, but that's okay. He is great. Alright. Let's go around the corner here. We've got Nibbles. Will he track us? This place looks pretty nice and stocked. Alright, yeah, we'll check that stuff out in a minute. But let's get Nibbles going. Ooh, he's loud.
You caught my eye. Don't worry, I'm just admiring your costume. Hey, you over there.
And he is tracking us.
I'm giving out some candy.
I love that.
This would be a great way to make some friends.
That is so freaky.
So come a little closer and try to take some. What do you say? I'm harmless. Mostly.
I love that honk. So cool. All right, look at this. They have one of the papers put up here. That's awesome. Spirit Carnival, oddities, attractions, and surprises. Limited time engagement. You won't believe your eyes. And Miss Wanda Webb, that's not going to set her off. Probably this step pad will. Yes. Love Wanda Webb. $270 for her. Hello. We said hi to a fan over there. I always love saying hi to fans. If you guys ever see me in the store, don't hesitate to say hello and get a picture. Wanda Webb, she is awesome. The last store we were at, her arm was broken. It's a good thing that her arm is working right now. I love her. I really think I might end up getting her because I'd love to put some of the dropping spiders around her and a bunch of spider webs and maybe the silicone spider eggs. That'd be awesome. All right, Cotton Candy Dan. Hello, Cotton Candy Dan.
Attention all kiddos! Attention all kiddos! I found a lost parrot!
Yes, awesome. I'm waiting for the day I come in here and this thing is detached or it pops up and then falls apart. But so far it seems like these things were put together really well, so that's great. All right, the Funhouse of Terror. Does it smell like cotton candy? Yes, it does. I love that. And there's Jack the Reaper. And look at this, they have a Monty Monkey poster up here and it's upside down. Monty Monkey rocks. Hey, there was the bats. And there's the skeletons. I honestly don't see the skeletons as often. Usually when I walk in here, Silent But Deadly is here, and he's putting a smiley face on the screen for us. But right there was the skeletons with the eyeball. I love that. I feel like they had that same animation last year. How awesome. His laughing kind of matched up with Cotton Candy's, Dan's laughing out there. That was cool. Who else is going to come up here? Ooh, it's like a specter. Sweet. That is awesome. All right, we got a couple of animatronics here and some over there. We've got Wanda Webworth, 2 of the Fogging Skull Pile, the Goofy Ghostface. I don't really like him because he only makes 1 sound and no movements. $130 for him. Sitting Scarecrow. And what do we have over here? Demonic Gatekeeper, 1 Grave Watcher. They always have a ton of Man's Possessed Friend. And everybody confirmed for me in my last video that yes, he is terribly hard to set up. So everybody who sets him up typically lets him just stay set up for the rest of his life in your possession. So that is hilarious. Foam Coffin, 2 of them. People keep telling me to get it. I might have to get it. It is awesome. And look what we have here. The light covers. Finally, we found them at a regular store. Here's the clown. This is $15. You put him on your lantern on your porch, and his face lights up. Love the clown. Love the cat. There's a skull and the jack-o'-lantern. I love these. These are so cool. Are they all the same price? Yeah, about $15 a piece. I'm so glad we found them because I've been looking for these guys. Right below them, we have some of the blow mold skull pumpkins there, and this one is a witch pumpkin. These were new last year. $15 a piece for those. And looky what else we found. The Jeepers Creepers door cover. This is brand new for 2024, and this is $23. I've been waiting to see this, and what in the world? Silence of the Lambs door cover. That is too funny. With Hannibal Lecter. How awesome. This one is $23 as well. I'm glad we're finding the new door covers. I heard they were gonna have, oh my goodness, Army of Darkness. That is so awesome. I might have to get that one at some point. $23 for that one. And look, they have the Corpse Bride, and there's a Trick or Treat Sam one down there. This one's probably the coolest one out of all the new ones, other than the Jeepers Creepers one. I do love that one as well. Imagine if Jeepers Creepers was that giant. Nothing new over here. Nothing new over here. They do have the collapsible barrels. Those are awesome. And some of the inflatable bats there. Look at this two-tone shredded fabric. That's a different one. I don't remember seeing that one very often. $13 for that. That's a pretty cool fabric. You can hang that up on your haunt to make it extra creepy. And here's some of the collapsible coffins. Those are cool. You can actually kind of put that in your trunk or something, or maybe in the back of your truck if you're doing like a trunk or treat thing, but that's $37 for that. And here's the body bag. This one just looks like a trash bag, and they have a bloody one right there. We always have to check out the Sidesteppers. We have Chucky. He's working. Love the Chucky one. And one Michael Myers. And they have plenty of Ghostface. Gotta love the Sidesteppers. What else do we have here? Ooh, the Mars Attack sign. I love that one. It is changing. And this one is $20. This one's actually on sale. I don't know if that says 13% off or 15% off, probably 15, but that must be because it's ripped on the back, but nothing on the front is damaged, so that's a pretty good deal. You can save a little money just because that little damaged part that is not even visible from the front. I see the plush skeletons, the pink ones, the white ones, and the skeleton bat there, but I do not see any of the giant plush spiders. And that's the one I want to get for my daughter. She would love it. Look, here's the jar stuff, the bones. They have the brains and the ears down there. There's a ton of cool stuff here to decorate your house with. And this one's unique. I don't think I've ever seen this before. It's a black rose with a white stem. But I don't see a price on there. That's odd. Kind of reminds me of Shrek when he said, blue flower, red thorns. This is some cool wall art. It's a moon with a snake wrapped around it. That is too funny for $20. And check it out, I haven't seen these for a little while. This is Teddy from Nightmare Before Christmas. He is $27. And they have the plush Pumpkin King. He is $30. It's been a little while since I've seen the Nightmare Before Christmas stuff. And this is one of the first stores that I have not seen a fully stocked sign area. But they do have a lot of the cool ones. The movie reel clacker, Nightmare on Elm Street, the Shining Axe is a great one. I love these record signs. There's a changing Michael Myers one. That one is super awesome. And these with all of our favorite horror characters on them. I like this one. Look at the splatter on that. And of course, that Ghostface one is one of my favorites. It's good to see one of the plush Adams here with the eyes on his fingers. We have not seen his wife Barbara in a while in plush form. $27 for that. Here's a Sidestepper Lydia. All right. Sweet, and an awesome Miss Argentina door knocker.
You die. That is what happens when he dies, and that is what happens when they die. It's all very personal, and
I really like that one, and I love that they have quotes straight from the movie for her. Awesome Beetlejuice signs up here, and they have the Beetlejuice Monopoly game over here. I might end up getting this at some point because I love Beetlejuice. $40 for that. I'd love to have a whole collection of spooky movie Monopolies. And what is this? A Beetlejuice tablecloth. I have never seen that one before. $10 on clearance. How cool is that? And look at this. I never noticed this little cardboard bat. That is hilarious. I'd love to get that at the end of the year. This is just a cardboard bat with a sticky thing on the back that they stuck on here for decoration. That is too funny. It's been a little while since we've seen the Ghostface light up statue here. He is not lighting up. His batteries must be dead. But I do love this thing and I totally want to get it. $45 for that thing. We've seen these statues. Oh look, somebody broke the earth. That is too bad. Will it still light up? Yes, it does. It kind of works though because the earth is broken anyways on this statue, so it's not too bad. But you can probably get that for a discount because it's broken. And then I always point out the bobbleheads. We had the Corpse Bride Scraps dog down there, and Georgie from Pennywise It. And we have one Michael Myers. Is this sheet? Nope, this is the one with the bush. You almost always see that one, but the one with the sheet you hardly ever see. Wow, they have a bunch of the Jack Reaper hanging props here. There's 3 of them here. They're pretty pricey at $53 a piece, but they are super awesome. If you love Spirit Halloween, you'll love to have these. Look at this. We found a Mars Attacks wreath. That is too funny. I've never seen this before. This is... Oh, wait, it lights up. We have to press the button. But first, let's check the price. It is $40. And, oh, yes. It lights up pretty good. It's got a couple of little lights on here. I wish they would have made this melting stuff in the sign light up or something, or maybe have a light behind the Martian there, but it is super awesome, and I'm glad we found it. Never seen it before. And they have the Killer Clowns from Outer Space wreath right there, Sam, Haunted Mansion, Beetlejuice, and Ghostface. Will Ghostface light up for us? Yes. There's a couple little red lights on there. I wish they made his mask light up. We've seen a lot of new things. Well, we see some new inflatables. Ghostface, the giant snake, which I do want. The hearse, the scarecrows, the reapers, Jack the Reaper archway, gargoyles, wolves, jack-o'-lanterns, ghosts, coffin. Ooh, and the owl. Oh, yes. I think we're going to grab one of the owls. I want the coffin too, but because the owl's here, we'll get him. $60 for the coffin. And the cat. The cat is awesome too. He's 4 feet tall for $30. I want this owl. It is $25. That is not a bad price for that. And it is 4.5 feet tall. We're going to buy this and do a review on it. A bunch of our friends are here. The rats, the secret-keeping cats, the zombie bunnies, and the zombie squirrels are here. Now that I'm holding this thing, it's going to be hard to pick stuff up and look at it. But that's okay. Check it out. We have the doll heads. I love the doll heads. They light up green. That is so awesome. Plenty of pathway markers here. Love the groundbreaking zombie for 40 bucks. You can put him on the wall too. They have some swinging witches here. The creepy crimson girl on a swing, but check it out. They have 3 of the activation coins. Those are awesome. And we're seeing plenty of them at the stores lately. Live wires, we got some of those. Oh, he's not gonna work? Oh, there he goes. Sweet. Somebody asked me how much these cost, so let's check it. $50 a piece. That's pretty pricey. And look, 12-inch tabletop candelabra. I hope I'm saying that correctly, but you can actually put those bleeding candles in there. They do have some real bleeding candles somewhere around here. $60 a piece for that. That is crazy, though. They have the clown heads with the awesome blue hair and green teeth. I love the pumpkin with the seeds and guts in his mouth, but no new zombie babies. That is just crazy. We have not seen any new zombie babies. Hey, check it out. They got Ghostface and Pennywise here. I cannot wait until we find some new zombie babies somewhere. There is one of the egg sacs, though. I love these spider egg sacs. This is $20 a piece, and if I do buy Wanda Webb, I'm definitely getting some of these. And look, there's the posable spider, the Black Widows down there, and plenty of other fuzzy spiders here. And there's something interesting I see here. Skeleton hands in a bag for $8. I've never seen these before, but that's pretty cool. You can just kind of set those throughout your haunt. What a cool little pack of skeleton hands. And these are kind of heavy. They're definitely plastic, but they're a heavy plastic. And check it out, there's skeleton feet too. That is hilarious. I don't know why I've never seen these before. That is great. The bones actually look like they've been cut off. That is cool. $8 for those too. Skeleton hands and feet. And somebody asked me to check out this pumpkin guy to see how big it is compared to me. There's my hand on his head. He's a decent size, and he is $28. I'll put your comment on the screen there because I don't remember who said it and I'll have to find the comment. But that's a cool pumpkin skeleton man, and there's the aliens with the giant heads. Those are super cool too. They do have plenty of the creepy dolls here. There's Rosalie. Will she work for us? Nope, she's not gonna work. We've got Matchstick Mary. I love her. She is awesome with her half skeleton face. Demonic Dolly is another one of my favorites. None of these are working right now. Pestilence Pete is here. Penelope Pigtails, Loving Lilith. Let's get a look at Penelope Pigtail's face. I'm holding this inflatable owl in my hands, so let's put him down and hope nobody runs over and snatches him. But I want to check out Penelope Pigtails. Will she work? Yes. You can kind of hear her, but the music is loud in here. Look at those eyes. Those are some freaky eyes. I'm going to put this guy right back up here because I want to be able to hold things to look at them, and we'll come back for him. Hopefully nobody comes in here looking for 2 owls. I always like to take a quick peek over here and see if I can find the bobblehead pumpkin. We only found him once before, but they discontinued him, and now you can never find him. But you never know when you're going to get lucky. And look at this, the dark sea creature. That is an awesome costume for $25. I love the unique kind of almost like vintage costumes, like the ghost. I know the ghost is over there. The ghost is kind of vintage and he is $20, but they have plenty of awesome costumes here. These are all the Spirit exclusive costumes, like the werewolf right here, and he's on sale for $25. Contrast Skeleton is cool. He's $40. There's Deadly Bear. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen him in a long time. Deadly Bear is a funny one for $40. They do have 2 Nightcrawlers here for $50. Nightcrawler was an awesome animatronic. And check out this Big Top Terror costume. That is a really cool clown costume. I love the purple on that. And this is $40. It almost looks like his buttons are like bones or something. I don't know. I'd love to get that and do a review of it. But this is an extra large, and I would need a much bigger costume. It's been a few stores since we've checked out the blankets, so let's look at those. I see the Scooby-Doo one. I do love Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo rocks. Everybody who loves Halloween probably loves Scooby-Doo. This one is $27. There's the Cheetos blanket. Hot Cheetos rock. There's one Beetlejuice blanket right there and another one up there. Trick or Treat. They have a couple different blankets for that movie. That's an awesome Ghostface one. That's an awesome Ghostface one. Wait a minute. The Twilight Zone. Check that out. I've never seen this one before. This is $27. I've never seen the Twilight Zone, but I've heard a lot about it, and I heard it is awesome. So maybe I'll have to check it out. There's a Universal Monsters blanket. I don't hardly see that one ever. And look at this one. Talk to the Dead. What? That is too funny. I think they have a t-shirt of this somewhere. This one's $27. They're all about the same price. Killer Clowns right there. There's a Nightcrawler one. one, awesome. And a Crouchy. They do have the new Deadpool doormat here. Do not enter unless you have chimichangas. That is a funny one. Deadpool is a popular character this year. We'll take a quick gander at all the masks. Look, they have a ton of chainsaws here. And look at this freaky Eyes on You mask. That is crazy. Tons of eyes on that. And what is this? The Laughing Jester mask. I haven't seen this since last year. That's cool. This is a giant mask for $30. Man, that music is loud. The speaker must be right up there. Dummy Crackling Clown mask. That one is super awesome. I hardly ever see that. The robot mask, yes. Half-bot mask, they call it. Let's see if he lights up. Yes, he does. That is awesome. You almost never see that for $20. They have the Terrifier mask down there. That's a good one. Here's the Penguin from Batman Returns. That is a creepy one. New for 2023. It's good we're seeing it again. $60 for that one from Ruby's. Ruby's always makes some great masks. The Martian, I definitely want. I know I point him out almost every time, but he is a great mask from an awesome movie. 80 doll hairs, though. That is crazy. I do love that the jaw moves, though. I'm honestly tempted to get this and the gun. I don't know if they have the gun here, but I would love to get this, the gun, and make my own costume so I could be a Martian warrior. This is funny. Moving mouth Papa. That is hilarious. So I guess his mouth moves, yes, whenever you are talking. That is so funny. Look at the nasty old hair on that. This is $70. What in the world? Here's another one with a moving jaw, the skull cap. I love all the ones that the jaw moves. That one is $40. And here's another one of the old man masks. I love this one. It says I heart bingo on his hat. That is so freaky. And that one is $50. Why is that one $70? That is crazy. Here's an old woman mask right there. The jaw probably does move whenever you talk. It looks like it. And this one is $70 as well. What in the world? You and your friends can dress up as expensive old people for Halloween. This one has got to be cheaper. How much is it? $17. Yes, that's a lot cheaper. I wonder why all the old people are so expensive. If old people are selling for this much, I'm gonna sell my grandma. Hey, check this out. Wolf with hands. That's cool. That's a nice wolf mask with real hair, and it comes with some hands for $40. Much more affordable than an old person mask. If I did cough up the money for the old person mask, I would get these scissors and I'd carry around a ball of yarn. $25 for the giant scissors. Here's the fake crowbars. Every time I see these, I just want to dress up as Harry and Marv from Home Alone for Halloween. $10 for the crowbars, and you don't see them all the time, but they are super awesome and realistic. Let's check out what accessories they have in stock here, and look at this, the inflatable walker. That would go well with your expensive grandma mask. That is $10. I would definitely get that if I was going to cough up the money for the old person mask. Cartoon hands, that's funny. Mustaches and stuff. There's an apron if you want to make your own Leatherface costume. $10 for that. They have face masks here, but I'm sure everybody has these now. $1.50 for the face masks. Here's a banjo. I don't see those very often. And then it is $8 on clearance. All right, let's grab our owl and get out of here. All right, guys, we got our inflatable, and I made a little donation in there. If you find my sign on the wall with a sticker, take a picture and let me know you found it. I'm gonna do an unboxing review of this, and we'll blow it up and see how it looks in person. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up, guys? We're out here at Spirit Halloween in Newark, Ohio. We are searching for all the awesome items that we want to buy during the 50% off sales on November 1st. Hopefully they're not all sold out of the cool stuff, so let's go inside and see what they got. This looks like a cool store. This would be a perfect spot to put some animatronics. I wonder why they didn't. But look, they have the whole setup here, and Ghostface is actually missing, but I do see the Ringmaster here. Let's get him going.
Come on. Everyone is welcome. However, no entrance is free.
It is so hard to see the animation on his chest. I wish they would have like a whole enclosure so it was dark for him to be in there so you can see his animations. He's still cool though. And over here, look at this. We have the Dark Princess, but it looks like she is not working. Though the Towering Tallulah is making some noises, but she is not jumping. She is already up in the air. And she is loud.
Your curiosity and trespassing has cost you your mortality.
How funny that she's not working, but her audio is still on. Same thing with this girl. Is her audio on, I wonder? No, I don't think so. I wonder why she's broken. So far, we've seen 3 of them. Oh my gosh, she did try to work, and she is broken. I wonder if she is another one that's always broken. Wait a minute. What in the world? She's resetting. We'll try her again in a minute. First, let's look at Max Straw. Hello, Max Straw. $145. He must be on sale. Not turning his head as always, but he is awesome. Look, there's some prizes down there. Rats in a mask. That's funny. Let's see if this girl will actually work because she reset herself. Maybe? She's quiet. Oh my gosh, she did work. And she jumped up super fast and actually scared me. But there's no sound. Look at that freaky face. That is crazy. I do want her. I'm just afraid that she wouldn't work if I did buy her. And look at this. Ooh, we have the giant death ray right here. Let's get him going. He's cool, but he is so simple. I wish he did a little bit more than just light up and make some spooky sounds. We got the cremator making some sounds, though. And the scarecrow, he wanted to jump up and scare us. I like that they have him on motion, because when you go to activate these guys, he'll jump up and scare you. Good to see you, Mr. Scarecrow. Let's get the cremator going again. There he is.
The scorching wind that whispers of your demise. Surrender to the flames, and let the ashes carry you to unseen realms.
I was hoping this guy would jump up again. Let's see if he will. There he goes. Love the Scarecrow. What a classic. And, of course, we have Art the Clown. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, is he not going to work? I can hear him trying to work, but I guess not. Oh well, that's too bad. Good to see you, Art the Clown. He's an awesome one for 2024. Who do we have around the corner here? They have the whole setup, but they're missing spots. Nibbles was here, but he's not here anymore. There's a minion. Wanda Webworth is here, though. But she is very quiet, and she's also broken. It just sounds like she's munching on some potato chips. That is crazy. Man, what is up with all these broken animatronics? Cotton Candy Dan even looks like he's not set up correctly because this dude's head is already out of the bucket. What a weird place. I wonder who came in here and broke all the animatronics. Let's go over here. What in the world? Now he's working? What's gonna happen? It looked like he was screaming because his mouth was open. That is too funny, man. I wonder why all of these are broken. Let's go around the corner, though. I see another empty spot. Who was here? There's a name tag. It was Bobby Strings, but he is missing right now. They do have Victor and Emily. Oh, looks like Emily's gonna go.
I do. You make the bride.
They are a great duo. And very cool animatronics. Love the movements on them. And of course, Barnaby the Bear, who's not balancing. This is the second time that we've seen him not balancing. Yesterday, he was not balancing either. I wonder why. We'll give him a little pet because he's furry. Pet. And I wonder if the jumping spider is going to work. Is this for him? Step. Maybe not. Maybe the jumping spider isn't working either. That is crazy. Do they have the cotton candy smell, though, in the Funhouse of Terror? Yes. Sort of, maybe not. Actually, no, I don't smell any cotton candy, but there's Jack the Reaper. Good timing, Jack. Good to see ya. Oh well, let's see what they have on the floor for sale out here. 2 Ringmaster here. There's a Demonic Gatekeeper. Ooh, they have the Black Heart. 20% off, used as a floor model. Still works perfectly. That's a good deal. I wonder if you can get 50% off in addition to that on November 1st. Goofy Ghostface is here. 2 Giant Death Ray. I haven't seen him on the floor for sale in a long time. For $300. There's an Emily. I think I've maybe seen 1 Victor, but he's hard to find for sale. Betty Sharp, they have 3 of her. How awesome. You hardly see her for sale on the floor. She is $170. We did see her maybe a few times this year. And of course, Man's Possessed Friend. I don't think there's any more animatronics on the floor, but they do have some inflatables here. We have the Ghostface. That one is my favorite. He's lunging with the knife. 12-foot Jumbo, how awesome. We saw 2 of him at the last store. A giant snake, some reapers, cats, owls, haunted trees, wolves. There's some jack-o'-lanterns right there, and a bunch more ghosts and rats, and some scarecrows. How cool. 50 bucks a piece for the scarecrow. And right over here, they do have one of the light-up Porch Buddies ghost face. That's the one that I want. They do have Sam as well. This is $50, not too bad, and I hope to make more of these in the coming years. Sidesteppers are right over here with it. What in the world? There's a glove there. Somebody must have been operating. And look at this. They have a bunch more Porch Buddies down there. There's the Sam I was talking about. But let's see if these Sidesteppers work. Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got a couple of them going. Ghostface is an awesome one. I definitely want Ghostface. I definitely want Chucky. I don't know how I feel about Michael Myers. If I got him, I'd probably customize him by painting his mask. They have 2 of the atomic ray gun and 1 popcorn gun. We're seeing those everywhere now. How awesome. And I just noticed at the last store that this comes with a Mars Attacks poster that is, I believe, glow in the dark. No, it's holographic and blacklight reactive. Very cool. I want that so bad. I definitely want to get him during the sales. They have 1 neon LED light up sign, and it's Sam's Lollipop, but I want the Killer Clowns one, and I also like the Art the Clown one. Look at this. This is Jason's mask, and it's a sign you can hang on the wall. How cool. That is $18. For a minute there, I thought it was a Jason toilet seat. Jason's mask is a perfect shape to be a toilet seat. That is hilarious. There's a Deadpool picture right there. Deadpool's popular. They have a ton of the Chucky Tiffany dolls here. Let's see if she works. Yes, she does. Let's activate all of them for the fun of it. I love doing that, but only 2 of them worked this time. She has some short quotes. There's also Chucky down here. Does he work? Nope, neither of him worked. It must be out of batteries. But they do have the Sam Sidestepper right here. We'll activate him because he is awesome. Probably one of the most popular Halloween characters at Spirit Halloween right now. Trick or Treat articulated statue here is also very cool. He has some quotes, and you can pose him any way that you want. I see some inflatables over here that I missed. Jack-o'-lantern archways, I actually really want that. Jack the Reaper archway is also equally as cool, and the hearse down there. And I did see around the corner here, we have some horror babies. They have 2 Ghostface here. I do have one of him. He is 50 bucks, and probably one of the coolest horror babies that they have. They do have the Terrifier as well, but I hardly ever see him. There's Spider Biter Billy, and this one, yes, this is one of the new ones for 2024, and they have 2 of her. Scheming Sally with her red eyes and her little orange dress, and I hear Peekaboo right there, and his arm is falling off. I have seen a bunch of broken ones. Look at that arm just hanging off by a thread, but he is super cool and super expensive. I can't remember how much he costs though. Oh look, 20% off because the left arm falls off, and there it goes right there. It fell off. Poor dude. We'll put his arm back on. There you go. Hey, here's one of the Michael Myers horror babies. That one's actually kind of hard to find. 50 bucks for that, but I wonder why they make everything the Halloween 2 Michael Myers. I want to see some original Halloween 1 Michael Myers stuff. And there's Wretched Ralphie with his rat snack, and he is, how much are these? $45 a piece for the regular ones. The moving ones, though, are expensive. I just don't know the price because none of them have it on there. They have a bunch of these light-up, pop-open pumpkins and ghosts. I've seen a ton of those lately, and a ton of these groundbreaking fabrics. This one has a hand. They have another one with a face down here, a skull face. That's pretty cool. That is $13. They have a bunch of good little cheap decorations here versus buying the expensive stuff that they have on the other shelves. Speaking of the cheap stuff, they have the skeleton leaners. They're actually more like peekers. They're peeking around stuff. Those are 15 bucks a piece, but you can actually get them at Mark's cheaper. So check out your local Mark's if you want to buy those. They have the alien versions right there. There's the tree face, and they have the hands. I like the regular hands. These are just regular bloody hands versus the zombie hands right there. I want to get a bunch of these. They are 10 bucks. And behind those, they have the animatronic activation switches. These are the door knockers, and I've seen these on clearance at other stores. 40 bucks original price. But I wonder why they're not saying they're on clearance right now. I swear, some stores say clearance on some items, and then other stores they're not on clearance. So if you go to one store looking for something, go to another store and check if it's on clearance before you buy it. I haven't seen this in a long time. It's the squirrel costume. I do want that super bad. If I can find him during the sales, I'll get him. $80 original price. Pretty pricey, but he does come with 2 giant nuts and a giant head that is plush. I love it. And there's the Tooth Fairy costume we saw the other day for the first time. That is hilarious. They have some good Toy Story costumes here. They've always got plenty of the Woody kits, and they do come with the hat and the vest, bandana, belt buckle, and the badge. So that's the whole kit right there for $55. Wait a minute, that one says $55. This one says $37. $27. I wonder why. Probably because this one says adult size fits most and adult small. So if you get a specific size, it costs more money. That's odd. They also have Jessie with the hat, hair bow, belt, stick-on pull tab. Oh, that's cool. Stick-on pull tab. This one doesn't have it, does it? No, it doesn't. That's weird. I do like that she comes with a pull tab, though, just like it's a real toy. And then they have female Buzz Lightyear costumes right there for $50. And they typically have male versions. Yes, there's a male version down there. There's an inflatable Mr. Potato Head. That's an awesome one. And that is 80 doll hairs. That's a crazy price. But they also have the alien jumpsuits right here. And they have the alien kits. But this just comes with the mask and the patch for $25. You have to wear like a blue shirt with that. And then you can get this awesome crossbody bag that is Slinky the dog for $40. And you can keep your candy in there while you're trick-or-treating. Here's a Wizard of Oz costume I've never seen before. The winged monkey. How cool is that? $70 for that. I kind of wish that would come with a mask instead of being like a union suit, especially for $70. But it is a funny, awesome costume. Here's another one that I don't know if I've seen before. Wile E. Coyote. That is $60. What a cool costume. Does it have the sign? Hooded plush union suit and the sign. Yes, that is too cool. It says yikes. And I've seen the Buddy the Elf costume before. That one is $70. But check this out. They also have Jovi. So for a couple's costume idea, you can be Jovi and Buddy the Elf. That would be cool. And that is $50 for her. This is a first. There's 2 life-size replica proton packs here. You hardly ever see those. There's the regular one that's a lot smaller, but this one is much more detailed and much more expensive. I believe it's like $250. Yes, $250. I have it though, and it's super awesome. It has lights and everything, and it makes sounds. They also have the walkie-talkies here and the PKE meter. Let's see if it works. No, it's not gonna work. They have a bunch of them here. Yes, that one's gonna work. Awesome. I have this one. It's hanging on my wall with all my other Ghostbusters stuff, but it's $35. Definitely something that if you want, you should get it during the 50% off sales. And they have the Ecto-1 costume up there and the Ghostbusters Slimer. And of course, they always have a ton of jumpsuits. It looks like this one is a deluxe one, signature collection, for $100. That is crazy. It does look a little more detailed though. Premium quality costume includes jumpsuit with metal zipper details, chest and leg pockets, cushioned elbow pads, long industrial gloves, and utility belt with metal grommet accents, interchangeable character name patches. That is an awesome costume. I'd love to get one if I could find my size. Hey, look at this. When I was over there, they added a couple things, unless I walked right past them and missed them, but I don't think I did. The groundbreaking sandworm. We've actually seen a few of these lately. From Nightmare Before Christmas, I want that. He's eating the Christmas tree. How much is this, though? Because he is definitely not a sitting scarecrow. $150 for that, and below him, they have Barnaby the Bear on sale for $230. How awesome. Here's some plush stuff. I haven't checked these out in a long while. There's E.T. My dad actually has a life-size E.T. This is $35. I kind of want it, but my dad already has a giant one, so I probably don't need it. Wait a minute, try me. I light up. Ooh, yes, look. The finger lights up. That is too cool. I wish his chest would light up too. And of course they have Barbara and Adam from Beetlejuice. I do love those. I want them. And they have a bunch of Oogie Boogie, but they don't have the green one. That one's my favorite. This is too cool. It's a Godzilla jumpsuit. We're used to seeing this one, the inflatable one. That's actually Kong. But they have an inflatable Godzilla costume as well. I've never seen the jumpsuit. That is pretty cool. What a detailed mask. I want this thing just for the mask. I don't know what the price is though, because it doesn't say it. But that is very cool. Jumpsuit with attached tail and the mask. And I've never seen this before. It's a Jurassic Park Ranger. How awesome. That is $45. The back says Jurassic Park Crew, and it even comes with a badge. That is sweet. What a unique costume. And I love the Jurassic Park helmet. Never seen that before. How awesome. No way. We found another evil corn mask. How sweet. We just saw this at the last store. These are hard to find, so how cool that we've now found multiple of them, but both of them have had destroyed tags. I wonder why that is. And what is this mask right here? Holy cow. It's a goat, and you can see his teeth. And look at the eyes on that. They are red, and they're like glass or something. I love that. That is actually super freaky and cool. It's like a zombie goat. That is too funny. I've never seen that before, but I have no idea how much it costs. Every time I come over to this section, I have to check and see if I can find the Chupacabra, because I have not seen it since the flagship store, which is actually crazy, because I would have loved to have bought one, but I haven't seen one anywhere else, and I've been to so many Spirit Halloweens. Hey, check it out. They have the zombie silhouettes, and it's the boy zombie. We're used to just seeing the girl zombie, zombie, but lately we did find out that they do have boy zombies as well, and they have the cat silhouettes. I love all these silhouettes. They would be a great touch for a home haunt. Something that I have seen many times before but always wanted is this money shooter. This thing is $20. You load it with some fake money, or maybe real money. I wonder if real money would fit in there. And then you can shoot money all over the room, and look at this, they sell packs of fake money for $6. That is not bad at all, and it comes with a bunch of fake hundreds. I don't know how many it comes with, but there is a lot there. That's pretty cool. I'd love to get both of those. This store has a couple of the Killy Willy costumes here. I really hope they come out with some more Poppy Playtime costumes, because they did a great job with this one, so I'd love to see what they would do with other characters. $80 for that, but it is an awesome costume, so I'd say it's worth it. Whoa, look at how many of the cotton candy ray guns they have from Killer Clowns from Outer Space. This is crazy. I really want one of these, and I don't think it's going to be too hard to find them. This one is all busted up, but hopefully during the sales I can find a few of them. $30 original price, so $15 on November 1st. I can't wait. And look at this. They do have one of the Art the Clown Spirit Halloween shirts. These were very hard to find this year. The only size they have here right now is XXL, so if you want it, come and get it, because they are just about sold out. I wonder which Spirit Halloween shirts they'll have next year. This is kind of a rare occurrence. They have the Jack Skellington mask, and this guy, and Shock, Lock, and Barrel. Usually you don't see all three of those masks together, and this guy, and Jack. So that is super cool. I love these masks. I'd love to see 3 kids wearing Lock, Shock, and Barrel trick-or-treating at my house this year. Hey, this is kind of cool. They have regular plain white onesies for $30, and they have black ones here, and they have blue ones. Wait a minute, there's also red ones. How cool. You can kind of customize these however you want, unless you just want a plain colored onesie. But that is awesome. That's the first time I've ever seen that. I haven't seen this in forever. The Ice Cream Clown. This thing is awesome. $60 for that. Comes with the mask, jacket, pants, gloves, sign, and bow tie, and I love the mask for that. And typically you can find some other Ice Cream Clown masks over in the mask section, but I didn't see any here today. But that is awesome. I love how it's showing his brain. And what is this? Spirit Signature Collection Deluxe Twisted Circus Clown. Look at the outfit on that guy. That is cool. I don't think I've ever seen this one either. I love the orange and black hair on that guy too. This is $90. Comes with the tailcoat with printed elbow patches, specialty printed lining, contrasting trim on collar, oversized buttons and ribbon trim details, full latex mask with hair, floppy bow tie, split printed pants, and the shoe covers. So you have to get your own weapon. But that is awesome. What's up, guys? Right here at Spirit Halloween in Strongsville, Ohio. And check it out, there's another Spirit Halloween truck. I saw one for the first time yesterday, and now we're seeing another one. How cool. This store looks awesome, and we are looking at stuff getting ready for the sales on November 1st. 50% off everything. And I am filming this recently, so everything you see in this store should be in here unless it sells out before November 1st. So as I go through here, if this is your local store, keep an eye on anything that I look at so you know what to grab whenever the sales start. Let's go inside and check it out. Yesterday we saw Art the Clown greeting us, but this time it's back to Ghostface and the Ringmaster. This place is loud, but there's lots of animatronics to look at. Hello, Ghostface. We'll say hello to you first. I love the bloody mask, and that's my favorite knife too. This one comes with 2 masks and 2 knives to choose from. It's so loud in here you can't even hear his quotes. But we did get to hear him scream and slash. I love that one. Hello, Ringmaster. Let's see if we can see your animations on your chest. He has some pretty cool quotes, and I do love this. It's unique. Though his back is not working this time again, he is another one that doesn't seem to be working every time. It seems like every year there's a couple of animatronics that are always breaking, and I wonder if he's one of them or if he's just not set up correctly. Welcome to the Carnival. I love that one eye lighting up. That is so cool. And you can buy this during the 50% off sale, by the way. Let's go in here and look at this. The Dark Princess is here. Will she work? She's been broken quite a few times. Yes! Too cool! I love how her hair flies around when she jumps up. but she is so awesome. How much is she? $170. That is too cool. How freaky. I love the wings on that, how they're fabric, so they jump up as well whenever she jumps and scares you. Let's do her one more time because we never get to see her. She takes a moment, and you might think she's not going to do anything, and then she jumps up to scare you and screams. I love that. That is like the same action as Dagger Mike. I keep forgetting his name, which is crazy because he is one of my favorites. But just like Dagger Mike, she jumps up and scares you really good. Max Straw's over there, but first I see over here the demonic gatekeeper, which we haven't seen in a long time. Look at his ginormous hands. That is crazy compared to my hand. That is nuts. Woo!
I am the guardian of tormented souls. You have crossed over into my world. Now you will
Rising up like the great pumpkin. He is too cool. I didn't like him at first, but I like him more and more every time I see him, and he is $200. You could just replace this whole thing with a giant pumpkin and then turn down his volume, and he would be like the great pumpkin rising out of the pumpkin patch. Oh, look at this. What is that, a covering? Yeah, that's a covering. I thought it was a plush version of the ball that's in there, and you can stand behind here and get pictures. Also, you can buy this at the 50% off sales, so keep that in mind. Here's Art the Clown. Hello, Art. Pew, pew, pew. You can buy those too. I want that. I'm really considering buying those guns during the 50% off sales. But if I bought the gun, you almost want to get this entire setup down the duck. That would be really cool. Art the Clown is awesome. $200 for a licensed prop is not bad at all. And the cremator is here as well. Pew, 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 pew. Is he gonna work? Yes, there he goes.
into the shadows with me, mortal.
Too cool. You'd have to put a fog machine around him and then get some other red lights that look like flames, and that would really go well with him. He's an awesome animatronic. I only wish that the jaw would move on the skull. Right behind him, we have the awesome towering. I keep calling him the giant death ray, but he is towering. He is super tall and has great lights. And now that I mentioned the fog machine for the cremator, the fog machine would actually look good with this guy too, because these lights would illuminate the fog. That would be really cool. He is awesome. I love all of the tall animatronics. And somebody told me that he was actually made to be in competition with the 12-foot skeletons at like Lowe's or Home Depot, whichever store that is. Here's Max Straw. Hello, Max Straw. Will he turn his head? No, he's not going to turn his head. He's one of the ones that's always broken, but that's okay. He is still super cool. If I had a cornfield, I would definitely get him. Over here, I do see the scary sitting scarecrow, but it looks like he might not be working. Yes, 20% off now, $87.99, because he's damaged. That's a little bit high of a price for a damaged prop, so I don't know if they're actually going to end up selling him. Maybe I'll come back here during the sales and grab him for an even cheaper price. Though if he doesn't make any sounds or jump or anything, he's pretty much a paperweight, so they'd have to really knock that price down. Over here they have Bobby Strings. Hello, Bobby. He's a great one for 2024. $310. Is he going to work, though? Oh no, I don't think he's working. I've never seen a broken Bobby Strings. That is crazy. Oh well, we don't get to hear him sing a song today, but that's okay. They do have Victor here, which is crazy because in Ohio, I have hardly seen any Victors. I've probably seen maybe 1 or 2 Victors in Ohio.
With this ring, I ask you to be mine.
That is a unique head movement, and the eyes actually blink. So what a cool animatronic for 2024. And Emily is going to go as well. They're connected. There she goes.
You make the bride.
Look at that neck movement and the eyes blinking. That is really cool and super detailed. I love that they are doing better and better animatronics with new movements each year. There is a jumping spider. I love the jumping spider. Yes. Gotta love the jumping spiders, especially the gray ones. We'll give him a little pet before he goes back to sleep because he is fuzzy. I like this light here. You could probably buy that during the sales too, and it actually kind of rotates a little bit, just like that. You can see it rotating just like a circus. Here's Barnaby the bear for $230, and loud. Gotta love Barnaby the bear balancing on the ball. Good to see a Barnaby the bear. I do love his roaring. I wish he had some sharper claws though, but you could definitely get this and then do a makeover on him and give him some sharp claws and some blood on the mouth. That would be super creepy. Look at this. Nibble is here and he is talking and tracking, perhaps. Let's get him going again. There he goes. Yes, and he is tracking us. I had to take my glasses off because if you're wearing glasses, he will not track you.
I can't help but follow you around with my gaze. You have a certain bounce in your step. It's just so
enticing.
Mind if I follow you
Nibbles
around?
is awesome. Everybody loves the clown animatronics, and I like that they actually have bells on there, but the bells don't have a ball in it, so it does not ring. That's the only thing I wish they would change about him. And of course, Wanda Webworth, the giant spider. Wanda rocks. She is scary and has some really creepy sounds. And she would go great with some spider webs hung up around her and maybe some of the egg sacs and jumping spiders. We'll give her a little pet because she is awesome and fuzzy. Here's the coin activation thing. You can plug that into an animatronic, push the coin in, and then it'll activate the animatronic. And of course, they have Cotton Candy Dan, one of the best for Halloween 2024. My dad bought this guy early on into the season before the stores even opened, so I had the pleasure of setting him up. Love that purple light behind him. The cotton candy is awesome. I love that, what do you call that fuzzy stuff? It's like stuffing. I don't know what you call that, but they did a great job of adding the stuffing and coloring it so it actually looks like cotton candy, and his face is super cool. What an awesome one. He might be one of my favorite clown animatronics besides Two Scoops. Let's go in the Funhouse of Terror and see if it smells like cotton candy. Yes, it does. It smells delicious like cotton candy, and there's Jack the Reaper saying hello to us. What a great setup this year. All right, let's see what animatronics they have on the floor for sale. I see a couple of foam coffins here, and these are a mystery. I don't know what the price is. I think it's like 80 bucks, but those are really cool. I like them now. I used to not like them, but they are awesome and pretty detailed. They look like real wood. They got chains on them. I might buy this during the sales and then do a setup of it. I'd love to know if you can put something in that hole to peek out at you. And right over here, they have fogging skull piles. We always see a bunch of those, and I actually really want some of those. Those would be a great touch to a haunt. A couple of the Goofy Ghost Face. They have Mr. Punchy, who is actually not that easy to find anymore, so it's good to see a couple of him. My dad has him, and he is not difficult to set up at all. He's on clearance for $209. That is great. So if you come here during the sales, you might be able to get him for $100. I love Mr. Punchy, the party clown. Tons of cool stuff over here to check out, but first we're going to look around and see if we can find any more animatronics or inflatables. And looky right here, 2 more Mr. Punchy. How did this place get lucky enough to have 4 Mr. Punchy in store? That might be it though. I don't think they have any more animatronics. Wait a minute, they got a couple up there. But before we check them out, we'll look at the inflatables since we're already passing them right now. A bunch of the jack-o'-lantern archways there. The clown with the spinning eyes, ghost face, stabbing, and he is on sale for $130. He's been that price all year, so you can grab him anytime for that price. And hopefully during the sales, you can get him even cheaper. I'll have to ask them if the clearance prices are able to be paired with the 50% off sale. Wolves, Reapers, the Scarecrow. I was talking about this earlier, and he is on sale for $35. Not bad. I actually really want him. Hopefully I can find him during the sales. Ghosts, hearses, jack-o'-lanterns, gargoyles. I want some gargoyles. Dual mask, and that seems to be it. No cats this time. Oh wait, but they do have Jack the Reaper archways here. 2 of them, and those are $130. And yes, they have 2 little stacks of animatronics here, but look at this, 2 of the Cauldroness. I want her so bad, so I'm definitely going to keep this place in mind during the sales. November 1st, I will be back for you, Cauldroness. She is 290 doll hairs. That is a crazy price, but she is so scary and freaky and awesome that I want her terribly bad. Ghastly Ghost Girl on the swing, that one's kind of hard to find. They have one of her down there. They do have an Emily down here and a Wanda Webworth. They have two of her. I do want her as well, so she might also be going in the cart on November 1st. And Max Straw, we have two of him, but he's always broken, so I'm not sure if I would want to buy him. Grave Watcher, they have a bunch of her. I'm considering getting her and doing a giveaway, so if you guys like Grave Watcher and you want her, let me know if I should buy some to do giveaways. And over here they have one Cremator. I hardly ever see him on the floor for sale, so that is awesome. And two Gravestone Ghoul, which I have not seen activated. I haven't seen one store that has him yet up in the displays up there. And one Man's Possessed Friend. And look over here, they have a Stilts. I've seen a few Stilts lately. How cool is that? Last year he was selling out because he was so popular. $350 for that. I wonder if this is a return though, because it's all taped up like somebody already opened it, or that could be on display from last year. Love the blue hair on Stilts. He is super popular. Coming back over here to all these awesome goodies, it looks like they have plenty of stuff. They are very well stocked, even this late into the season. There's the awesome Oogie Boogie light up. Let's get this guy going. His mouth lights up purple, I believe. We'll set him right here. Hopefully he will work. Yes, I love that. It's like a bluish purple, and it actually kind of changes colors, it looks like. Either it changes colors or it just kind of pulses in and out, but either way, that is awesome. I love the green version of Oogie Boogie. It'd be really cool if they made that glow in the dark. That is $45, and they have 4 of them here, so if you want him, you're gonna get a good chance of buying him. All of the signs that we love are here. They are fully stocked on these things. Camp Crystal Lake, Slow Alien Invasion from Mars Attacks, Big Top Burger from Killer Clowns from Outer Space. There's Ghostface right there. That one's probably one of my favorites this year. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Chucky, I have the Changing Chucky sign. Ooh, they have some of the LED ones as well. There's the Lollipop from Trick or Treat and Pennywise's balloon, but I don't see any of the Killer Clowns one, which is the one that I really want. Let's check out the Sidesteppers. Look at Pennywise. He is falling over and dying. We got Pennywise, Ghostface, Sam, Chucky, and Michael Myers. Let's see how many we can get going at once. I don't even know if this dude's gonna work because he's falling over. Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and a decent amount of them are going. I love the Sidesteppers. How great. And Sam is probably one of the most popular ones, and they almost always have him. He is $33. That's about how much each of these cost, and I want Ghostface super bad, so I might grab him during the sales, and Chucky, maybe Michael Myers, but if I buy Michael Myers, I'm going to paint his face and make it look different, because this is the Halloween 2 version, and I want a different one. Maybe I could even make it look like the burnt face from the new movie. And of course, they have a bunch of bobbleheads here. I love bobbleheads. Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Lecter, Elvira, I think that's how you say her name. The Exorcist, I have that one. Horse Ride Scraps, Michael Myers hiding behind the bush, but no sheet. Of course, they always have a ton of Sam. This one is Bagwell. And they have Ghostface, I have that one. He's awesome. And the Killer Clowns in the toilet, that's a cool one. Lots of good bobblehead selections here. And look at this, we did find one Michael Myers behind the sheet. That's the one that I want. We'll keep an eye out for it during the sales. Original price, whoa, I almost dropped it, but I caught it because I'm so cool. Original price is $40, so you can get it for $20 on November 1st. And look at this, they have a couple of the Porch Buddies. I love those. Here's Sam and Ghostface. They do light up, but you have to put batteries in them. I believe these are $50 a piece. Yeah, $50 a piece, and super awesome. I want Ghostface. Sam I will probably want once I watch the movie, but I haven't checked it out yet, and people keep telling me to watch it. I will watch it, I promise. And they had the articulated Sam statue here. He does make some sounds, but he does not light up. That's actually one of the coolest articulated statues I've ever seen. You can pose it in any way you want, and he has quotes, and he is $60, and they have 3 of him. Or you can get this giant Sam hanging prop with the lollipop, and he is $60. Here is a nice clearance section. I love the clearance stuff. The Hauntleys are on clearance. How cool. I wonder how much those cost though. Let's see. I don't see a price on there, but it's very cool. Oh wait, $25, not too bad. I'd love to see an animatronic with a projection face. That would be sweet. That way you can kind of put on whatever face you want on the animatronic. But they also have masks from Haunted Mansion here. Ooh, look at this. The pumpkin mask is on clearance. That is a great pumpkin mask, and I think it is blacklight reactive, and this is on sale for $40. They have Naruto's Executioner blade here. That thing is heavy, but how much is it? That's on clearance for $25. Not too bad. They have a decent selection of stuff here on clearance. I love this, the animatronic activation switch with the door knocker, $25, and they have step pad covers on clearance. $7 original. I don't know what the clearance price is though. We'll check out the zombie babies in a minute here, but look at this. They have the lawn stake hands. These ones I do want to get a few packs of during the sales if possible. They are $10 a piece, not bad. Oh no, everything's falling on top of me. If I'm not careful, I am going to end up just like these hands, dead. Okay, we'll get ourselves unburied from all these dead hands. And then we'll look at some more stuff like these awesome lawn stakes here. These will go good with the fences, which they have somewhere around here. But these have spiders on them. How cool is that? Black Widow spiders. And you set it up just like that on a walkway. And that is $10, not too bad. They also have some pumpkin ones down here, which they do have some fences that have pumpkins on them too, which these would go perfect with. And that is $10, but it doesn't say how long these are, so that is one thing that I am curious about. I can't believe how many of these hands they have. They are so full that everything I touch causes a bunch of them to fall down. Plenty of the pathway markers here. I do love the zombie arm ones that have these lanterns that shock and light up, but they also have the doll heads right there with the green eyes. Those are great, some of my favorites. And the skulls, those flash and make sounds, but look at this, the zombie heads. Those ones I definitely want. They light up, the eyes are awesome, super freaky. Creepy sounds that go with that. I definitely want some of those. And look at this, the clown toe tappers. These are hard to find, and they almost always are dead. Yes, that one is dead as well. But the toe taps on the clown shoes. Every time I see one of these, the box is super beat up. So I wonder if people are just not buying these, which is crazy because they're awesome. $50 for that. And of course, they have some live wires here, and they do work. I do love the live wires. Definitely another thing I want to get during the sales. $50 for that. They have the activation switch, fly around bats, all kinds of cool stuff. I want one of these multi-prop remotes here. That is $50, pretty pricey for that. And here's some of the fences we were talking about. This one is bronze. It does not have any of the pumpkins on it. That one has skulls on it right there. Some more skulls there. They definitely have some with pumpkins somewhere, but not at this store, I guess. They are awesome fences though. I definitely want to get some of these to go with my cemetery haunt that I put up this year. $30, and it comes with 3 of these, and they are 19 by 36 inches. Okay, let's check out the zombie babies. Check it out, they have the peekaboo. Oh, but he's dead. That's too bad. He is... No, he's working. How cool. He's just so quiet. I couldn't hear him over the music. He is $70. Has some awesome fiery eyes. And there's Wretched Ralphie with his rat snack and Snack and Stevie with his hand snack. Another peekaboo down there. That's awesome. Here is Revenous Ruby with the cockroaches and red eyes. Another peekaboo. What in the world? I've never seen more than 1 or 2 at a store, but they have 3 of them. And of course, they have Spider Biter Billy. They always have a bunch of him. And they have Devil Cherub, and he is dead. And right over here, they do have one ghost face. I have this one. I love it. $50 for him. And they have, what is this guy's name? He's crawling. I don't remember what his name is. Sorry, I don't remember your name, dude, but he is super cool. And I never noticed how beat up his onesie is. It's all scratched and burnt. I just know this store is going to have some cool masks because I see the skeleton with the chest. Anytime you see a store that has that, it lets you know that they're going to have some good masks here. Like the Goosebumps mask, I see that one and I love it. That is my favorite episode of Goosebumps and I want it. Actually, I think it's a movie. $70 for that one. You could get this and wear it, and then you could make a steak with your head on it, just like in the movie. That would be awesome. And look at this. They have the L-Wire Bloody Pig mask that lights up. That is a freaky one, but I like this one better. This one is latex and it's all over the head too. This pig mask is $30. Not too bad. They have plenty of good masks here though. I'll kind of just go through and show all of them, and then if you want to, you can slow down or pause the video and check out any masks you want, because I typically go through a bunch of them every time I'm in the store, but I do skip over a ton of them. And maybe there's something that you want to look at that I haven't shown in a long time. Hey, check this out. 2 for $10. Regular price $8 a piece for the freaky fabric. That is cool. These are a great touch to your haunt. You might not think that it would really make a difference, but it really does. These look awesome. $8 a piece, but they are 2 for $10. That saves you a little bit of money. I definitely need to get some of this to go along with my haunt and put them in my inflatable haunted house. But they also have the haunted window boards. Those would be great on my regular house. These are $8 a piece, and they have different designs of them. I definitely want to get some of those. They do have the big lawn bags that look like jack-o'-lanterns when you fill them with leaves, and those are $3 for one. And they have the Wrong Way Witch Tree Hugger. I've seen a bunch of these around lately, so I think people love that. It's like a classic Halloween decoration. $13 for that. And look at this. They have tons of the lawn stakes, including the zombies, and look, they have the male zombie. I have not seen that one yet. I've been talking about it though. This is $10, and it's just one in here, and he is 3 feet tall. But how awesome is that? That would go great in my cemetery haunt. If you haven't seen my haunt yet, I do have a video of it on my channel. Go check it out. All the products for my haunt I got from Temu, but I'd love to get some of these zombie silhouettes to go with it. And they also have pop-open ghosts. I love all these classic old school decorations. Pop-open ghosts that changes colors, and that is $5. Not a bad price at all. And they have these awesome pop-open pumpkins as well that also change colors. And I've never seen this before. Window decor, spider webs, and bats. And they are very colorful, so in the sunlight you can see all those beautiful colors. How cool. No way, I have never seen this before. It's a Shrek mask. That thing is heavy, and it comes with Shrek hands. That is too cool. Those are some beefy hands. This is $50. I'm surprised I've never seen it before, but how awesome. If you're gonna be Shrek, that is what you want. And of course they have Shrek costumes up here to go with it. This is $60, but it comes with the ears, so you wouldn't have to wear the ears if you got that mask with the hands. But that is pretty rare to see, so I don't know if you'll be able to find it or not. Maybe I'll get that during the sales. That would be funny to have. Oh, look at this. They have the tumbler costumes. These are the child size. And they have a purple one. I wonder if that one is super popular because they only have one here, and then 2 pink and 2 of the mint green. But there you go. 1 purple tumbler child size costume for $35. It looks like it has a straw in there too. That'd be awesome. What a cool and unique costume. I love the new costumes this year. I came over here to check out the Ghostbusters section, and look at this. I love this pullover. I've never seen it before. It's got Slimer and it says Slimed Again. That is too cool. We are still seeing new stuff at Spirit Halloween this late into the season, but I don't know how much it costs. Oh, wait a minute. There's the price tag. This is $45. I will seriously think about getting that if I can find a big enough size. What's up, guys? We're out here at Spirit Halloween in Mentor, Ohio. Let's go inside and see what awesome Halloween stuff they have. I don't remember how big this store was last year, but it looks pretty cool. Alright, they got the whole setup in here. But we are missing one animatronic. It looks like the Ringmaster is supposed to be here for $330. He must still be getting shipped out. Ghostface is here with the aged mask. I love his slashing action. I'm definitely getting him this year. $280 for him. We have to spin the wheel. This one seems to be holding up pretty well. Sometimes you come in here and this thing is just falling apart. Alright, your luck just ran out. Oh no. I always mistake that one and think that it says that I lived. Max Straw is around the corner. Let's see if his head will turn this time. He's kind of turning his head. Sometimes he's broken, sometimes he's not. No legs on this dude. I'd love to see him in a cornfield blowing in the wind. That would be awesome. There are no animatronics set up over here. That's too bad. But there is this thing. I don't know what you call that. It's like a crystal ball, and you can stand here and get a picture in front of this. But this thing is cool. Look at that. The shiny liquid swirling around. That is awesome. The giant death ray is over there. We'll go check him out in a minute after those people are done. But look at this. We are missing more animatronics. I wonder why they're missing so many of them. Bobby Strings is supposed to be right here. We do have Barnaby, though. It's good to see Barnaby. Love the roaring from Barnaby, and I love when they have him turned up nice and loud. He is funny. Good to see you, Barnaby. And look at who we have over here. It's Nibbles, nibbling on his lollipop. There it is. Let's get him going.
I've been watching you for a while now. I hope you don't mind.
He had to do like a double take to find me. He is so cool.
Follow you around with my gaze. You have a certain bounce in your step. It's just
I love that tracking. I really hope that they do more of that in the future years. It is so creepy that he just follows you around.
well.
Good to see you, Mr. Nibbles. He is just running on and on. His quotes are long. $299 for Nibbles. That is crazy. All right, and here is the giant death ray. I love this dude. I'm gonna put him in the thumbnail. Is he gonna go? I hope he works. Maybe not. Maybe he won't be in the thumbnail. He lights up. He has lights that go up all through his body, and his head tilts and turns. It's too bad he's not working. His face is super awesome. Sitting Scarecrow is here, though. Let's get him going. Is he not working either? What is up with this store? He's got some tickets in here. Maybe you can win something in a raffle. We'll check out the Funhouse of Terror. Does it smell like cotton candy? It does, yes. And there's the screen. It should have Silent but Deadly, but first we're going to see Jack the Reaper. There he is. Awesome. Is Silent but Deadly going to pop up? Maybe. There he is. He is freaky. He hushes us and then puts a smiley face on the screen. There's the smiley face. Alright, let's go out here and see who else we can find. Wanda Webb is over here and she's on motion. Hello, Wanda. It looks like her one arm is broken. Oh no. Poor Wanda. Somebody must have tried to smash her. These signs are cool. The Funhouse of Terror, Carvomatic, Jack-O-Lantern Co. That's hilarious. That was from the setup 2 years ago, I believe. And look at this one over here. Main attractions, the clown who eats anything, the human pincushion, the scariest puppet show ever, the Hall of Forgotten Souls, and half man, half beast. That is hilarious. Don't miss the one and only Area 31 alien from outer space. That must be the giant death ray. Good to see you, Wanda. All right, Cotton Candy Dan is here. He is awesome. Go ahead.
Attention all kiddos! Attention all kiddos! I found a lost parrot!
I'm so surprised those are not breaking because they jump up so fast. Good to see you, Cotton Candy Dan. Lots of animatronics on the floor for sale here. Eternal Rest. I actually want her. She was really not working at any of the stores last year. She is $140 and her box is beat up pretty bad. I would honestly buy her even if she was broken because it was hilarious seeing her head spin around and around at the stores last year. 2 giant death ray. I wish this one would work. Betty Sharp, awesome. Gardo, Night Terror. They have 3 Gordo here. That's crazy. 2 more Night Terror, and I think I'm going to buy him. So we might walk out with one of him. I wonder why they wouldn't put him over there in that setup. A bunch of Sitting Scarecrow, Max Straw, 3 Wanda Webworth, 2 Bobby Strings, 2 Emmeline. Man, this store is stocked. But I wonder why they wouldn't put any of these animatronics over there in the setup. That's weird. 2 Dagger Mike. I see some foam coffins over there. Man's Possessed Friend, Howling Spirit. How awesome. Dagger Mike. There's a bunch of Man's Possessed Friend here. And that should be it. Oh, wait. I see some more right over there. Barnaby the Bear, 2 Mr. Punchy, Cotton Candy Dan, and Toothy. We keep finding Toothy in the store now. How awesome. I love that they get the stuff that's online only and put it in the store for us to find. And he is, I don't know where the price is. It's supposed to be right here, but they left the price off of there, so it's a mystery. We do have a ton of goodies over here. I see a lot of plush things over there. We'll look at those in a minute, but first, the Mars Attacks Atomic Ray Gun. I want this thing so bad. The movie rocks. It is an awesome, hilarious movie, and I'd love to see this thing in action. You can actually scan his brain to see what it does, but I haven't done that yet. It is $130. Love the packaging. If I got this, I would be so tempted to take it out of the packaging, but I would also want to leave it in the box because the box is so cool. They also have the Mars Attacks Snow Globe that is super loud. There it goes. I love it. And the statue with the cracked red glowing earth. That one is very cool. I love Mars Attacks. There is a Haunted Mansion section over here and is pretty well stocked. Look at this thing. Wow, it lights up the snow globe from Haunted Mansion. But this is what I'm interested in. It's a wreath And I don't know if I've ever seen it before. Let's hang it up here and see if we can get it to light up. I believe it lights up. Yes. Whoa. Join us if you dare. I love the lights on that. It works super well. How much is it though? It is $40. That's a pretty cool wreath if you like that movie. I've never seen the movie. I definitely have to check it out. I've heard a lot of good things. I don't see... Oh wait, there they are, the jars. I love these things. A little jar of bones, a jar of ears, and a jar with a brain in it. I love these things. $19, not too bad. Super freaky and gross. I love this style of Halloween stuff. And they have a bunch of things that you can just kind of set around on countertops for decoration. I love the bat in the skull's mouth. That one's cool. For $23. And look at this, a giant mushroom with a colorful moth on there that has like a skull on it. That's hilarious. That's a pretty cool soap dispenser. Look at this bat. That is awesome. This is just a little dish with a bat in it. That's hilarious for $18. Here's a wall decor spider. You can just set that on your wall. $11. They have a ton of the ghost stuff here. I accidentally just kicked this poor tombstone. I'm sorry, Mr. Tombstone. We'll give you a look just because I kicked you. This is from Haunted Mansion. Dear sweet Leota, beloved by all, in regions beyond now, but something, something, something. I can't read it. New and improved. I wonder if this thing lights up. I don't see any buttons on there, but it looks like a pretty good quality tombstone. And look at this. We do have one of the ghost sidesteppers. I always like to set these things off. Let's find a nice place to put him. He's got little arms in there. Look at that. That's too funny. I never lifted that up. We can bend his arms out a little bit, and then you can see them going side to side whenever he is dancing. Let's see if it works. There he goes. He is super funny, and he is $22. Not bad at all. I think I want to get him. I bet my daughter would love this thing. Lots of sidesteppers here, and they have a ton of Chucky and a couple of Michael Myers. Is he going to work? Yes. I love that. And Ghostface, but he is not working. And Chucky, he usually works, but I guess not. I do see a tab. Oh, look. Is his head falling off? His head kind of bobbles around. I thought it was going to fall off. Let's see if we can pull the tab on this. Maybe not. That is too tough to pull, but that's okay. We do love all the sidesteppers. Lots of inflatables here. Wow, they are really well stocked. We got wolves. Look, it's the spider. The spider is $100. I have not seen the spider yet this year. That is cool. A bunch of ghosts, the clowns, the jack-o'-lanterns, reapers, rats. I want the rat. I definitely want to get him and do a review on him. And he's on sale for $20. That's not bad at all. The hearse, the jack archways, the scarecrows, the scarecrow archway, jack-o'-lantern archway, Ghostface, who's on sale. Sam, you hardly ever see Sam in the stores anymore. He's $110. Reapers, gargoyles, cats, but I do not see any of the owls. We saw him once, and the next time I see him, I am totally grabbing him. Here is another stack of animatronics, and they have a ton of the gravestone ghoul. I would love to see him in action. 2 of the demonic gatekeeper. They have a couple of the grave watcher here, and she is $80. Not a bad price at all for her. Look at how many of the demonic gatekeeper they have. This is crazy. Let's check out the masks and see what we can find. They have a ton of masks here. Look, here's the grandma. That is a hilarious mask. This one is $30. Ooh, look at this. This one is from Iron Maiden, I believe. Yes, Iron Maiden. That's a cool one. They've got the leather face masks here. There's the zombie. I love the zombie masks. Here's the cartoon cat. That's a great one as well. Hey, look, they have a ton of werewolf hands here. That is awesome. And the skeleton with the chest is a sweet one. I would actually really like to have that. And this is $40. That is a super cool mask. And look what I see over here, the Goosebumps mask. You hardly ever see that one in stores, but we're seeing him way more often than we did last year. $70 for the Goosebumps mask. I would love to get this and repaint it because I feel like the paint could be better on here. It could be a lot more freaky. Here's another old person mask, the Grandpa mask. These are so funny. This is $70 as well. I feel like that's a little bit pricey for these, but they are super cool. There's a Gollum mask up there. That is hilarious. Look at this. Let's see if we can pop his face out. There we go. That is too freaky. I don't know that I've ever seen that one before, and this is an awesome Pennywise mask. That is crazy. How much is this one? This one is $60. And here's another one right here from Ruby's. This one looks like just a Spirit exclusive. This one is from Ruby's, and it's the classic Pennywise. And look, they have Pennywise hands here. That is awesome. I've never ever seen that before. $20 is a good price too. That is sweet. So if you're gonna be Pennywise, you can come here and get the Pennywise hands. And here's a closer look at the Gollum mask. Wow, that is freaky. That's a big mask too. And that is $50. Look at the nasty hair on there. I want to watch Lord of the Rings again. That was a good movie. They have a ton of clown masks. This is one of my favorites. The Ice Cream Clown. He's got an ice cream cone on his head. Let's see if we can fill that out a little bit and give you a better look at that. That is so cool. The Ice Cream Clown is $50. They have neon clowns here. There's one. That's a pretty freaky one. And here's another neon clown. I like that one as well. I love the purple hair and the green nose. There's the oversized clown mask up here. If you're gonna be a clown, they have plenty of clown masks. Are there any new zombie babies? It doesn't look like it. My shoes keep squeaking. Oh look, Gutsy Gwen is awaking for us. I love Gutsy Gwen. She is eating the pumpkin guts, but there are no new zombie babies here, which is crazy because they have new ones coming out this year, like the barbed wire baby. That's the one I want to find. Looking back at the masks, they have the Pretty Woman Leatherface, they have the Terrifier Bloody mask, and they have the Halloween Trick-or-Treat mask from the Rob Zombie movie, and the Halloween Ends one. This one is super sweet. His face is all burnt up. They have some gates here, and I'm actually thinking about getting some gates, or fences is what they call them. These are pretty heavy, actually. And these are, what's the price on here? $30, and this comes with 3 of them. And they're not too long, so I don't know. I'm thinking about getting them, so when I set up my haunt, I can have areas designated. This is a cool one, the skull fence. Look at that. That is sweet. I love the skulls on there. This one is $30 as well. And they have this gold one over here, the 3-piece pumpkin fence that has jack-o'-lanterns on it. That's a pretty cool one. I think if I was to get some of these, I'd probably get that skeleton one or that one. That one looks really good. Here is the new animated tombstone. I love the glowing eye on that and the breathing. That is creepy. And then this one right here, the animated tombstone with the bell. And somebody did point out to me that they used to bury people with bells in case they buried them alive so they could ring the bell. And I remember reading about that in the past, so that is true. How awesome. They have a ton of the walking hands here. I love these. My dad used to have one when I was a kid. And we used to just let it roam the house. These are so cool. $30. This really brings back memories for me. And they do play some music. I believe if you put it on a certain setting, it will play some music while it's crawling. Yes, there we go. I love that. If I was going to get one, I'd probably get the bloody hand. That one's really cool. Speaking of bloody hands, look at all the hanging body parts they have here. This is awesome. These are $13 a piece. It looks like, yeah, about $13 a piece. And they have all kinds of them. Look at this severed leg. That is freaky. You could get a ton of this stuff. $17 for that one. And then you can spread these throughout your haunt. And there's some chains right next to all those. I do have some of these chains. I have them hung up above my Leatherface animatronic. $15 for that. And they have a bunch of our friends here. The zombie seagulls, the zombie squirrel, which I love. He's probably my favorite. $25 for him. And a bunch of the crows and the secret keeping cats. The crows are awesome too. There is one hanging Jack Reaper here. He is $53. That's a pretty high price for something that just hangs here, but he is awesome and everybody loves Jack the Reaper. I love all these decorations. Check this out. The fresh grave mound. It looks like you just dug a grave. That one is $15. Camouflage netting. That's pretty spooky for $13. This is something that I want, the Blacklight Response Wicked Webbing, and they have regular Wicked Webbing there. Some green freaky fabric. You can just kind of hang this stuff around to make your haunt extra spooky. They have bloody body bags here. Those are super cool. You can pretty much make most of this stuff at home. $20 for that one, but it's a lot easier just to come and buy them here at the store. This area is supposed to have light covers, but I have not seen them anywhere yet. They do have the collapsible barrels. I love those. You can fill them up with candy. They have dropping spiders. Here's the inflatable bats. Those are super cool, and they're only $13 for 2 of them. And I've been looking for all the door covers, but they only have a few here. This one's awesome. Pennywise. That is super freaky. The door covers are about $23 a piece. They only have that one and Frankenstein's monster here, and a Ghostface flag, and a Pennywise flag. They usually have a ton of door covers here. Maybe they'll get some more more soon. There are tons of clown costumes and accessories here. Look at this. We have an Uncle Charlie. He was a super popular animatronic, and it looks like he's $40 right now. There's also Hugs the Clown. He was an animatronic as well. There's Crouchy down there. But they have so many clown costumes. This one's cool. The Patriotic Clown for $50. There's the Die Laughing one. That's new for $70. He has a super big and freaky face. And all kinds of accessories here. Look, here's the Crouchy knife. The Crouchy knife is $10. Here's a regular clown knife that has blood in it. That's sweet. And that one is $7. There's a clown mask with some huge teeth that is too funny. And that is $13. I always like to show you guys the prices, but look at all the clown weapons here. I like this colorful clown hammer. This is $30, and that thing is huge. Look at that compared to my hand. I love the colors on that. That is so cool. But what clown would go best with that? Probably the Neon Clown or the Chaos Clown. And of course, they also have a ton of female clown costumes here. Here is the Creepy Clown female clown costume for $60. This one's cool. It has some gold on there. A True Trick Master, $70 for that one. There's a Twisted Clown, Carnival Clown, and look at her heart-shaped balloon. It does not come with that, but that would be a nice touch to your costume. And look, here's a clown horn. Here's a clearance section. There's not a whole lot here, but a bunch of the Marshmallow costumes. Those are on sale for $30 a piece. There's a Dungeons and Dragons costume there, Yellow Jackets, and the Countess for $30. Their clearance prices aren't great, but it's cool if they do have a clearance section. Look at all the zombie stuff they have here. Zombies are awesome. Here's the awesome undead zombie wig, and they have makeup and wounds, and look at the nails. That is gross. If you're going to be a zombie, you're going to want these nails. $8 for the nails. And they have all kinds of costumes. Look at this one. On sale. That is a clearance item, so all this must be on clearance. This is on sale for $35. I love that mask. It lights up. That is very cool. So if you're going to be a zombie for Halloween, check out the clearance section. And look at this for $30. Zombie hands. Oop, we dropped one. I do love the zombie latex hands. Look at the bone showing from the finger. That is creepy. I don't see a clearance price on here, but they're $30 for the regular price. They do have some of the Monsters Inc. hard hats here. I want to get that just to have because I love Monsters Inc. $15 for the hard hat. And last year they had the Scream containers as a crossbody bag, but I don't see any just yet. This is funny. Over here at the Beetlejuice section, I don't know if I've ever seen this before. Beetlejuice Sandworm hooded plush union suits. This is $60. That is too funny. I love Beetlejuice and I cannot wait to see the new movie. And they have two different Beetlejuice costumes here. They have the red suit for $70 and they have the regular striped one for $70 as well. And look at this, they have a sandworm cane if you're gonna be Beetlejuice. I would definitely get that if I was gonna be Beetlejuice for Halloween. $30. Please, oh please, oh please, oh please have the shirt we're looking for. I don't see it. Oh my goodness. I cannot wait until we start finding those shirts. The Art the Clown Spirit shirt. I know that's gonna be a hot one and I cannot believe that we have not found it yet. I have heard from some people that they are getting them in stores, so we'll just have to keep our eyes peeled. Look at this. I love the Gremlins, and I've never seen this one before. It's the stripe hooded plush union suit for $60. That is too funny. I want to get some of these just to have as pajamas. I would love to have these and just wear them at night while I'm watching spooky movies. And look at this. We typically see the nun mask, but here's the whole nun costume for $60. That is freaky. Comes with the robe, attached collar. Habit. What is a habit? Maybe it's that thing around her waist. Half mask, hood, necklace, and the belt. So it's not the habit. Oh, maybe the habit is the thing on her head. That is too funny. What an awesome costume. Speaking of movies, they have a ton of stuff from Hocus Pocus here. Here's Sarah for $50. You can be Winifred. There's Winifred's cape. Does this come with a cape? No, this just comes with a dress, so you'd have to buy the cape separately. So the costume is $50. The cape is $25. There's Mary Sanderson. Look, there's a Billy Butcherson costume. That is awesome. This is $50. Jacket with attached shirt and the wig. If you had 3 friends plus one, you guys could dress up as the Sanderson sisters and Billy Butcherson. That would be awesome. And they have all the wigs for sale right there. And they even have the Sanderson sisters brooms. And these are $30 a piece. That would be an awesome costume. And look at this, the eyeball. How funny. Eyeball necklace. That is $8 on clearance. And look, here's her teeth. That is too funny. They've got everything here for the Sanderson sisters costumes. All right, guys, that was an awesome store. That's it for Spirit Halloween in Mentor, Ohio. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up, guys? Right here at Spirit Halloween in Brook Park, Ohio, and check this out. There's a Spirit Halloween truck right here. I've never seen a Spirit Halloween truck before. That is awesome. We're getting close to the 50% off sales on November 1st, so right now we are searching the stores to find all the items we want, so that if one store doesn't have what we want, we can run over to the next one and try to get the best deals on all the awesome things that we want to get. So let's go inside and see what they got. We are used to seeing the Ringmaster and Ghostface in the front, and we do have the Ringmaster, but looky right here, we have Art the Clown greeting us for the first time this season, I think. How cool that they have him up front here, waving his hand, but he is not turning. Boy, he is loud right now. He's supposed to turn, so he might be broken or not set up correctly. Look at how awesome his face looks. And everyone is annoyed by this horn sound, but that is kind of how it's supposed to be. He annoys a girl with the horn in the movie. What an awesome prop. 200 bucks too for a licensed prop is great. Hello, Ringmaster. I'll probably have to cut that up because the music is in the background pretty loud. But there's the Ringmaster. He has some animatronics or animations on his chest here, but they're kind of hard to see in the daytime and in the light. So hopefully if you get him in the dark, he would look awesome. And I love that staff he has with the gold skull. That is awesome. Welcome to the Carnival. Let's see who they have set up in here. Oh my gosh, this girl I've been waiting to see work for so long. Her name is the Dark Princess. She's $170. Please work. I've seen her before, but not working. Oh no, I don't think she does work. That is too bad. I wonder if she's another one of the ones that just break so often, which is too bad because she is super freaky and I'd love to see her jump up. She has the same kind of animation as Dagger Mike, which is a great jump scare animation. Here's Nibbles. Hopefully he'll work for us. He's supposed to track us. Step. No, what in the world? Are these not plugged in or not working? That is too bad. I'm sorry, Nibbles. It's good to see him anyways with his awesome lollipop that he took a bite out of. Who's over here? Sitting Scarecrow, the classic. Will he work? Yes. Gotta love the sitting Scarecrow. They have an inflatable Scarecrow that looks just like him, sitting on a haystack. And I'd love to get it because he is such a classic. $99.99 for him was originally $170. That's an awesome deal. And Max Straw here. Will he turn his head? No, he is not working. He's another one of the ones that break very often. Somebody told me it might be because there's like fabric here that when you set him up, sometimes it can get caught in the neck, and then when he tries to turn his head, it breaks the mechanism. So if you buy him, make sure you set him up correctly, but I'm not sure if that's the reason why he breaks or not. Let's spin the wheel and see what we get if this is stable. And it's pretty stable. Let's see. Get us something good. I like the nap. I like to get the moon. Here we go. What are we gonna get? Ooh, lose a turn better than your head, but we're not going to spin it again. That thing is annoying and loud, but it's a nice touch this year. There's a little stack of animatronics here. There's the Ringmaster, Scarecrow, and Demonic Gatekeeper, Goofy Ghostface, and another Scarecrow, but that seems to be it. I looked around a little bit and didn't see any other animatronics back there, so let's go take a look at all the awesome goodies over here. They're nice and stocked. I see zombie babies already. Here's Barbara Wire. She is $50. No, $45. And look at this, the Peekaboo baby is already going off playing peekaboo with us. I love it. He is great, and he breaks pretty easily, I've heard, and I've seen some broken versions of him, but this one is working nicely. I love that, and I'd love to have this. He's like $70, I think. These guys are a little bit more expensive than these ones that don't move. And here is Spider Biter Billy, another one of my favorites. And down there is Snack and Stevie with his hand snack. And we have a few Devil Cherub here. Let's see if he will work. I found a lot of these that were dead and not working. And that seems to be the case this time, unless this guy works. Will he work? Nope, they are both dead. Everybody must love to press the buttons on him. More Snack and Stevie, more Spider Biter Billy, and that seems to be it. Wait a minute, right behind us, there's Flippin' Freddy sticking his tongue out, and Revenous, or no, not Revenous Ruby, what is his name? Wretched Ralphie with his rat snack, that's his name. What a disgusting little snack he has. And look at this, here's the ghost face statue, which we haven't seen in a while. The face actually lights up, that thing is awesome. It is $45, I'd definitely love to have that. So maybe, if I see one during the sales, I'll be able to get that. Around the corner here, they have some inflatables. There's the snakes, I love those. Those are super long, I think they're like 20 feet long, yes, 20 feet, that is crazy. I've always wanted this thing ever since I saw it, so I will definitely get him if I find him during the sales. Wait a minute, he's on sale right now for $100. Not too bad. The clown with the spinning eyes, the hearse, jack-o'-lanterns, wolves, reapers, and the dual mask inflatable. That's a good one for this year, brand new for 2024. And they have some ghosts, of course. Only the 8-foot ones. I think there's a bigger one. I'll have to keep my eye out for it. I haven't seen this in a while. The Monster Book of Monsters from Harry Potter. That is awesome. I don't even know which movie this is from, but I should probably watch the Harry Potter movies and figure it out. This is $35, and it has teeth and a tongue and everything. And I'm pretty sure you can just store stuff in there. That is really cool. And look at this, Platform 9 3/4. That is from the first movie, and a really cool sign if you like Harry Potter. $23 for that. Look at this, they have the pop figures. We usually see this one all the time. Bibbo with Shorty in the pizza box. I love that one, but check it out. They have Chucky and Tiffany. That is awesome. I think I've seen this a few times before, but this store has a bunch of them, and they're $40 a piece. And I believe, yes, down here they have Victor and Emily. That'd be a good one to get this year because they have Victor and Emily animatronics this year. That's probably about the same price, $45, but let's see if we can figure it out. $40 actually, $5 cheaper, not too bad. Check this out. We came around the corner and they have this awesome big ring light that says food. I don't know what store this was before, but I thought that it was like a CVS. Maybe it was a Walgreens or something. I'll have to check, but that's a awesome sign to still have in here. Speaking of awesome signs, look at that wavy arm guy. I want that. During the sales, you can buy these big cardboard signs, so I will definitely try to get that if I go to a store that has one during the sales. Let's see if we can find that costume over here. Sometimes they do have the wavy arm guy in a costume form, and he's an inflatable, but I do not see him anywhere here. They do have the hot pink tumbler though. How awesome. This is new for 2024. $35 for the tumbler costume, and they have the mint green up there, and I think that's it. But how cool. I've never seen that one before. They also have the inflatable skeleton pick-me-up. That's a good one for $50. Inflatable chicken, inflatable cow. They have a bunch of good inflatable costumes here. And check this out. They have a couple of the Godzilla Kong costumes. Just Godzilla though. I don't see Kong anywhere. And these are $70 a piece. This one is child, one size fits most, and it looks like a ginormous costume. That would be hilarious to see trick-or-treating. The face looks kind of funny on there. Look at the small eyes. That is awesome. They do have a couple of the new Poppy Playtime costumes here. Killy Willy, that one is my favorite now that it came out. I love this one. What a freaky costume. That is $65. I love that. That is so cool. I love whenever they do these costumes on certain characters and they do it correctly. They did a great job with the extended arms on that. This comes with poles that make your arms longer. So great job, Spirit Halloween, with that costume. I don't see any of the Bonnie costumes from Five Nights at Freddy's, but I did want to see some Nightmare Montgomery Gator costumes, and somebody told me that online they do have it. I'm gonna have to do a video on all the online stuff that you will not see in the store. $45 for the regular Montgomery Gator costume, but we will definitely check out the Nightmare Montgomery costumes online. And of course they have Freddy and Glamrock Freddy up there. Maybe they even have a Nightmare Freddy costume online. We'll check it out. And of course they have the book bags. I love these. I want him. Foxy is so cool. He's probably the scariest character in my opinion. $50 for Foxy. I've peed my pants from Foxy many times playing Five Nights at Freddy's, but Freddy is also an awesome one and a classic. $50 for each of those. Passing by this aisle, I saw something down here I want to look at, but first they do have a Skibidi toilet costume. We're starting to see these a lot more often now. These are $45 a piece. Inflatable, battery operated. One size fits most. This one's a child size, and he has mesh eyes that you look through. What a funny costume. I still can't believe they have those. But look at this Bumblebee. How cool would it be to be Bumblebee for Halloween? $40 for that. I'm pretty sure we have seen other Transformer costumes, but we'll keep our eye out for some more. Optimus Prime would be an awesome costume as well. And they have some of the Buzz Lightyear costumes. This is on clearance for $30. Not bad. Light up features too. That is really cool. And they have the inflatable jetpacks. If I was going to be Buzz Lightyear, I would definitely get the inflatable jetpack. That's on clearance for $8. Man, that is awesome. They're putting some cool stuff on clearance right now. Here's the arm laser from Disney Pixar Lightyear. That is really cool. I imagine this has a button. Yes, let's see what happens when you press the button. Hopefully it'll work for us. It's not lighting up right now, but when you press that button, the laser does light up and probably makes some sounds too. And that one is $20. And they have a regular Buzz Lightyear costume right here that also has light up features. A little button on his chest lights up. And this one actually comes with the inflatable wings, so you don't have to buy them separate. We'll check out the kids' Ghostface section here. There's the glow-in-the-dark Ghostface costume, which I'm actually not seeing as often lately. That is $27, and right over here I actually see the pink bedazzled Ghostface mask. I haven't seen any other colors, so I wonder if they're going to come out with more colors. That is $25. I'd love to see a green and a blue version of that. Ooh, and look right here, the inflatable Ghostface piggyback costume. That one is great. 50 bucks. I want that. If I find this during the sales in an adult costume, I might have to get it. We'll go over here and check out the masks. I already see the Glenn mask from Chucky. I don't know which Chucky movie Glenn is in. I'm gonna have to figure it out. I've only seen the first one, but it was an awesome movie, so I definitely have to check out the other ones. This one is $25. Not too bad. It is a half mask. And they have Chucky right next to him. This one's from Trick or Treat Studios from The Curse of Chucky, and that is $70. Here's the Wicked Scarecrow. I always point that one out because that is one of my favorites. What a freaky mask. I love that the straw is sticking out of the face. That one is $40. That one would be great for a Scarecrow costume. In one of my previous videos, I mentioned how I want Spirit Halloween to do more animatronic costumes. It'd be great if they did costumes of each of their animatronics each year when they have new ones, but they do have some from previous animatronics. Here's the Nightcrawler for 50 bucks. He is one of my favorite animatronics. Pig Butcher is down here. That was also an animatronic, but I don't remember which year that was from. 40 bucks for him. And that might be it actually for animatronic costumes right now. But of course they also have Jack the Reaper. He's not an animatronic, which I'm actually kind of surprised about. We're probably going to see an animatronic of Jack the Reaper at some point soon. $45 for him. Actually, that is not it for animatronic costumes. Here's Hugs the Clown in the clown section for $55. He was an awesome and super popular animatronic. And check it out, they have Charlie. He was another super popular one. My dad actually kind of made him famous by putting stickers in his bucket. And he is on clearance right now for 40 bucks. That is too cool. I wonder if that would also be 50% off on the sale so you can get it for $20. That would be really cool. And of course, sometimes you can find Crouchy costumes, but I don't see any of Crouchy right now. So hopefully they continue to do more animatronic costumes. This is too funny. I've never seen this costume before. The Tooth Fairy, and they've got a dude wearing it. $35. And it comes with wings, a crown, and a shirt that has a tooth on it. How funny is that? And right down here, I don't think I've ever seen this one either. I've seen baby costumes, but here's baby pajamas. It even has the butt flap. How funny. That one is $40 as well. Does it come with the teddy bear? One-piece pajamas with zip-off socks, butt flap, bonnet, and bib. No, so you have to bring your own teddy. No way. Back to the Future. Doc, what? I've never seen that one before either. How cool we're seeing some new costumes still this late in the season. This is $80. Comes with a jumpsuit, goggles, wig, gloves, and the belt bag. That is really funny. I wonder if they also have a Marty costume. That would be really cool. My dad actually used to make these costumes, Marty and Doc, and then sell them on eBay back in the day. That was back when he was NL Rebel. It looks like they have a decent selection of the Deadpool and Wolverine stuff here. And look at this. Here's a Deadpool jumpsuit. That is $40. And they have Ladypool. I've never seen that one before. And that is $55. Padded catsuit, mask with ponytail hole. How cool. And the belt with the pouches. So you'd need to get the katanas, and I don't see any here right now, but sometimes you can find them at other stores. I like this jumpsuit though. It's kind of like pajamas. I've already seen a few kids wearing Deadpool costumes for Halloween, so I know that's a popular one right now. And they have the Deadpool slippers. Those are cool. And the Wolverine mask. I have yet to see anybody wearing Wolverine stuff yet, but maybe we'll see Deadpool and Wolverine together during Trick or Treat. I don't see any of the Terrifier costumes here. They must have sold out. We're getting to the time of year when everything starts selling out. But they do have Pennywise right here below him. Two killer clowns together. And that one is 60 bucks. Not a bad costume, but you have to bring your own balloon for that. And they have the Terrifier slippers. Those are really cool. I bet my brother would love those. He just saw the third movie and he said it is awesome. Here's the mask. It looks great. They do have a bloody one. Sometimes you can find the bloody one in the stores, and that is $70. Most of the stores that I've been to lately have had awesome Ghostbusters sections, and this one is not disappointing. This is $50 for the Slimer costume. I want that one. In fact, if I find this during the sales, I will get it. Adult one size fits most, so hopefully it would fit me, but I love the Slimer face with the tongue. And they have plenty of the regular Ghostbusters jumpsuits, and they have the PKE meter here. I haven't seen that in a long time. It does make sounds and works. And the walkie-talkie, I have that one I got last year during the sales.
I think he can hear you, Ray.
Awesome quotes from the movie on that, and that is $25. And they have the Ecto 1 costume. I want that one as well. I love it. I thought about making my truck into an Ecto 1. That is $60. Whoa, what a sweet Killer Clowns section. They have tons of the Killer Clowns cotton candy guns, 2 popcorn guns, Jumbo and Shorty costumes, and they have the plush ice cream trucks from the Terenzi brothers. That is $30. I definitely want that too during the sales. Ooh, look. What is this guy's name? Fatso? Yes, Fatso. I want him too. I love Killer Clowns from Outer Space. They have a couple of Shorty's bats there as well. Those are 20 bucks a piece. Hopefully I can get one of these during the sales, and they're becoming more common in the stores now, so I think I have a good chance of getting one. I think it's 30 bucks originally. Yes, 30 bucks. So I get that for $15 during the sales. So hopefully November 1st we can find one. And of course, yes, I will buy the popcorn gun if I find it during the sales. How much is that one? I think it's $100. Yeah, that's $100. So 50 bucks and you can have the popcorn gun November 1st if you can find it. This is cool. So I've pointed out the Emily from Corpse Bride costume before. That one is 60 bucks. But I was wondering if they'd have Victor costumes, and right here they do have the Victor mask. So they don't have a full costume yet, but the Victor mask is a step towards that. He is $13. Not too bad. You know what I haven't seen in a while is the Bob costume from Beetlejuice. I wonder if everybody's buying those up. They do have right here the Astrid costume, and that's on clearance already for 40 bucks? That's pretty cool. Astrid comes with the dress and waist cincher, so you'd have to buy the handbook for the recently deceased separately, but I want to see the Bob costume again. I wonder if we'll find any more before the end of the season. And right there is the handbook for the recently deceased, and this one you can actually write in. It comes with a nice Beetlejuice style pen, and that is $17. And look at this, a jewelry set that comes with sandworms and a couple of beetle earrings. That is too cool. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. The sandworms are a necklace. They're awesome and detailed, and that is $17. I didn't notice this when I was over here looking at the zombie babies, but check this out. That reminds me of the Blair Witch Project, which is a super spooky movie. So if you have woods in your backyard, you can get a bunch of those and hang them up on the trees. And while we were looking around at everything, they came over here and fixed Nibbles the Clown, but watch his jaw whenever he talks. This is hilarious. I think he's on motion. Maybe the step pad will get him. There he goes. Look at his jaw. Of course we get his laughing animation, but that's okay. His jaw is hilarious. Oh, and he is tracking us. Cool. But I love that. His jaw is moving super fast. And they did get our good friend Dark Princess working. Let's see if she'll jump at me. She was jumping. Oh, there she goes. Jeez, she scared me. But she is cool. She's turned down right now, but that's okay. She is super freaky. I love that. If I find her in the box, I might have to grab her during the sales. What's up, guys? We're out here at Spirit Halloween in Alliance, Ohio. Stay tuned to the end of the video to see where I hide a small pumpkin with some stickers in there for you. Let's go inside and see if they have that Ringmaster animatronic we've been looking for. Let's see who's greeting us in here. A little bit different setup in here, but I like it. Alright, let's see around the corner here. Oh, we have one animatronic. Are there any in the back? We'll have to see. But right here we have Mr. Max Straw. There he is. How odd that they only have one animatronic right here. Good to see you, Mr. Max Straw. And here's the wheel. Let's spin the wheel and see what we get. Hopefully they have some animatronics in the back too. We'll definitely check it out. What will we get this time? Sorry, you are now dead inside. Oh no. This is a pretty big store, so I'm kind of surprised that I'm not seeing any more animatronics, but I'm hoping there are some in the back, so we are making our way back there to see if we can find any. This is so odd. There are no more animatronics. That was the only one up front there, so we'll start checking out the masks here. No new ones. Wait a minute. We see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 mask right there. That one is super cool. I kind of want that. Look at the ears on there. And mouths and noses, that is too funny. Pretty Woman Leatherface mask right there. But that seems to be it for the new masks. Actually, look at this blood-splattered hockey mask. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. And over here, they have plenty of empty spaces, and it says coming soon, so maybe they will get some more masks eventually. But for now, that seems to be it. Look at this, we have some animatronics on the floor here. Gravestone Ghoul, Wanda Webworth, Night Terror, and Max Straw. Why would they not have these set up front? I do not know, but at least they had them on the floor for sale. And look at this, there's a ghost face there and 2 popcorn guns. Those popcorn guns seem to be easier to find this year. We've got plenty of our friends here. Look, there are 3 crows, a ton of cats, 2 of the zombie seagulls, 2 of the spider cocoons. I really like those. They're like 20 bucks a piece, I believe. Yes, $20. Look, here's a posable spider. That is awesome. It's latex, I think. It feels like latex, but that is sweet. I've never seen that before. $20 for the posable spider. And we have 3 zombie squirrels, some zombie bunnies, some more cats, dogs, and they have 2 of the snails. I do love the snails. I think I want to get him and put him on my desk. He is $17. Right over here next to all the tombstones and the ghost face, we have this brand new tombstone. Let's press the button. Oh, he's not going to work, but he makes sounds and that eyeball lights up. That is super cool. Wait a minute, there's a tab. Let's pull it. All right, here he goes. Let's press the button. Yes. It is so loud. I like that a lot. That is a very cool tombstone. I see a few of Matchstick Mary here, and they have Pestilence Pete, the Plague Doctor. He is great, and I seem to find a lot of him lately, so I don't think he's going to be hard to find. If you want him, he should be at your local store. Tons of the little ghosts here. I love these. You string it up, and then he will float back and forth making some spooky sounds. Zombie babies. We have Gutsy Gwen. She is snacking on the guts. And this guy, Wretched Ralphie, I'm finally remembering his name, snacking on the rat. Spider Biter Billy. What is this dude's name? Flippin' Freddy, I think? Yeah, Flippin' Freddy, he's funny. And Snackin' Stevie, and I don't remember this guy's name, but he is crawling on the ground. And then we have a couple of horror babies too. Ghostface and 2 Michael Myers from Halloween 2 and 1 Pennywise. They have some inflatables here. There's a Ghostface, Killer Clowns, the clown with the spinning eyes, Rat, Jack-o'-lantern, the Scarecrow. I do want the Scarecrow. He is awesome. I always say I'm going to grab him and I never do. And he's on sale for $35 and he was $100? That is sweet. I may have to grab him. There's another one of the clowns. You can get a close-up look at him. His eyes spin around. A couple of hearses, gargoyles, ghosts, wolves. I don't see any of the owls. We're definitely going to keep our eyes out for the owls. And look at this. The Michael Myers Halloween 2 skull. That thing lights up so good. I love this thing. I think I'm going to get him at the end of the year. I love how it says Halloween 2 on the back. Lots of cool signs here, and I just watched the movie Mars Attacks, so I'm going to show you this again. The Mars Attacks laser gun. That is a sweet sign for $20. We saw that last year in 2023, and I want him so bad. And this one, Slow Alien Invasion. That is an awesome sign. If you've never seen the movie, definitely check out that movie. It is awesome. And speaking of Mars Attacks, there is a Mars Attacks blanket up here. I haven't been seeing them as much this year, but I really want that one. Mind Flayer, that movie I have never seen. Is that from a different movie? Oh, it's just a Dungeons and Dragons blanket. But that's a pretty cool one. I don't see any of the brand new blankets. Wait, we have a Beetlejuice blanket right here. That one is new. And we have a Crouchy blanket right here. You don't see that one every single time. And a Nightcrawler blanket. And they have some new pillows here. This one I believe has Sam on it. Yes, Sam for Trick or Treat. And look at this. They are fully stocked on all these little figures here. This is the Crypt Keeper. He's pretty cool, but this thing is pricey at $45 a piece. I want this dude pretty bad, the Blow Mold Killer Clown. This guy lights up, but I don't know if he's going to work. Let's press the button. Nope, he's not going to work. Ghostface, definitely want that one, and the Ghostface Blow Mold. Here's the Annabelle Blow Mold. And they only have a couple of bobbleheads. Michael Myers right there, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Here's a Killer Clowns one, and I believe Shorty spins. Yes, when you push the button, Shorty will spin around in a circle. That one's pretty cool. And what is this jigsaw puzzle? Sweet! This is a Pennywise jigsaw puzzle, 500 pieces. And there's another one from The Shining. I think I remember these from last year. But you don't see a whole lot of those. This is hilarious. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. Trashy couple. How funny is that? You can be a recycling bin or a trash bin. I love it. And there's some trash on there too. Banana peels, eggshells, and apples. That is too funny. And this is $60. I also like this awesome shark inflatable costume. That is hilarious for $60 as well. Here's the Bull Rider inflatable costume. That one is funny. That's $40. I'm not seeing any new Fall Guys costumes this year so far. We'll keep our eyes out, but they do have pretty much all of them here. There's the orange one, blue freeze, Skelly, pink, Blue, actually this is the tail, that's the accessory kit. The chicken inflatable, I like that one. There's the blue one, and these are all about $50 a piece. And they do have they have 3 pairs of the Minions gloves here. $13 for that, and here's a little Minions costume for $30. This is too funny. Check it out, a Dr. Eggman costume from Sonic. That is a hilarious costume for $70. And look at the mask on that. That is sweet. Sonic is a popular one. Here's a couple more animatronics on the floor for sale. Demonic Gatekeeper, 2 of him for $200 each. I'm really curious why they don't have more of them set up here in the front. And over here, this is funny, they have a Nozzles the Clown and Slim. If I was them, I would definitely set up maybe Slim, because he is awesome, but definitely I would be taking some of these off the floor and setting them up. This is hilarious, the Toy Story alien costume. That would be so cute for my daughter to wear for Halloween. $40 for that. Or I could have her dress up as a gremlin for $37. We saw these last year, the arm wrap worm from Corpse Bride. That is too funny. They have a decent selection of Corpse Bride stuff here. Because Beetlejuice is coming out soon, let's check out some of the costumes here. They have this one right here for $70. Not a bad costume, and I believe that comes with the wig? I do not see it in there, but I'm pretty sure that comes with the wig. No, just the jacket, pants, and tie. We'll have to go over and see if we can find a wig for him. So that is $70, but I do not see any specific Beetlejuice wigs here. Though there are a few that you could change into a Beetlejuice wig with a little bit of work. But that's weird. I wonder if other stores have the wigs. This Ready to Rock one, you could probably easily change that into a Beetlejuice wig. $25 for that. They do have the new Megan costume. This came out last year and it is $60. Megan is pretty popular. And they have the Annabelle costume. I don't see that one often. And that one is $50. This is something new that I haven't seen before. Check it out. It's a Ghostbusters Slimer costume. That is too cool. And it glows in the dark. That is awesome. $50 for that. And I want it so bad. I would wear these as pajamas. How cool. And look at this. We have a Night Terror up here and Cotton Candy Dan. And of course the sitting scarecrows. And look, we got 3 Grave Watchers. So they do have a decent amount of animatronics on the floor for sale. Here's the mini horror babies here. I want those so bad. They don't have very many new pop figures this year, but we have all the ones that we love to see. And look at this Crouchy. This is not too hard to find, but it's super awesome. $40 for Crouchy. Do they have the Spirit Halloween Art the Clown shirt? I don't think so. I don't even know if they're shipping them out because I have not seen a single one at any stores yet. But we will keep our eyes peeled. Look at this awesome Beetlejuice shirt. That is sweet. They have so many cool new shirts this year. Alright guys, that was an awesome store. Before we go, we're going to hide a little pumpkin for you guys to find. So there is the store right there. And right over here is a light post in the parking lot. And I'll show you right here where I am going to hide the little pumpkin for you to find. There are 3 stickers in there. You can either take one and leave some for the other fans, or you can take the whole loot for yourself. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up guys, it is a crisp, cool fall day and we are out here at Spirit Halloween in Aurora, Ohio. There is a ton of new stuff being released right now, so let's go inside and see if we can find any of it. I see Cotton Candy Dan here. Awesome, they have the whole setup. Ghostface and Cotton Candy Dan, let's get him going first.
Get your cotton
Nice and loud.
here. We've added some new ingredients. I think you're gonna like it.
Cotton Candy Dan rocks, and I love the crackling sound in his animation. Ghostface, they've got the bloody mask on him, how awesome. And this knife is a little bit bent. It seems like all the knives are a little bit bent. That's like a foam. I thought it would be a plastic, but I like the foam. They probably did that to make it a little safer. He always tilts his head first. Ghostface rocks. I'm totally gonna get him. I see this dude over here. He said, hey you, he's calling me. Aw man, they don't have Towering Tallulah working. That is too bad. She's awesome. She jumps up super fast, but we'll have to skip her. What? They don't have Mr. Scarecrow here for us. That's too bad. Probably because his neck is always broken. Let's spin the wheel. This one spins good. I've seen a few of these where this thing is just beat up and falling apart. Let's see what we get. Will we survive? Oh. Oh, we got the skull. Too bad. All right, let's see who's over here. I do see the giant death ray right there, but first, let's check out Nibbles the Clown for $300. Activate him with the laser gun. Love that he's following me. That tracking is so cool. I tried to juke him. He is great. That was a cool animation. He was just laughing. Let's do it one more time.
I see you. You can't escape my gaze. So why don't you come a little closer and let's play a game.
He is awesome.
If you win, you'll get a prize. If you lose, well, don't say I didn't warn you.
He is so cool. I love it. Sitting Scarecrow is here. Let's get him going. Hello, Scarecrow. I do want to get him because he is such a classic. It would be a shame not to have him. There's a couple things on the floor here, but first we're going to check out the giant death ray. Love the lights on him. Let's get him going. Awesome creepy sounds on him, and I love the way his head moves. They're really stepping it up with the way these animatronics move and the different abilities of them. Like the tracking on Nibbles is super awesome, and I love the way this guy's head moves. It's different than anything else. I don't know if they have any more animatronics back there, but first, let's check out what they have on the floor for sale. Bobby String's Night Terror, which I really want, and I might grab him today, $100. I'll consider walking out with him today. Man's Possessed Friend, they have one Reagan here, and she is $219. I was kind of hoping she would be... Oh, she is on sale. She was originally $280, so a little discount on her. That's pretty cool. The Demonic Gatekeeper, they have one Nibbles, 3 of the Howling Spirit, and I do want the Howling Spirit. How much is he? He is $200. I thought maybe he'd be on sale as well, but I guess not. Always a bunch of the Sitting Scarecrow. We have Barnaby the Bear, 2 of him. The Greystone Ghoul. I cannot believe I haven't seen this set up anywhere. Some people are telling me that he is set up at their stores. $180 for him. I'd love to see him operating. Maybe one of these days we'll see him in another store set up. The Colderness I want super bad. Hey, check it out. They got a Corpse Bride. At 2 Emily's, but they don't have the husband. I don't know where he is. $290 for the Colderness. I want her so bad, and it's really hard not to walk out here with her. I'll consider grabbing her, but I hope I find her elsewhere if I don't get her today. 1 Giant Death Ray, 2 Ghostface, 1 Grave Watcher, 2 Emily, 1 Mr. Punchy. How awesome. And he is $210. He is awesome. I did a setup of him recently. And 2 Wanda Webworth. I want her as well. I'm pretty sure she's like $300 though. Let's see. I think she's over $300. I don't see the price on there, but she's pretty expensive. We'll have to check the price on her the next place we go to. This place is set up different and I love it. Over there is where we started. There's some more animatronics over there. I guess that's another entrance actually. Zombie babies though. Are there any of the new ones? Yes, we have one new one, and it is the barbed wire baby. What is her name? We gotta start learning the new ones' names. Barbara Wire. I love it. She is $45, comparable to all the others. And look at her. She's got little pigtails and some barbed wire in her mouth and around her body. I'm so glad that they have one of the new ones. There are a couple other new ones coming out, but we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for them. They have a bunch of Playtime here. Sweet. Love the purple on him. Snackin' Stevie, Wretched Ralphie, Flippin' Freddy. What is this guy's name? I can never remember his name. Glorious George, Revenous Ruby, Devil Cherub. They have 2 of him. Will he work? He's dead. Let's see if this one works. My daughter is so smart. She's not even 2 years old, and whenever I press the buttons and something doesn't work, she says it needs batteries. Yeah, these both need batteries. Spider Biter Billy and Chomp and Connie here. Awesome selection of zombie babies. Let's go check out these animatronics. I am so surprised that I have not seen this girl's husband yet. I can't remember his name. They almost always have Emily at every location I go to, but they never have the husband. Look at that clown. I love that so much. That is awesome. Man, that is cool. All right, Bobby Strings, let's get him going.
Hey, everyone. Wanna hear a song? Let me sing it.
He almost always sings to me.
Oh, I know a naughty child who was so very
Bedhead
bad.
Bobby with his wild hair.
All my candy and made me real mad. So when I get free, I'm gonna fix him good. Just gonna bump heads with this block of wood. Let that be a lesson, kids. Don't be a blockhead.
He's awesome. And he is huge. Look at the size of his face to my hand. Everybody says to give him a high five. So we'll high five. We'll wait until he... Yep, there you go. High five, Bobby. All right, Emily, we'll activate her for a moment here. I really wish your husband was here, girl.
I do.
She said, I do. She wishes her husband was here, too.
The bride.
This is a super cool animatronic. My dad did a setup of both of them. And Barnaby the bear is growling for us. Always good to check out Barnaby the bear. My daughter likes him. I took my daughter to Spirit Halloween. I'll have to do a video of her going to Spirit Halloween and checking out the animatronics. She says, Halloween store? Fun at the Halloween store? They are super well stocked here. The masks are right here. We could go through those first. Let's do that. They have a bunch of the clowns. They are really well stocked. There's like hardly any empty spaces except over here, but it says coming soon, so they're letting us know they have some things coming. Look, they got some Crouchy masks here with the gloves. These are actually kind of hard to find. These are $50 a piece. They do come with the gloves, so that's awesome. And they have like all the clowns in this one spot, so they are really nice and organized here. They even have the ice cream clown, and they have Nozzles here, and he's supposed to light up for us, but he is probably dead. I'm gonna have to look for the old people masks because those ones were funny. Everybody loved it when I said I was gonna sell my grandma after looking at those masks because they cost so much. I do not see those here. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Here she is, Grandma. She is $30 for this one, and that's not too bad. Probably because the mouth doesn't move. The ones that the mouth moves are super expensive. But hold on, we got one more old person over here, also just named Grandma, and that one is $17. That's also a better price. But if I was gonna sell my grandma, I'd sell her for about $80. They have the cat mask here. This one rocks. 40 doll hairs. That is nuts, even though it is a super awesome mask. And it goes all the way over your head. I do like ones like that. Look at this, the Prism Bowl? What? I've never seen that before. That's a unique one. Pretty cool that they have that. And they got a couple of the pumpkin masks here. Here's the UV pumpkin mask and Possessed Pumpkin. And I don't know what this one is called. Jack-o'-lantern. And this one's just a plastic half mask. That one's 17 bucks. Pretty cool. Tons of good stuff over here. But first, we missed Gutsy Gwen. Ah, she's working too. Sweet. She is my favorite, but she's super expensive. Let's see here. She is $70. That is nuts. Even though she is animated, I think she should be like 45 to 50 bucks. They have two Michael Myers. He is new and awesome. A bunch of Haunted Mansion stuff here. Everybody's asking me to look at the Haunted Mansion stuff. This is a magnet set, which is pretty cool. Look at that. And this is $14.99, 5 resin magnets. Here's a door knocker. It knocks and makes some creepy sounds. I don't hear any quotes, though. There we go. There's one quote. It says, hurry back. This is an awesome wreath. It lights up super well. Let's see if we can get it to work. Please? Yes, look at that. And what is this? Is this a mug? That's pretty cool. What's it supposed to be? $22 for the Madame Leota mug. That is pretty cool. So I suppose you do put some drinks in there, but it almost looks like a candle holder. There's some plush things right here. I love the bat. I want to get that for my daughter. That one is $17, but look at this, a new pillow. 3 thumbs up, and this is the Haunted Mansion pillow for $22. I've never seen that one. That's pretty cool. This is a sweet picture. I don't know if this is from a movie or anything, but that is pretty cool. This is $25. It's just called Ghost Couple. Here's another sign that's not from any movies. It's just a regular decorative sign. Dead and Breakfast, kind of like bed and breakfast. That's hilarious. This is $27. We've got Sidesteppers here. Ghostface, he works. Love the Ghostface one. Michael Myers, he works as well. Gotta love that one. And Chucky. I've been seeing a lot of Chucky. And check it out, a bunch of bobbleheads. Hold on, first, does this work? Yes, I love this statue. I'm definitely gonna have to get that. The Killer Clowns from Outer Space Slim bobblehead. I love this one and I want it super bad. Ghostface, Elvira, I don't remember. Somebody corrected me on how to say her name, but I don't remember what it is. They have 3 of the Killer Clowns baby bobblehead. I thought these were going to be hard to find, but they're actually super easy to find. They have Michael Myers hiding behind the bush, but none with him hiding behind the sheet. That one is super hard to find. We'll keep our eyes peeled, though. And they have 2 of the ray guns from Mars Attacks. I want this thing so bad. I'd love to see it activating. Maybe we'll buy it and do an unboxing and review video of it. Let me know in the comments if you want me to do that. And check this out. They have a ton of signs and pictures here. Look at this, the Amityville Horror. I have never seen this movie. However, I do have a mug that I got from here last year that has the house on it and a fly. It's an awesome mug, and this is a great picture. $17.99. And look at this, I've never seen this before. Rules of Halloween. Wear a costume, hand out treats, never blow out a jack-o'-lantern, and always check your candy. I've never seen that trick-or-treat picture before, but that is awesome. And there's another new one up here. There it is, the Beetlejuice picture. This is super cool. And I'm wondering if these are magnets that you can move around? Yeah, magnetic sign for $27. There's a sandworm and Barbara and, what is his name? Adam and a door. That's hilarious. This sign right here is another new one, and I love that. I saw somebody recently on my dad's Facebook page bought this, and I am jealous because I want it. $37, a little expensive, but super awesome, and I love Beetlejuice. And they have the light up sign there. This is the awesome cup that I saw the other day. I love that. They have the door knocker here. Oh, but it doesn't work. And the Lydia Sidestepper. They have the awesome Ghostface sign. I love that one. It's probably my favorite sign in the whole store. And the soap dispensers. I want this one right here with the blood. Tons of Hocus Pocus stuff here. Hocus Pocus is popular. They came out with the 2nd movie last year. Look at this, 4 Winifred statues. That is crazy. I guess nobody wants these, so they're staying in stock. They have an awesome mug here. It says, I put a spell on you, and now you're mine. Binks is on there. That's great. Here's a sweet tumbler. Look at the colors on that. $13 for the tumbler. And look at this one. Sweet. It's a special potion, and it's got Binks on there. Oh no, but his ear is broken off. This has a button. Let's see if it lights up. Ooh, yes. I don't know if you can see that very well, but it lights up purple. And this one might light up for us too. Yes. All right. That one's green. And this is a mug that you can actually use and actually put some coffee in there. Sanderson Sisters Special Potion. This one is $17. Here is a tray, and it says, I lit the black flame candle. That's cool. That is $13. And they have a plate set, a 4-pack plate set, and that is Binks. And what does it say? Cats got my tongue. That's hilarious. This is $13. Check it out. They have the Sidesteppers, the ghosty Sidesteppers. I love that one. My daughter is definitely going to get one of these, possibly for Christmas. And they have this little ghosty with some bat wings on it. He is $13. That's just a little decorative piece. And a bunch of the cups. This mug I definitely want. I hope I can get this during the sales. And this is $10. Not a bad price at all for an awesome ghosty mug. Checking out the costumes over here real quick. They have a bunch of good ones here. They have the Nightcrawler. He is $50. They also have the Pig Butcher and the Ghosts. There's the Dark Sea Creature right there. The Hazardous Waste Zombie is super cool. And it's blacklight reactive. That one's $50. Hey, check this out. They have the Zelda Link Shield. That is awesome. This is $20. Zelda is popular, and look at this. They also have the Zelda Link Traveler's Bow and Arrow set. That is crazy. This is $27. A little bit pricey, but if you're going to be Link, that would be great to have. This is a pretty cool soap dispenser. Look at the pile of bones and skulls. I love it. And I love this red skull soap dispenser too. $13 for that and $17 for this one. I forgot to point this out earlier, but they do have 3 of the Glenn Chucky dolls. Actually, 4 of them. These were super popular last year. And they have 3 of the Sam Trick-or-Treat sitting dolls with the removable light-up pumpkin. That is awesome. He is $100. Over by the Five Nights at Freddy's costumes, check this out. They have t-shirts now. That is hilarious. That's Freddy's belly. And they have Foxy. That is awesome. I've never seen these before. This is new for 2024. How cool. $17 a piece. That is not bad at all for an awesome shirt. Their Minecraft section is stocked too. Look at this. They've got the diamond armor. They have creepers, the regular Steve, netherite armor right there, and they have all these tools. What material is that? Is that netherite pickaxe? Oh, this is just a enchanted pickaxe for $17. That's cool. And a diamond pickaxe right there. And they have a diamond sword and an enchanted sword. I used to play Minecraft all the time. Oh look, another sword. Nether sword. That is awesome. They are fully stocked with the tools and weapons here. This is cool. They have an inside-out treat tote. That's cute. I know it's a popular movie. $17 for this. I don't know if it's been in the movie because I haven't seen the movie, but that's an awesome inside-out too treat tote. And right next to those, they have a ton of Harry Potter stuff. Look at this. A Hogwarts robe for $30. They have a Hogwarts dress. Here's the deluxe Gryffindor robe right there for $45. Luna Lovegood costume for $50. And they have a ton of accessories. Here's a bunch of wands. This one is Harry Potter's. This one is Voldemort's. They have ties and Harry Potter's glasses. This store has a little bit more of a selection for the kids' costumes. Some of the stores don't have a huge selection of these. But look at this. There's a cutie vampire for $30. Here's a spider. That's an awesome one for $35. I totally want that. I love the eyes up there on the head. Red Riding Hood is here, and they have Wonderful Alice. That's hilarious. Alice White Rabbit. I've never seen that one before. There's an elephant costume. There's a cow. Look at this little raccoon. How funny. That one is $25. They have a ton of kids costumes here. And speaking of kids costumes, they do have some Bluey stuff. There's bingo costumes, Bluey costumes for $40. Pretty pricey, geez. And they have plush backpacks with Bluey. That's awesome. $37 a piece. Here's a closer look at bingo. And it says coming soon, so they must have more stuff to put on the shelves eventually. Oh, and here's that female bingo costume right there for $40. And they have Bluey glasses here. That's too funny. $13 for the Bluey sunglasses, and they have bingo sunglasses, and they have Bluey ears. Here's the doormats. I don't see the new Terrifier one, but I do see a new Beetlejuice one. Check this out. It's showtime. That is so cool. Party City has an inflatable of that right there, and I want it so bad. We'll have to look at that when we go to Party City next. Somebody told me that the Terrifier Spirit Halloween shirts are online only, which is too bad. I've been looking for them, and I haven't found them so far, so I guess you're right. Maybe we will never find that in stores, but you never know. We do see some animatronics on the floor that are online only, so you never know. It might pop up somewhere. But they do have a ton of awesome shirts here. Drop by the Clown Cafe. That's another Terrifier shirt. They have all these ones with TVs featuring movies. There's Terrifier, Friday the 13th. That one's from Scream. This one's Michael Myers. Awesome American Psycho shirt. I want that one really bad. And this Creepshow shirt. That is an awesome Creepshow shirt. They have the Ghostbusters Slimer. What is this thing called? Jumpsuit. I love this one. It's got his tongue and everything. I want that really bad. This one is $50. It's an adult, one size fits most. Here's the Beetlejuice section with all the costumes and everything. Look at this one, a female Beetlejuice dress. That is too cool. And right down here, they have the Green Vert hairspray. You can actually color your hair green with that, and that is $7. And of course, they have the regular Beetlejuice costumes here for $70 a piece, and they have the red wedding suit for $70 as well. And look at this. I don't think I've ever seen this before. It's Lydia's red dress for $60. So you can get that, and you can get Beetlejuice's wedding outfit, and you guys can be Beetlejuice and Lydia when they got married. That would be a sweet couple's costume. Plenty of Nightmare Before Christmas costumes here. Look at this. Jack Skellington, $130. That is crazy. This is a heavy costume. I love this thing. It's super detailed, and they even have a plus size one right there as well. And that one is $100. Oh no, that one's only $50. Oh, I see, because this one is the full suit, and this one just has like a half suit and some pants. And they have the mayor that is cool for $37. Inflatable Oogie Boogie down there, and they have some Sally costumes. Here's another Jack Skellington suit, and this one is $70. It does not come with this mask. Here's a female Jack Skellington costume there for $60. Also doesn't come with the mask. And they have premium Sally wigs for $27. And here's a staff that is an awesome Jack Skellington staff, and this one is $40. They have some sweet Sally chokers that is too cool. It makes it look like you have stitches on your neck. And this is a sweet Jack Skellington hat. Look at that. I love it. That is $17. How cool. Look at what I just found. A Ghostface color change mask mask. Hold on. This is $22. I've never seen this before, and watch this. It's red there, and if you wait long enough, it changes. There's green. Let's see what else it does. Hopefully there's like a blue and a purple. Yes, there's a nice blue. This is crazy cool. I actually want this really bad. That one's like a greenish yellow. Another blue there. We gotta have a purple somewhere. Yes, that's kind of like a purple there. This is too cool, and this is the first time seeing this. Oh, look, they have a ton of these. This must be brand new, and they just released them. That is too awesome. There's so many of them here on the shelf. This store is crazy well stocked. And look at this. They have Shrek feet here. This I need. This is $30, and these are like slippers. I want that so bad. They have 2 of them here. I hope to see more of these at other stores. All right, I'm gonna pass up the Colderness. I want her so bad, and I really hope I find her somewhere else, but I'm gonna have to pass her up. And we are going to pass up the Night Terror for right now. I will get him before the season's end, but not today. I will get you, Night Terror. I will be back. All right, guys, that's it for Spirit Halloween in Aurora, Ohio. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up, guys? Right here at Spirit Halloween in Zanesville, Ohio. Unfortunately, the Halloween season is nearing its end, but that's not such a bad thing because that means we are also getting near the 50% off sales. So as we look around, keep in mind what you want to get during those sales, and let's go inside and check it out. This looks like a small store from the outside, but I hope the inside is a lot bigger. Ooh, this is a little bit different. I see Ghostface and the Ringmaster over here. They have a ton of animatronics back there, actually, and I see some ones that we haven't seen a little bit, but first, let's see Ghostface and get him going. Step. He always tilts his head first.
Now I see something red.
I think that's my favorite quote from him. He's not slashing as much as he does usually, but that's okay. Good to see you, Ghostface, and the Ringmaster. Hello, Ringmaster. I wonder if his back will work this time.
Welcome to the carnival. My friends are going to show you a scary good time.
Not quite, but that's okay. He's got a big nose, and his hands are huge too. That's pretty crazy. Always loved this awesome skull staff, and I'm kind of surprised they don't have a skull staff. But we'll check in the back and see if they do here. I didn't see any other stores. The Colderness. I want her so bad. I am so excited that she is here. Wait a minute, I just tried to step on the paper. Is there anything to activate her? Maybe not. She might not be plugged in unless she's on some kind of motion, but I don't think she is. That's too bad. She tilts that thing and pours some fog in there and has some really creepy quotes. She is probably one of the scariest animatronics they have this year, and she's actually from last year, I think. 2023. Max Straw's here. Let's see if he turns his head. He's not gonna turn his head. He's not even clicking like he does sometimes. Love the crow sound. I really wish they'd have a crow on his shoulder. And they do have some crows, like latex crows, and you can put them on his shoulder. That would be awesome. And look at this, the Night Terror. I missed him. I haven't seen him in a long time. And he works. Kind of weird that the paint is like chipping off his face. I wonder if it's supposed to be like that. I've never noticed that before. But he is one of my favorites for 2024. Let's activate him one more time because I love him so much. And you can customize this dude. I would definitely put a bird face on him and then change his outfit. I think I want to do that. I'm definitely going to pick him up. Hopefully during the sales. I wasn't going to wait that long, but I haven't gotten a chance to buy him yet. What an awesome dude he is. And over here we have Art the Clown and the Cremator. I've seen a couple of the Cremator recently. I've heard a lot of good things about the third Terrifier movie, so if you like the gory stuff, Definitely check that out. I haven't seen the third one yet. That's what he looks like if you customize him with some blood, and I'm wondering if you can wash the blood out of his outfit here. I imagine you probably could, but I don't know if I'd want to get him all covered in blood unless you want to keep him like that permanently. Here's the cremator. He's awesome. Great lights on him. Makes it look like he's on fire.
Cross the threshold where the dead walk free. Enter, and in the darkness you will find me.
The carnival sounds are super loud, but you can still hear his quotes. I love this Down the Duck section here. I wonder how much they are selling this whole section for during the sales, because you can buy it. Scarecrow, let's see if he'll scare us. Is he on motion? Maybe he's not working. Oh, that is too bad. He's a classic. He must be taking a little nap right now. Look at this. They have Blackheart here. I didn't even notice it. I just walked right past him. I haven't seen Blackheart in forever.
Your time has come. Join me now and forever. We will own the night.
I love him. I've seen a few of him for sale this year, but I haven't seen him actually activating. That is awesome. Good to see you, dude. I do see some animatronics on the floor, but first, we're going to check out all these guys. This place is full of the animatronics. There goes Barnaby.
I will light your way in darkness.
No balancing, but he is roaring. I wonder why he's not balancing. Let's see if he'll go. Oh, he's on motion. Wonder why he's not balancing. If he broke or if he's just not set up correctly. We'll give him a little pet. Good to see a fuzzy Barnaby. And check this out. They do have Victor. We're starting to see Victor everywhere now. It's a little late to see Victor this late into the season, but that's okay. Now that she went, he's gonna go.
With this hand, I will lift your sorrow.
I will lift your sorrows.
Your cups will never empty, for I will be your wine.
Pretty cool. Those are awesome. Love the head movements and the blinking. Makes it so realistic. And we have Bobby Strings. He is working.
We'll soon find out when you're asleep tonight. I found some scissors to cut me
His
down
jaw's
from
not
here,
quite working.
And then I'll string you up in my place.
Maybe somebody punched him in the jaw.
What's that? We'll have so much fun together. At least I will.
Good to see you, dude. And there's even more animatronics on the other side. Ooh, Cotton Candy Dan is here too. This place is loaded.
Better be careful walking around in this place. You can get in all kinds of sticky situations here.
Probably one of the most favorite animatronics for 2024. Wanda's one of my favorites, though. Is this going to activate her? No, it's not. We'll have to step on the pad. Loud. I love it. I love when they have her turned up loud because she has some really creepy, awesome sounds. But this one arm is not working. It must be broken. Somebody tried to smash the giant spider. Good to see her. What an awesome animatronic. Jumping Spider's here, but it looks like he's taking a nap. And Nibbles is here, and he's working.
Caught my eye. Don't worry, I'm just admiring your costume. Hey, you over there. Yeah, you. I'm giving out some candy. I thought this would be
He's not tracking me. Some of these animatronics are broken. They're probably so overused from sitting here in the store all season. They're tired.
I'm harmless.
I'm harmless.
Mostly.
Good to see you, dude. Let's go inside the Funhouse of Terror and see if it smells like cotton candy. Yeah, it does. Kind of smells like it. And there's Jack the Reaper. Awesome. They're probably also selling these things during the sales. You can get this entire setup during the 50% off sales. I'm not sure on the price, but it'd be really cool to buy this. All right, let's go see what animatronics they have on the floor for sale. We got these few right here, two Mr. Punchy, which I've actually seen a few at the last store I was at. 10% off because the box is damaged and he still works. That is awesome. What's the original price? I think it's like $200 maybe? $209.98. Not too bad. And you get him 10% off too if you buy that one. How awesome. Two Barnaby the Bear. And if we go back over this way, we do have a groundbreaking worm right there. Those are kind of hard to find, but we're seeing a few lately. And they have an Emily and two Slim. And I was just thinking about buying a Killer Clown from Outer Space on my way here. I was hoping I'd find Shorty somewhere, but I haven't found him anywhere yet. And he is, I don't see a price on him. Probably like $300 though. I don't remember from last year, but he is an awesome animatronic. Love the Killer Clowns from Outer Space. They have a Black Heart for sale here and a Rat Girl. I did buy her this year, and one Wanda Webworth. And there's some more animatronics right over here. A bunch of the Grave Watcher Dark Princess. I'm gonna have to see if my dad already has her because I want her. $170 for that. Ghostface, they have three of the Goofy Ghostface. Demonic Gatekeeper is awesome too. I want him as well. And the Straw Man. He would be great for a cornfield theme. I think that's it for the animatronics on the floor for sale, but we do have zombie babies. I don't remember this dude's name. Gorius George maybe. He's crawling on the floor. And we have Wretched Ralphie with his rat snack and the Peekaboo baby, which we're seeing a ton of him lately. But I don't see a try me button, so we can't get him going. I love the fiery eyes on him. Who else do we have over here? Two Devil Cherub. I always see a bunch of him, but he's almost always dead. And yes, these two are dead. Spider Biter Billy, they almost always have a ton of him. They have 3, 4 here right now, 5 here right now. That's crazy. And the purple baby, I can't remember his name, Slaytime. Ooh, and he is on sale right now for, or maybe it's not on sale, they just wanted to put a tag on there. $45 for him. I kind of like that they're doing that. They're just adding tags on here to let you know how much something costs when the tag is not there. And that is really nice because I found so many products that did not have a price tag on it, which makes you not want to buy it because you don't know how much you're going to pay for it. So I appreciate that they are doing that here. Here's one of those crows I was talking about. These are $25 a piece. They're just latex. They don't move or make sounds, but they would still look great on Max Straw's shoulder. And of course, they have the zombie seagulls down here, one of my favorites for 2024, for $25. And you know what I realized the other day is I haven't seen the Chupacabra in a long time. I think the only time I saw him was at Flagship. So I hope we find one of him before the end of the season, but we're running out of time. They do have 2 of the spider egg sacs. I love those. Those are also new for 2024, and I believe they're $25 a piece. Actually, they're only $20 a piece. Not too bad. That would be an awesome touch for a spider theme. The lawn stakes, they have the scary pumpkins. They probably have the other ones in here too somewhere. There's the silly ghosts in there. And these are $8 a piece, and they are all black light reactive, so they glow when you put a black light on them. Oh, look, they have all the peekers too. Alien skeletons and the tree face. Here's the inflatables right over here. I love how this store is set up. It looked really small on the outside, but it's actually a decent sized store. For inflatables, we have the rat. I haven't seen him in a long time. I really want him. He is $30. They have the owl. I did buy him. They have ghosts, cats, jack-o'-lanterns, gargoyles. Fright in the box. I haven't seen him in a long time either. Let's see how much he is. He is sort of rare. He is $100. My dad has him. He's a lot bigger than he looks. 8 feet tall. Jack the Reaper archway, the clowns, the spinning eyes. Oh, they have 4. Oh my gosh. 4 Fright in the box. That is unheard of. And look at this. They have the 12-foot jumbo, 2 of them, and the Killer Clowns inflatable. I really want the 12-foot jumbo. He is really cool. And look, they have a coffin. They have the haunted trees, the reapers. They have all kinds of awesome inflatables here. This store rocks. They even have some of the Porch Buddies. They have 3 Sam Porch Buddies here. These are $50 a piece. They have Ghostface ones too, but I don't see any of those here. I do see a foam coffin right there. I really want the foam coffin. Tons more goodies over here, and hold on, look at this. They have the Pennywise statue I haven't seen in so long. He lights up blue. He does have some creepy quotes, but it's too quiet for you to hear right now. This is probably $90. Yeah, $90. Not too bad. There's a fire. He is awesome. I love this one, and I hardly ever see it. And they have some of these guys. I haven't looked at these in a while. $45 for the Mars Attacks Martian, and the Earth does light up red, but he is not working right now. And this snow globe is super loud if you can get it to work. And those are both dead. Oh, they have one of the Terrifier LED light up signs. I have hardly ever seen this one. I might have seen it once or twice so far this season. That is $50. What an awesome sign. I love all the neon LED light up signs. Hopefully they make more each year because I need a bunch of them for my office. Here's the Sidesteppers, and they have a bunch of them. Check it out, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I have not seen him for sale in a long time. We got Texas Chainsaw, Ghostface, Chucky, Gizmo, and Spiky, and Michael Myers. Let's see how many of them work. Ready, go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, we got a bunch of them going. These guys ended a little bit early. I think my favorite one from this year is probably Gizmo. He is awesome. He's bigger too. Gizmo is $33. I think they're all about that same price. Texas Chainsaw Massacre was hard to find last year, but I did end up getting him. Yeah, 33 bucks a piece for these. Bobbleheads, of course. Michael Myers hiding behind the bush is really common. Slim is not as common, but he is awesome, and you can find him pretty easily, but he's not at every store. And I'm trying to find the price on there. There it is. 40 bucks for that. $40 for Bobbleheads is pretty pricey, but during the 50% off sales, you can get that for 20 bucks. Georgie, Bagwell, you see those pretty often. Here's some Texas Chainsaw Bobbleheads. I did get that one last year as well, and the Exorcist one. And look at this. They have the atomic ray gun and 2 of the popcorn guns. We're starting to see these a lot more lately, and I still haven't seen this thing operating. If I can get this during the sales, I'll do a video showing you guys what this thing does, but if you want to come into the store, you can scan his brain and see what it does. Hold on, it includes a Spirit exclusive holographic blacklight reactive poster. That is cool. How have I never noticed that? That makes me want this even more. I love Mars Attacks. I wonder what size that poster is. I'd love to put it in my office with this gun. Speaking of Mars Attacks, they have the Mars Attacks Caution Invasion Area wreaths here. I love the flying saucers on those. This does light up, I believe, but... oh, there's the button. There you go. It lights up a little bit. I kind of wish they would put like a green light behind his head, but those are super cool, and they have Killer Clowns ones with the popcorn on it. Love that one as well. There's Sam, that one's from Haunted Mansion, and I've never seen this before. Light up moon wreath. That's pretty cool. It's purple. I came back here to check out the masks. I always do, and look at what we finally found for the first time this season. It's the evil corn mask. I cannot believe it took us so long to find this thing, and I want him really badly, but I'm pretty sure he's expensive. Oh my goodness, yes, he is 70 bones. That is crazy, but that is one of the coolest masks I've ever seen in my life. Super glad we found him, but we are going to hang him up because I don't want to grab him for that price right now. Maybe during the sales, I'll have to come back here and grab him. And look at this. They have the Scarecrow set that actually has some gloves. That is cool. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. I may have seen the mask, but I don't believe I've seen the gloves before, and those are awesome. Look at the claws on that. That is crazy. That would be great for a Scarecrow costume, and you could even mix match the masks and get this awesome King of Crows mask. That one's one of my favorites too. Super scary. And this Scarecrow mask is 50 bucks with the gloves. Not too bad. And look at this. They also had the Penguin mask. This one's super freaky. I would love to see somebody trick-or-treating in that. This thing is scary. I'd like to get some different masks, especially like this one. Everybody knows that it's a penguin, but you could paint these and make them look different and customize Halloween masks. I might do some videos doing that. If I do, let me know what mask you want to see customized. This store is super well stocked on all the cool stuff. Here's some live wires, and I love that they put them all right here for me to reach because I'm going to turn them all on at the same time. Ready, go. No lights on that one, but it's working. Sweet. I love the live wires. I'm definitely going to grab some of these if I can find them during the sales. This might be a good store to go to. I only wish that they had the Colderness for sale. 50 bucks for the live wires. They're 25 a piece during the 50% off sales. November 1st, I'll be coming for you. Groundbreaking fabric. That is an awesome touch to your Halloween hunt. And it's only 13 bucks. Not too bad. They have all kinds of this shredded fabric, and it is on sale for 2 for $10. $5 a piece right now, and there's tons of different colors. I like the bloody shredded curtain right there, but they also have black and orange. That one I actually like a lot too. And they have some purple ones. And they have all these classic old school typed decorations here as well. There's the Wrong Way tree hugger. 13 bucks for that. I love that we're seeing more of these around. Wait a minute, what is this? A groundbreaking fabric with a hand. I haven't seen that one yet. That's a pretty small hand, but it's pretty cool. That one is $13 as well. And they have the pop open pumpkins. Those light up, and the pop open ghosts as well that also light up with different colors on them. Door covers are right behind there, and they do have the Terrifier one. That one is kind of hard to find. He is probably 20 bucks. Yeah, $23, not too bad. And they have this door cover that looks like stairs. That is awesome. It looks kind of like a spooky castle stairway. $15 for that. Here's a window cover that has a creepy girl staring out of the window at you. That one is $10. And I just saw this one for the first time the other day, the bloody stairway. I like that one a lot too. That is $15. You can put that on any door in your house if there's like nothing in there. If it's like a closet or something, that would be good to put that on that door. And this one looks like a creepy elevator with a ghost girl in there, also for $15. We gotta check out some of the blankets, and they have a ton here and a ton on this wall as well. And look at this, they have the Ghoulies 2 blanket. This one's kind of hard to find. I've never seen Ghoulies, but I definitely have to check it out. This is $27. They also have the Deadpool blanket there. That's a popular one right behind the Spirit Halloween pillowcases, which would be great for collecting Halloween candy in. For $10 a piece, that's not bad at all. There's the Nightcrawler blanket, one of my favorites. I still want that. Maybe I'll grab it this year. And the Crouchy blanket would go great with that as well. Another animatronic blanket. Hopefully they make some more blankets with animatronics on them. And look at how many slippers they have here. I think the Chucky ones are one of my favorites, but I also love the Beetlejuice ones. There's Gizmo right there. Michael Myers. Here's the Terrifier ones too. Sweet. Man, they are stocked on all the cool ones. Five Nights at Freddy's slippers right here with Freddy on them. I'd love to see some Montgomery Gator ones. Minions. Nightmare Before Christmas. Scooby-Doo. They have all the cool ones here. Just for the fun of it, I will look for that bobblehead costume because sometimes I find old costumes here. Here's the Gothic Vampire. That's a cool one with a ginormous vampire mask. Look at how big his head is. That is $45. And I saw another cool one. Oh yes, Jailbird Clown. That's an awesome one you don't see every time with the creepy eyes. That one is $40. Laughing Jack is up here. That's another cool one. You can actually find the Jack masks. They might even have a Jack mask here. That's on clearance for $35. And right there is Lord Raven. I love that one too. I love the animatronic costumes. Ooh, Nightcrawler. Speaking of animatronic costumes, Nightcrawler is one of my favorite animatronics. $50 for him. And what is this Glow Reaper? I've never seen that one before. Look at the people, the lost souls at the bottom of his robe. $35 for that, and it glows in the dark. Even these people down here glow. That is pretty cool. I've never seen that one before. But unfortunately, I do not see the bobblehead pumpkin costume. I don't think we're ever going to see that again. Over at the Five Nights at Freddy's costumes, I do see Roxanne Wolf. That one's actually kind of hard to find too. I've noticed I haven't seen a ton of her lately. That is $45. And they do have Bonnie up there for $35. But I wish these weren't just half masks. I wish they'd do actual big masks for those. Maybe in the coming years they will do that. This is too cool. Here's some Halo Master Chief boot covers. I don't see an actual costume for Master Chief, but that is a start. That looks awesome. That is $15. I've never seen that before. How funny. We'll have to keep an eye out for an actual Master Chief costume here if they have any. They have some good inflatable costumes here. There's the inflatable wavy arm alien. I love that one. $45 for him. And they do have the orange one down there. If I find him during the sales, I might grab him and make him into a Spirit Halloween inflatable wavy arm guy. And then maybe I'll stand outside waving my arms around. That would be hilarious. I see the inflatable ride-on Cerberus. That is a great one. The three-headed dog. That one is $50. Makes it look like you're riding Cerberus. I do see the Godzilla and Kong Godzilla inflatable costume down there. We've seen a bunch of him recently, so I'm glad they're starting to get those out. Here's the clearance section. I love looking at the clearance section to see what good deals we can get. And I don't think this is on clearance, but it's pretty weird that it's over here. The Corpse Bride costume, $50 originally. That's probably the price right now, and somebody just stuck it over here for fun. But they do have a Zoe Fortnite costume, some Monster High stuff, Nightmare Before Christmas Sally costume. That's a cute one. That is $37, but I don't see a clearance price on there. There's another Monster High one right there, and another Monster High one. I know that's a pretty popular show, so somebody might want to grab those for a good price. There's a Fall Guys costume down there. How awesome. Sometimes they have some really good clearance stuff here. I have to check out the Sesame Street costumes because my daughter is having a Sesame Street birthday soon, and I'm considering getting a costume, but right now they don't have too many options. Mainly just Oscar the Grouch, some Elmo jumpsuits, and there's some Cookie Monster jumpsuits down there. But I like the Oscar the Grouch one, and that one is $50. Though these are child size, I'll have to look and see if they have any adult size ones. And while we're over here, this Mike Wazowski inflatable costume, I actually saw one of my neighbors wearing that, and it looks great. $50 for that. This thing is huge and awesome. And of course they have the Sully Union suits here, but I wish they'd have an inflatable Sully costume to go along with the Mike Wazowski. I know on Temu you can get a giant inflatable Sully costume. If you have Temu, check that out. And if you haven't seen my Temu costume review videos, go check that out as well on my channel. We saw this the other day, the Dino Zombie costume. That is $35. $35. I think that's a super unique costume. I love that you can see the guts and ribs, and look at his eye. That is too cool. This is too cute. I don't know what Mellow D's is, but here's a costume called D for 50 doll hairs. That is nuts, but it is a cute costume. And they have a bigger one right above it, Mini Marshmallow. That one is $40. Some of these little baby costumes are really cute. Look at this one, Lil Bat for $30. I love that one. That is awesome. Here's a Lil Raccoon one as well. That one's cool. And that is $25. Lil Elephant, that's a cute one. Dino Shell Baby, how cute. That one is $30. There is such a good selection here of baby costumes. It's too bad that I already got my little daughter costume. You know what's funny is they used to have ghost face tumblers here that were super popular, but they all sold out right in the beginning of the season, and I haven't seen one since. But they do have the Deadpool one, and that one is $30. Here's the adult Sesame Street costumes, and they do have a decent selection here. There is Bert down there, and they have Ernie. Let's see how much those ones are. Bert and Ernie are awesome. $50 a piece for Bert and Ernie. They also have Super Grover. There's some Cookie Monster ones with cookies on the sleeves. That's $45. Big Bird, that one is $45 as well. And there's Oscar, but I wish he had the trash can on him like the other ones. And that one is $45 as well. What's up, guys? We're out here at Spirit Halloween in Boardman, Ohio. Let's go inside and see what awesome Halloween stuff they have. I can smell the delicious Cane's chicken over there, but let's go inside and check out who is going to greet us at the door. Ghostface and Max Straw. I love that they have Max Straw up here. Let's say hello to him first. He is super loud too. I love it. Max Straw rocks. I see plush stuff and all kinds of cool things. Here's Ghostface. Hello, Ghostface. There he goes. He's honestly one of my favorites for 2024. I love that. His motions are so awesome. Look at the lights all over this setup. This is so cool. Welcome to the Carnival. Right over here, we've got Bobby. He's going already. Let's go say hello to him. Oh, he stopped. There he goes. Good to see you, Mr. Bobby Strings. He's gonna sing his song. It seems like his song is the one that plays every time. I don't know how many quotes he has, but this one is one that I get all the time.
Gonna bump heads with this block of wood.
Alright, good to see you, Mr. Bobby Strings. Over here, we have the bride from Corpse Bride. She is really cool.
I was a bride.
I love her movements. She is great. I only wish that her mouth would move when she talks, but she blinks and tilts her head, so she is super cool. Alright, over here we got Barnaby the bear. Go on, Barnaby, balance for me. I love Barnaby the bear. His sounds are awesome. The roaring bear, so awesome. Very cool. Barnaby Fozbear. And we have the jumping spider, $50. Yes. Man, he jumped super fast. That would definitely scare you if you were unsuspecting. Good to see you, Mr. Jumping Spider. We'll give him a pet, and we'll go around the corner here. I see tons of animatronics on the floor. Let's go through them first. Barnaby the Bear, Demonic Gatekeeper, they have two. They have one Corpse Bride, Emily here. They've got Sitting Scarecrows, as always. Max Straw right there, one of him. Giant Death Ray. The Gravestone Ghoul, I have not seen him activated yet. That is wild. Two of the Night Terror, and I actually really want Night Terror. I know a lot of people don't like him because he is so simple, but I think he is an awesome animatronic and a great price for $100. There's a Howling Spirit here. How awesome. I've wanted him for so long. Maybe one of these days we'll have to grab him. Here is Nibbles the Clown. He's going to track us as we're walking around.
For a while now. I hope you don't mind. I like the way you walk.
I like the way you walk. That's hilarious. Is he going to track us?
You
As you walk around, his head is supposed to follow you. And he's not working perfect, but he is super cool. Good to see you, Mr. Nibbles. Alright. I love that clown head up there tilting back and forth. This setup is so awesome. Alright, over here we've got Wanda Webworth, the giant spider. Go on, Wanda. Oh, wait a minute. Is she not working? Oh, man, that's too bad. It's good to see her anyways, though. She is super spooky. And Cotton Candy Dan right here. A hot one for 2024. Get your cotton candy here.
We've added some new ingredients. I think you're gonna like it.
I love the purple lights behind the head. Those are awesome, and that was a great touch. All right, let's see what else they got here. We're gonna start in the back of the store here in this area that is full of goodies. First of all, this store is really well stocked. They have a ton of stuff in here, and the shelves are really full. But look at this, we have all of our friends, the zombie bunny, the zombie squirrel, the rat, the dog scabs, the zombie seagull, one of my favorites for 2024. We've got a couple of crows down here. They are $25 a piece. And look what I see over here, the latex spiders. That is so awesome. This spider egg sack is super creative, and it is $20. I want to get a couple of these and hang them up in my office. And look at this, two-piece inflatable ghost set. That's cool. This is $13. I've never seen that before. And two-piece inflatable bat set. Very cool. $13 as well. And here's some skeleton keys. Tons of new stuff in here right now. $10. And look, there's even a skeleton padlock. That is creative. I see horror babies. We have Pennywise, Ghostface. That's about it. Two Ghostface, though. That's cool. And some zombie babies. Gutsy Gwen, one of my favorites, enjoying her little gut snack. And this dude right here, what is his name again? I don't know why I can't remember the names. Wretched Ralphie with his rat. Wretched Ralphie Rat. I have to remember that. Snackin' Stevie with his hand. Spider Biter Billy. I'm gonna have to get Spider Biter Billy sometime because he is one of my favorites and I love seeing him here with his super creepy eyes. And they have one devil cherub. Will he work? Possibly? No, he is low on batteries. He must be a favorite because everybody presses the button on him and then he runs out of batteries. We saw these at the last store we were at, these collapsible barrels. Those are awesome. They do have a bunch of the ghosts, a bunch of the jack-o'-lantern ones, and they have one coffin. And right here they have the giant foam coffins. That is brand new for 2024. I kind of want to get that just to open it up and review it. And it is $100. A little pricey, but not too bad. A bunch of jumping spiders like they always have. And I saw something cool over here. They have the animatronic activation switch with the coin. That is so awesome. $35 for that. Somebody told me that they're also going to have those laser guns that you press the button to activate animatronics with, but I have not seen any for sale yet, so we're going to keep an eye out. Maybe you can get one whenever they sell their whole setup at the end of the year. Here's a battery adapter. I don't ever see these in store, but they are super useful because all the time you are either breaking or losing your adapters. And this one allows you to put batteries in it so your animatronic can run all night without being plugged into the wall. $20, not too bad. And look, they even have the 6-volt DC adapters. That way if you lose your adapter, you can use that. $15. Super awesome. I don't see any new pathway markers this year, but they do have a bunch of the ones that we love to see. The zombie arm pathway markers with the light up lanterns. That is awesome. He also makes some noise. This one has some red lanterns with bats on them. Here's the jack-o'-lanterns. Those are super cool. The bumpy spooky pumpkins right there. And they even have some of the red skulls. But they're not working. Oh, this is awesome. I see a bunch of new crossbody bags. Look at this. The ghost. That's like a multi-tone ghost. It's not just white. There's different colors on him. That one is $25, brand new for 2024. And this one right here, the Bat Backpack. That is creative. I'd never seen that one before. And this is 50 doll hairs. That is pretty crazy. I just happened to see this as I was walking by this whole vampire area here. Look, vampire hair clips. That is creative. $13 for that. And here's the plague doctor area. They do have a ton of hats and masks, and there's even some gloves right there. But last year they had just come out with some plague doctor tools. I have not seen them yet. We're definitely going to keep our eyes out for it. And look at this. They do have the crossbody bag. Is that what it's called? Plague doctor bag. I guess it's just the bag. But you can put the tools in there if you can find the tools somewhere. And they always also have some costumes. $60 for the plague doctor costumes. This is cool. Over at the Nightmare Before Christmas stuff, they have the Town Hall table clock and bank, so you can put money in this, and it also keeps the time for you. That is $40. I don't see that one very often. That is pretty cool. 3-pack of trinket jar gift set, Frog's Breath. That is sweet. These are actually glass. I can hear it clanking around in there, and that is $25. Everybody loves Nightmare Before Christmas. And look at this. Right down here, they have a countdown to Halloween clock. That is awesome. You can change the months right there and the days right there. That is pretty sweet, and you can actually switch that around to say countdown days till Christmas. How awesome. I see a ton of cool goodies here. Look at this, guys. The shelves are stocked. There's a popcorn gun down there. The Pennywise statue, we saw that last year. Super awesome. Sidesteppers, Michael Myers. Hold on. Is he gonna work? Yes, Michael Myers. And then we've got a ghost face right here, but he is not working. Sam is always a super popular one. Yes, he's gonna work. I've noticed that Sam almost always works. And then there's the Chucky, and we'll have to pull the tab on the Chucky to see if he will work. Yes, there we go. I love the Chucky one. I definitely want to get him. And we have some bobbleheads down here, and a few more up here. I do have the Exorcist one. That one's super cool. It's a lot smaller than you'd think, though. This box is pretty beefy, but she is actually kind of small. And right behind those guys, they have the planters. These are sweet. Pennywise, Freddy, Chucky, and this is a funny one because I have a mug that is the same design as this, Jason from Friday the 13th. And we have the Mars Attack Snow Globe. He is super awesome and super loud if he actually works. Yes. That is super loud. I can't believe it. And here's the Pennywise Snow Globe. It lights up red if you can get it to work, and it has some red shiny things in there. They have one ghost face soap dispenser, and it's my favorite one. I definitely want to get that. This is $17. Look at this chicken hat. That is hilarious, and I want it so bad. $16 for the chicken hat. I love the little googly eye on there. That is so funny. There are a ton of masks back here. They do have the Mars Attacks one. Now that I've seen the movie, I actually want to get that pretty bad. This is 80 doll hairs. That is nuts. But he is super cool, and I love the movie. The movie is hilarious. And look at this, we got some new masks. Rob Zombie. Oh my gosh. That is too funny. A Rob Zombie mask. How much is this? $70 for the Rob Zombie mask. That is super freaky. Do they have the corn mask though? That's what I've been keeping my eye out for, and so far I do not see it. They do have the Purge election year though, with Abraham Lincoln. That's a cool one, and that one is $30. They've got a couple of the Star Wars masks down here, Palpatine and Chewbacca, but no corn mask. That is crazy. I'm definitely gonna keep my eye out for that. I wanted it so bad last year. This is new though, I believe. Look at this Nightmare Bunny half mask. That is super creepy. I like that. $15 for the Nightmare Bunny. How funny. I almost missed this. They have one of the ghost Sidesteppers. I love these. Let's see if he will work for us. He is cheaper than all the other ones. Oh no, he's not going to work. There's a tab though. Let's pull it. Okay, let's press the button and see if he will go for us. Let's put him right here. I love the ghost Sidestepper. There he goes. He's got little arms that go back and forth and everything. That is too funny. And he's got a little song that plays in the background. How awesome, man. This is so cool. I want that guy. They have a couple of the plush skeletons here. Not too many of them, but a decent selection. There's the pumpkin head guy. I want some of the giant spiders, but I don't see any of them here. Let's check out the blankets, though. Any new ones? No, I don't believe so. Last year they had a Spirit Halloween blanket that had a bunch of the animatronics on it, and I wanted that one super bad. We'll keep our eye out for it. They do have some of the Monsters, Inc. costumes here. Check it out. Boo, that is a new one for 2024. $50, and it comes with her little plush animal monster thing. And look at this, the Monsters University hat. That is awesome. This is $20. As I was passing the Scooby-Doo section, I saw a couple of awesome things. First of all, look at these sweatpants. That is so cool. I love Scooby-Doo, the classic one especially. $30 for the pants, and then they have this little pullover hoodie thing there. Look at that. That is so cool. I love this stuff. And look, they've got Velma's magnifying glass. How funny. $17, and you can get that with the costume for $45, and then you could be Velma. And they also have these little Scooby-Doo masks right here, and it even has his collar on there. Or you could get this awesome giant Scooby-Doo mask. That's the one I would get. I kind of want to get him, actually, and that is $40. Maybe one of these days I'll buy him, because that is so funny. They do have the new Nightmare Before Christmas mask. I don't know what this guy's name is, but it has a detachable spinning propeller. That one is $17. There's a propeller right there. Very cool. I love that they're adding some new Nightmare Before Christmas stuff. And look at this. They have a popcorn gun and a ton of acid pies. I almost never see these anymore, so that's awesome. $25 for the acid pies. They have a few of the Wednesday Addams thing shoulder props there. And look at this. We've got t-shirts. We gotta check and see if they have that Art the Clown t-shirt. And so far, I am not seeing it. Wow, when are we going to find this t-shirt? We're gonna have to keep our eyes peeled. Let's check out what plush items we have up here. I see the Harvester. He used to be hard to find. $30 for him. Super awesome. They have an animatronic of him, but he is online only. Ghostface, I have him. He's super cool. The Big Top Burger from Killer Clowns from Outer Space. There's Pennywise down there. This one is from Nightmare Before Christmas. That's Oogie Boogie's Bugs. You know what I haven't seen for a while is the Jason from Friday the 13th pillow. I have one, but I'd love to see if they're selling them again this year. Here's the Michael Myers plush. I want him super bad. And look at this. We have some cute little characters. What is this? Grim. It's like a little cat almost. And then look, what are these things? Where do these come from? Numb Bunny, a Gus Fink plushie pal. How cool. I like these. And look, it actually has a list of all the ones you can find. You can collect them all. This one is cool, though. I like the blue color on him. And what is this dude? He's like a ghost with a hat. These things are pretty cool. Here's a purple one. He is a bat. I like that one, too. Wow. I should get one of these for my daughter. She would love that. I see the Scooby-Doo Monopoly and the Oogie Boogie operation right there and the Spirit Halloween Monopoly. How cool that they have all those here. And the mini horror babies. Ghostface, that one is awesome. Leatherface, one of my favorites. And Pennywise. How much are these things? These are $15 a piece. Not too bad. Check this out. We have some figural bag clips. They were giving these ones away in the goodie bags at Flagship, and I got the cat one. Those are super cool, but they are all sold out of the animatronic bag clips. Otherwise, I would have bought a bunch of them. That is too bad. We'll keep our eye out for more of those. But here's the Killer Clowns from Outer Space bag clips. Somebody told me to get these and do an unboxing video of them, but they're $8 a piece. I'll think about it. I would love to do it, and maybe I will. What in the world is this? Such fun suction caterpillar. That is kind of funny. Look, you can put this on a window or something, and when you squeeze it, it lights up, and they have all kinds of different colors of this. How funny. This is $6. And he's got kind of a cute face. I see a new mug that I've never seen before. What is this? You Better Watch Out? What movie is this from? Krampus! That is cool. $10. I've never seen the movie, but it is awesome to find new mugs. I should probably grab that because I've never seen it before and I might never see it again, but I'm not going to get it right now because I hate to spend the money. And here is the Art the Clown mug. I do want that one before the end of the year. That's an awesome Cartman one, and look at this, a Deadpool mug. How sweet. I've never seen that one before either, and that one is $17, but it's kind of small. That's for like a little tiny cup of coffee. Somebody wanted me to check out the buttons. I don't remember your name, I'm sorry, but I will put the comment up on the screen here. But check this out. This is a sweet Killer Clowns from Outer Space button right there. And they have a ton of cool buttons. There's Michael Myers right there. There's a Deadpool one. Friday the 13th, Welcome to Camp Crystal Lake. They have a ton of awesome buttons in here, and I'm sure if you dug far enough, you would find some awesome ones that might be kind of rare. Army of Darkness right there. There's Jack Skellington. Here's an awesome Ghostface button right there. Check it out. Ghostface. That is so sweet. There's a SpongeBob one. Alright. They have some cool buttons in here. I never even knew this. There's Freddy. This is my Halloween costume if you want to be lazy. There's Binks. How awesome. And these are 1 for $2 or 2 for $3 or 4 for $5. Alright guys, that's it for Spirit Halloween in Boardman, Ohio. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up guys, we're out here at Spirit Halloween in Canton, Ohio. What a small sign. Let's go inside and see what they got. No way, we have Blackheart the Riz Reaper greeting us in the doorway. We'll let him reset and let's get Ghostface going. $280 for Ghostface, and I love his thrashing action.
On the bone. This is long overdue.
I love that so much. I wish they would make his blood project onto his face, so as he was thrashing, you'd see the blood start projecting on like it was squirting on his face. That's awesome. Alright, Mr. Blackheart, let's get him going. I haven't seen him in a while.
You will forget everything. Your life.
I love when they take animatronics from previous years and include them in the setup for the New Year's.
For the rest of eternity.
Awesome. Alright, good to see you, Mr. Blackheart. Welcome to the Carnival. Wait a minute, his eye is lighting up red. I never noticed that. How awesome. Here's the Howling Spirit. I don't know if he's on motion or just not working at all. He must not be plugged in, but he is super cool. One of my favorites, unless this sets him off, does it? Yes, it does. Sweet. I love the Howling Spirit. I totally want to get him. I hope I can find one of him at the end of the year during the sales. Good to see you, Mr. Howling Spirit. Let's spin the wheel and see what we get this time. My goodness, this thing is taking a beating. Congrats, you get to live. Awesome. All right. Let's go around here and see Mr. Max Straw. I love him. Look at his eyes. Those are super creepy. All right, let's get him going. I like him a lot, but I wish they would have put a crow on his shoulder. He is super loud right now. They should have put a crow on his shoulder and had his mouth opening as he's going, caw, caw. That'd be cool. Alright, look at this. We got a little plush Yoshi. How funny. There's the zombie seagull. I do love him. Alright, this dude right here is amazing. Can we activate him? Yes, we can. Alright, the giant death ray. Look at those lights. Let's zoom in on his face. I love that his head looks around and kind of tilts a little bit. He is awesome. Love the lights. He would look great in the dark outside. Alright, over here, this guy, whatever his name is. I don't know why I can't remember his name. I love to activate them with this laser. He's funny. I think those neck movements are hilarious, and I don't know why people don't like him very much. And he's $100. That is a great price for a funny animatronic. Alright, good to see you, dude. Ghostface. This one's a little different than the one up front. He doesn't move at all. He makes sounds, his face lights up really well, but he only does that for a few seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like a 5-second animation. That's so weird. But it's cool to see him anyways. I love the ducks back there. Those are so funny. Alright, Sitting Scarecrow is not working, but he is here. Hello, Sitting Scarecrow. A classic, as always. And they do have a big setup over here. The Funhouse. I love the Funhouse. Bobby Strings is here. Let's say hello to Bobby Strings.
Oh, there's some awful rumors. But just in case, let me hide behind you.
Bobby Strings rocks. Let's get him going again. This is the first time in a little while that we haven't gotten the song. He usually sings a song to me every single time. That one was just him laughing though. How funny. Alright, this girl right here, the bride. She's cool, but she's either not making any sound or she's just turned down really quiet. There goes Barnaby. He's awesome. I love the sounds. Oh, there she goes. She said, I do.
You make it the bride.
She's super cool. I love her movements. Alright, let's go around here. We'll check out the Funhouse in just a minute. But first, we've got Cotton Candy Dan. Super popular this year.
Better be careful walking around at this place.
I imagine that thing is going to break really easy, but I don't know. Just the fact that he pops up so fast, I feel like that thing is going to break any minute. This dude is awesome. The giant spider. Wanda Webworth. I called her a dude. Sorry, Wanda. I love that. It's so great. You could totally get her and then some of the latex spider webs that they're selling, the cocoons, and put a bunch of those behind her. That'd be great. Alright, Nibbles. He's supposed to track us. He has a tracking sign right there. Let's see if he'll do it. He's already going, but... maybe? He might be tracking us. So his tracking mechanism is like... it's okay. It's not perfect. But his quotes are super long. He must be on motion or just set to automatically go because he just keeps starting over and over again. I wish he would follow me, though. Oh, there he goes. Is that him following me? I guess not. He only works about half the time. Good to see you, Mr. Nibbles. Let's go in here to the Funhouse of Terror just to check it out and see if it smells like cotton candy. Yes, it does. I believe they are spraying cotton candy scented stuff in here. There is Jack's hand. Is he gonna pop up? There's the eye. And there's Jack. Alright. I love this. I wonder where they get the cotton candy spray. I'm gonna have to ask them about that. We have a large stack of animatronics here for sale. 2 Barnaby the Bear. Emmeline. I hardly ever saw Emmeline last year. I wish they'd have her set up this year again somewhere. Howling Spirit. 2 of him. I want him so bad. The Exorcist Reagan, Sweet, Cotton Candy Dan, and Wanda Webworth, 2 of her, and a bunch of the Sitting Scarecrow. They always have that. And they also have a bunch of Man's Possessed Friend. I wonder why they always have him. Probably just because he is an awesome classic. Look, there's a Night Terror as well. So they have a great selection here, and they even have some Fogging Skull Piles over there, and a ton of stuff over here. Let's check out what they got. 2 Glen dolls and a bunch of Chucky. The Glen dolls were super popular last year. Pennywise and Ghostface Horror Baby. Here's some Sidesteppers. Alright, let's see if they'll work. Ghostface, Sam, Michael Myers. Will she work? Lydia? Yes, look at that. I love when all of them work. We got 4 of them going at once. How cool. This is a sick Ghostface wall decor right there. I totally want that. That is $23. Not bad. Look. We have even more of the Michael Myers Sidesteppers. Those are awesome and brand new. Look, there's Chucky too. They got a decent selection here. They're stocked. Let's see what else they got. Look at this. The Miss Argentina Door Knocker.
What happens when you die? That is what happens when he dies. And that is what happens when they die. It's all very personal. And I'll tell you something. If I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't have had my little accident.
Pretty cool. I wish her mouth would move, though. There's the awesome Beetlejuice sign. That one is brand new. I love that one. There's another one that we saw last year. And here's the hanging dude. What is his name? Adam, I think? Yes. Adam with the eyeballs on his hands. I think I want that. And he has a wife, and she is not here right now. Sometimes you can find her, but I honestly see him more than I see the wife. Check this out. We don't see this at every single store. The Terrifier sunflower glasses. These are $10. Not bad at all. And I've only seen them a couple times so far. And then there's the awesome pullover. And here's the little pale girl costume. This is $55. Not too bad. I don't know if I've ever seen this before, but check it out. It is a SpongeBob pizza shirt. The pizza for you and me. That is hilarious. Krusty Krab pizza costume for $50. I love that. Alright, let's make our way over here to the back and see what kind of masks and other goodies we have. But look at this, they have two Jack the Reaper inflatables that they're about to put on the floor. Guys, these are a little hard to find, but not too bad. $130, and I'm really considering getting him because I love inflatables. Wait a minute, what's that over there? I see something so totally awesome that I can't ignore it. The Goosebumps mask from Trick or Treat Studios. I love this thing, though it looks a little bit cheap now that I'm a little bit closer to it. This is $69.99. What in the world? I feel like I could paint this a little bit better. Maybe one of these days I'll buy this and then paint it to look a little bit more creepy. But I do love Goosebumps, and that is a classic episode. So it's very cool that we found those masks. Here's the hanging heads. There's a clown and the pumpkin. The clown is super awesome. He's got the ropes coming out of his ears. And the pumpkin is also amazing with guts and seeds in his mouth. I think those hanging heads are awesome. Are there any other new masks here? So far, I do not see any. But that's okay. They did have the awesome Goosebumps masks. And I'm not supposed to show this to you, but check it out. Right back there, I see a bunch of animatronics. Nibbles, Death Ray, Wanda, another Blackheart, Barnaby, and Scream. So they've got a couple hiding in the back. Oh, look, and there's Cotton Candy Dan, and the Corpse Bride, another Scream, another Night Terror. So they have a bunch hiding back there when they sell out. Okay, now we can go over here and check out the babies. Looky here, we have, oh, he almost started. We have Devil Cherub. And no, he must be low on batteries. Spider Biter Billy is here. Mothy Max. Here's a Gutsy Gwen. Let's see if we can get her going. Gutsy Gwen is one of my favorites. Yes. And she almost always works, too. She is so cool. I should make my daughter dress up as Gutsy Gwen for Halloween. That would be hilarious. Goriest George right there. Flippin' Freddy. Look at his crazy face. That is hilarious. And Wretched Ralphie right down here with his rat snack. How awesome. They have a ton of zombie babies here. Some butchers. They don't have any of the plague doctors here, but they've got the butcher. And he is working, making his sounds. There's the zombie groundbreakers. These are cool. These are new for 2024. You can put them on your wall or you can put them on the ground. I think those are awesome. And those are $40, a little bit pricey, but they're very cool. And check it out, they have 3 of the animatronic activation switch coin inserts. These are awesome, $35 a piece. I think that is a super creative way to activate an animatronic, and I hope they continue doing things like this in the coming years. They have some inflatables. They're probably about to stock some more in there. There's the snake, the awesome 20-foot snake. I wanted him so bad last year, and I still want him. A rat. I think I should get some rats. How much are these guys? $30 a piece. I think it's a little bit pricey for a little 3.5-foot rat, but I love him. And then they've got the ghost. This is the 8-foot one. I think that they have a taller one, if you can ever find it in here. The scarecrow, he's awesome. The haunted tree, I definitely want a couple of those. And the jack-o'-lanterns. Let's see how much the haunted tree is. Probably a similar price to the other ones. Yeah, $40. I could totally load up on a bunch of these inflatables. Maybe one of these days I'll come in here and get a bunch of them and then do reviews. I do see a few of the new Fortnite Peely Bone costumes. Those are super cool for $50 a piece. They always have a decent selection of Fortnite costumes if you're into that. And Poppy Playtime, I see the pink one. I do not see the blue one anywhere. But this guy is $60. Or you can get this awesome giant mask. This goes over your whole head, and it's probably super hot to wear, but the eyes light up when it does have some batteries in it. I have to start looking for costumes for my daughter, and there are a bunch of cute ones here. There's the Baby Boo. I love that one. $22. Pea in a pod. That is too cute. $27. Little pumpkin. Here's a cow. There's a dino shell baby. They have a ton of cute costumes here. I have 2 daughters and I need 2 small costumes for them. They also have these characters from the movies. Your kid can be a Ghostbuster, Michael Myers, Ghostface, Beetlejuice for $40, Jack Skellington. Here's a pink dino ride-along costume. I'm gonna have to bring my daughter in here and let her pick out her costume. Maybe she'll be an astronaut. Let's check out the blankets and see if they have any of the new ones. I see the Beetlejuice blanket right there, and I don't believe I see any of the other new ones, unless this Sam one is new. I don't remember if I saw this last year or not. It's pretty cool. It's reversible, and this one is also awesome. Always check your candy. Oh, this is awesome. Check it out. It's a Spirit Halloween pen with Jack the Reaper. That is too cool. $8, not too bad. I love that. They always have a ton of cool stuff up here in the front area when you're going to check out. They want to trick you into buying everything, and it totally works for me because they have so many cool things. I always just want to grab a bunch of them. I mean, look at all this stuff. You could put together an awesome little goodie bag with rats, doll heads, eyeballs. These ones are bouncy balls, and these ones are like ping pong balls. Here's worms. How funny. A ton of brown worms. How much is that? $6 for a bag of worms. There's also death moths. That is hilarious. Spiders, body parts, all kinds of stuff to put together like a little goodie bag for your Halloween lovers. There's only one tumbler here, and it's one of my favorites, the Martian Warrior. I love this thing. Mars attacks, and it's got spaceships and the space in the background, and there's the Martian Warrior. This movie is so awesome. I'm definitely going to start collecting some stuff from Mars Attacks. 30 doll hairs for the Mars Attacks tumbler. Check it out. They have the popcorn killer clown statue. That one is super cool. And they have a bunch of acid pies. And look, they've got the hand puppets down here. These are cool too from the movie. These are $22, but they don't have any of the over-the-head masks. Those are what I'm always looking for. And you know what I'm also looking for is the laser gun, the cotton candy gun. We see the popcorn gun sometimes, but the cotton candy gun we don't see all the time anymore. Ghostbusters stuff rules. Check it out. They have an inflatable Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man for $60. All the Ghostbusters costumes are about $60 a piece. I do want to get one at some point because I have the deluxe version of this Ghostbusters Proton Pack, and I really want a costume to go with it. But this Proton Pack is, where's the price? There it is. $90. This is the smaller version. It pretty much does the same thing though, lights and sounds, but the deluxe version is a little bit bigger and more detailed. If you want to be a superhero for Halloween, they have some decent costumes here. Check it out. Superman versus Batman costume here. This one is $55. It has the muscle chest. That's a pretty good costume right there. And look, here's the DC Universe, the Flash costume. That one is also $60. There's Batman there. And I believe I saw some Wolverine costumes somewhere. Here's another Batman costume. That one's a little bit more detailed. Look at that. That one is $60 as well. Wow. And it does have the muscle chest. But I wonder if it has the mask. Yes, it does come with the mask. Or here's some masks that you can get separately if you want. And this store does have the squirrel, the gorilla, and the Arctic Yeti. I love those costumes. Look at this Sergeant Short Pants. That is hilarious. This is like a play on one of my favorite movies. This is $40. They always have some great inflatable costumes. Here's inflatable corn, the chicken. They always have dinosaurs and dragons. This balloon animal is hilarious. $60 for that one. Inflatable party pooper. That one is $50. The bull rider. Here is a baby, and this alien rocks. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Check it out. $35 for the serial killer. Comes with the hooded jacket and the mask. That is awesome. The jacket kind of looks like it came from Psycho, I think the movie is, American Psycho or something. I've never seen the movie. I'll have to check it out. It's a classic. But that is awesome. I love new costumes. They always have a bunch of great accessories for you to just kind of come up with your own costumes. These are a ton of different wings. They have forest fairy wings, gold ones, purple ones, and white ones, and black ones, and all kinds of gloves to go with those costumes. They have a bunch of different kind of glasses here. They even have these really creative ones. Mushrooms, clouds, And these clouds actually have little raindrops coming off of them. How cool is that? And there's some dripping ones right there, some round ones right here. You can come up with so many different costumes with all these different accessories they have. There's a beard, some mustaches, all kinds of different mustaches. They have whips. People were asking about the whips last year so somebody could dress up as Indiana Jones. These are $8 a piece, and they have brown and black. They have bullet belts. They have all kinds of stuff here for you to make your own costume. And of course, they always have a ton of makeup and blood for you to add to those costumes and really top them off. They even have eyeballs, scars, fake teeth. Look at that. That is creepy. This is one of my favorite ones, sightless, and it looks like your eyes were gouged out. And that one is $10. Here's a bald cap. If you want to be me for Halloween, you can use that for $10. This is cool. Check it out. It's the nun mask, None for You, for $40. And look at that. That mask sign right there. It was used like way back years ago. I don't know, maybe like 2016 or something, and I love it. I actually prefer that over the new style of signs. Here's a grumpy baby mask. I could totally get that and be my daughter for Halloween, and that is $30. Last year, I really wanted to find the bobblehead pumpkin costume. This year, we will not give up our search. We will keep looking for it, but it is not here. They do have the Jack the Reaper costume for $45 though, and this awesome horror rabbit, look at that. This is $45. I think that is super awesome. It lights up too. That is freaky. There's an awesome dark Mad Hatter. That one is $40. We are gonna have to keep our eyes out for that bobblehead costume. All right, guys, that's it for Spirit Halloween in Canton, Ohio. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up, guys? The Spirit Halloween stores are finally open. I am so excited. We are out here at Spirit Halloween on Steelyard Drive in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's go inside and see what they got. Here we go. All right, we've got Cotton Candy Dan. Hello, guys. Cotton Candy Dan greeting us in here. Let's get him going.
Get your cotton candy.
All right.
We've added some new ingredients. I think you're gonna like it.
I set him up at my dad's scare house, and he is awesome. Not too hard to set up. He is great. This is an awesome wheel. Let's spin it, see what we get. Oh, we got the eye. I wonder what the eye means. Pretty cool. All right, let's go around here and see who else we got. I see Mr. Scarecrow. What is his name? I forget everybody's name. I haven't been paying attention to anything because I wanted it to be a genuine reaction. He is awesome. I love the crow sounds behind him. Super cool. All right, who's this guy right here? Hello. Say hi. Hi. Cool. Got a Michael Myers. Awesome. Sweet. Oh, great. All right. I think he's already going. He's lit up. Does he do anything else? Oh, that's funny. That is too funny. I love that. That is the funniest animatronic movement I've ever seen in my life. I like him a lot. I might have to get him. That is too funny. Hold on, here's the board that says everybody's name. Emily, Victor, Art, Ghostface, Bobby Strings, Nibbles, Death Ray, Max Straw, that's the guy's name we just looked at a minute ago. Ghostface, Wanda, Ringmaster, Night Terror. There's this dude right here with that funny laugh. Demonic Gatekeeper, Cremator, Gravestone Ghoul, Towering Tallulah, Crypt Keeper, Cotton Candy Dan, Dark Princess, Barnaby the Bear, Gordo, Emmeline, the Cauldroness, and Cerberus. I want the Cauldroness so bad, and Cerberus I want pretty bad too. I could have got him at Flagship, but I didn't. Decent amount of animatronics on the floor. I see some Bubba. We always have a bunch of Bubba in the store. They actually got two of him. Yes, two Man's Possessed Friend. And how much is he right now? $200. He is awesome. We've got two of the Gravestone Ghoul. I have yet to see him activated. 2 Demonic Gatekeeper here. I have not seen him yet either. I probably could have seen him at Flagship as well as all the other ones here, but I didn't get a chance because there were so many people. Here's the Night Terror. How much is he? Because I would love to have him. $100, not bad. And he is hilarious. Who else we got here? Sitting Scarecrow. There's always a bunch of him. And some of the stuffed dummies. I don't see any more animatronics except for the spiders, and I think they have some new colors for the spiders, but there are none of the new colors here right now. Alright, let's start off looking at these inflatables. I love the inflatables. The Reapers, Ghosts, we saw these last year, the Haunted Tree, Cat, Wolf, Jack-o'-lanterns, Gargoyles, but look at this one, the clown with the spinning eyes. He is super cool, and how tall is he? 8 feet tall. That's pretty cool. And he is $70. Not too bad. I like him a lot. And we've got a couple of the hearses on the bottom there. Here's some new props. The bird. Look at this dude. That is hilarious. What do they call him? What's his actual name? Zombie Seagull. That is hilarious. Look at that. I think I'm definitely going to get some zombie seagulls, and I'm going to have to put them in my office. Those guys are so funny. And these guys are $25 a piece. And check this out, we also have the zombie squirrel. How cool. I love that. Oh, look at the bones on the tip of his tail. That is hilarious. I definitely want some zombie seagulls and zombie squirrels. We've got some zombie babies and some horror plush here. Check it out. Ghostface, Michael Myers right there. They do have a Sam. They actually have a couple of Michael Myers and Ghostface hiding back here. And before we go through the zombie babies, check this out. The Mars Attacks statue. That is so cool. Look at that earth cracking. I love this thing. Is there a button? Yes, there is. Let's press the button. Here we go. Oh no. Is there a tab we can pull? Yes, we are the first ones to pull the tab. All right, here we go. Ooh, look at that. Wow, that is awesome. I would love to have him. How much is he? $45. That is crazy. I love that that glows red. And we've also got the Crypt Keeper. How sweet. I haven't seen the Crypt Keeper animatronic in action yet, but this is an awesome statue for $45 as well. Okay, for zombie babies, we have the Rat Eater. He is hilarious. Good to see him again. Ghostface, Michael Myers. They have one more Michael Myers zombie baby over here. And look, here's Gutsy Gwen. Good to see you, Gutsy Gwen. It has been so long. Here's a Pennywise horror baby. How awesome. I'm glad they had some of them here. I see blankets here, and we did see a couple of new blankets while we were over at the flagship location. I love the Call Me Ghostface blanket, but the only new one I see so far is this awesome Beetlejuice blanket featuring the snake Beetlejuice. That is so cool. This Saw one might be new as well. That's a pretty cool one. Here's a new Art the Clown Terrifier mask, and that is awesome. Look at that. How cool. I love how detailed they make these masks. Let's check the price on that. This is $70 from Trick or Treat Studios. Trick or Treat Studios always does a great job with their masks and props. And look, they do have an Art the Clown collectible knife. They always make a collectible knife for the popular movies. And this one is $13. And look, they've got the regular face and the bloody one. I was passing this aisle and check it out. Look at this new mask for the Nightmare Before Christmas. This comes with a detachable spinning propeller. That is so cool. I do not know the name of this guy. If you guys know the name, comment so I know what it is. $17 for him. He is awesome. And of course, they always have the lock, shock, and barrel masks, but they don't always have all three. I see two of them here, lock and shock. I have been meaning to check out the t-shirts because I did not check them out at the flagship location. They have a ton of new awesome t-shirts. They have the Terrifier. Look at this one. It's Pennywise the Clown. It says #hungry. That is hilarious. Jason Voorhees most likely to kill. That's supposed to be like a yearbook photo. That is hilarious. Here's an awesome Beetlejuice shirt. The Dreamer, Nightmare on Elm Street. Look at this Creepshow shirt. That is sweet. I love the colors, green and blue. Awesome American Psycho shirt. Bloody Disgusting Michael Myers shirt right there. Here's another Art the Clown t-shirt. Check that out. Drop on by the Clown Cafe. Man, they have a ton of cool new shirts. Look at this. Spirit Halloween Art the Clown t-shirt. That is probably going to be a hot one. Do I see any here? I don't believe I do. We are going to keep our eye out for that because that is going to be a hot item. They do have... Woohoo! somebody made a donation. That's the first time I heard a donation at an actual store for 2024. They do have a Sam Spirit Halloween shirt right there. That was hot last year. Oh, they have a bunch of the Bloody Disgusting ones. Look, Art the Clown, Jason from Friday the 13th. This one is from Scream. And of course, the Michael Myers one that we just looked at a minute ago. How sweet. Oh my gosh, look at this. The Leatherface shirt. That is supposed to be a funny play on the famous painting. I don't remember what the painting is called. Maybe The Farmhouse or something. Follow Your Dreams Freddy shirt. Man, this is awesome. What great shirts they have this year. I spot one of the Ghostface What's Up spoof masks. These are so funny. From Scary Movie. These are awesome. $13 for these. You don't see those everywhere, but they're super funny. My dad used to have one of those when I was a little kid. And check out this shirt right beneath it. This is a Ghostface shirt with Ghostface all over it. How awesome. What is this that I see over here? It's Gary as a crossbody bag. That is too cool. They always have some awesome crossbody bags here. This one is $35. I love Gary. Meow. And check this out. Monsters Boo costume. That is hilarious. She's got her little stuffed animal there. That is brand new for 2024. Because it is a circus theme this year, I think it's appropriate to show this awesome Ringmaster costume. Look at that. And last year people were asking me for Ringmaster costumes. This one is $60, and there's also a female Ringmaster costume right here, and that one is $40. And look, one more dark Ringmaster, another female one, and that one is $60. And speaking of Ringmasters, here's the Ringmaster jacket. That would go perfect with that costume over there if you didn't want that regular red jacket. You could get this awesome one that is a little bit more detailed, and that one is $54.99. And here's another scary clown costume. That one is $50. Plenty of clown costumes here. And look at this, Uncle Charlie. He was hard to find last year. $60 for the Uncle Charlie costume. We saw the new Bloody Terrifier mask over there, but check this out. They have a clean one, nice and clean mask, also from Trick or Treat Studios, and this one is $70. They have a few new masks here this year, and they are all awesome. We're going to keep an eye out for them at every store we go to. Here's one of them, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. That is sweet. What a cool mask that is. And look, I see the Pretty Woman Leatherface mask. That one is from Trick or Treat Studios. They do an awesome job with their masks. The one that I would love to find again is the Goosebumps mask. I do not see it here. I saw it at Flagship, and last year we saw just one at a random store. So far, I do not see any new weapons, but they do have plenty of weapons here. I love the axe. Here's one that's all beat up, and then there's a brand new one. You can come up with so many cool costumes by choosing a weapon. They do have a Jack the Reaper costume here. He is great. $55 for that. He wasn't too hard to find last year, but he is an awesome costume, and you'd think he'd be hard to find. Look at this. We walked right past this earlier. They have these statues from last year. These are super awesome. The pumpkin lights up. Really good. He is great. But look at this. We've got soaps. This one is awesome, but I like this one with the blood. That is too cool. Blood dripping Ghostface soap. And this one is $17. Not too bad. And right here is a little, also probably a soap container for like a bar of soap. It's called a trinket dish, and that one is $10. How awesome. I love Ghostface stuff. And here's the sign. I love that sign. We saw it last year. Super awesome. Definitely gives the Halloween vibes with the houses in the background. I don't know if we saw this last year or not, but check it out. Creepy Clown Shutter Flashes LED projection. You put that on your house, and it puts a bunch of creepy clowns on your house. That's pretty cool. And then there's also some Ghostly Girl ones as well. I think I like the Ghostly Girl. Do we have any new step pads? Let's check. That's the regular step pad right there. I don't see any new ones yet. And this one seems to be the one that we had last year, yes, with the same designs. I like the Smashed Pumpkin one. That's my favorite. $7 for a pack of step pads if you have some animatronics. Plenty of signs here, and all the good ones. Look at this. This is an awesome Friday the 13th sign. It looks like a record. Let's see if we can get it off the hook there. This is great. It's a record that's been cut out with designs of his face on it. $23 for that. That is really cool. And they also have one for Pennywise It. That is a really unique sign design. Here's the acrylic stands. We got these in the goodie bags at Flagship this year. This one is for Pennywise. You pull these apart and then you can stand that up and set it on your desk or something. $8 for that one. And I know they have a bunch of different designs, but this store only has Pennywise at the moment. I think this is a new Michael Myers mask. I don't think we saw this last year. I think I would remember this hair. That is too funny. Michael Myers Halloween 2 mask, $25. Here is a new Fortnite Killy pickaxe. That is so cool. I love that they're still bringing out some new Fortnite items. And check this out. We have Five Nights at Freddy's plush. I think they're book bags. Yes. They have a zipper. These guys are book bags. You can put stuff in there. How cool is that? Everybody loves Five Nights at Freddy's, and these are awesome. $50. This is the one that I would get. Foxy is so scary. And look, here's Freddy right there. They have the straps. You can put that on your back. And look, they have masks too. How cool. This is $13 for the Freddy mask, and probably the same price. Yes, $13 for the Foxy mask. How awesome. I don't see any new costumes yet, though. It would be awesome to see a plush Montgomery Gator, though. We'll keep our eyes out. But I am super excited about this guy, and I want him so bad. I might have to get him. I don't know how I missed this earlier, but check it out. Look at this Terrifier shirt. It's actually a pullover, but look at that. How cool. I love clothing from the popular scary movies, and that is awesome. Okay, up here at the front, look at this cup that I just saw. The Shrek cup. That is so cool. It's got the rats on the stick, eyes, mud, and Shrek's head. These are $3 a piece. I love it. Oh, look, Invader Zim. How cool. It says, "You are all doomed." That is so awesome. I used to watch Invader Zim when I was a kid. Scare or Be Scared SpongeBob cup. How funny. These are all $3. I love that they're bringing out new cups. This is an awesome Beetlejuice cup down here. Check it out. That is so cool. If you like Beetlejuice, you have got to have that. 30 doll hairs for it, though. I love the mugs. Let's see if there's any new ones. This one is definitely new and awesome. Look at that. Bloody Ghostface chrome mask, $17. I want that terribly bad, and I might have to get it. We'll have to see how common these are and how often we see them, but they have plenty of them here right now. Maybe we'll get one later. Oh my gosh, look at this Five Nights at Freddy's mug. I have to have that one. This is $10. That is an awesome mug. And there's only one of them up here, so he might be hard to find. I want to grab him so bad, but we're going to wait. We might find him at other stores. They do have a couple of the Spirit Halloween Monopoly games. Those might be a little bit more easy to find this year. I have one of those. They are super awesome. This is hilarious. Wonka bar earrings. How cool is that? I wonder if I could get my wife to wear these. $10. I love that. So funny. And they also have Killer Clowns pins. I love Killer Clowns. And some awesome ghost face pins. I don't know if I see any new keychains, but check this one out. The Killer Clowns Clownzilla stepping on the Terenzi Brothers ice cream truck. That is awesome. This is $11. Oh, look, the tracker. That is so awesome. Man, these are great. I love the keychains and stuff. Here's some Five Nights at Freddy's socks. Man, I love that they have a ton of new Five Nights at Freddy's stuff because everyone loves Five Nights at Freddy's. There's Foxy right there. And look at this Marvel Deadpool socks. That is so cool. Deadpool is a hot item right now. Here's some Poppy Playtime socks. Awesome Friday the 13th socks. Here's some Terrifier socks, of course. I'm glad we're seeing those. They are making sure to have a ton of cool items from all the hot movies right now. Oh, wow. Blair Witch socks. Blair Witch is one of the scariest movies I've ever seen in my life. I love that. Okay guys, that's it for Spirit Halloween in Cleveland, Ohio. They had a ton of cool stuff. It was a little bit of a small store, but they definitely had a decent selection of new items. I'm super glad they had Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. This year is going to be one of the best Halloween years yet. And while I'm out here, before I leave, I am going to hide for you guys a little pumpkin with some stickers in it. There are 3 stickers in this pumpkin. You can either take them all, or you can take one and leave the rest for another fan. We're going to put it right here in the back of the parking lot on this little light post here. There he is. So keep an eye out for him. Come look for him if you're in the area, and let me know if you found him. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up, guys? We're out here at Spirit Halloween in Salon, Ohio. I have been told that this is a huge, awesome store, so let's go inside and check it out. Is Ghostface and the Ringmaster here? Oh, wait a minute. This time it's Ghostface and Art the Clown. How awesome. This is a darker store. I love it. And it is a pretty big store. All right, Art the Clown, let's see him go first. Turned up nice and loud, but he's not waving. I love that they have the glasses on him. You can remove the glasses if you want. And Ghostface is here with the interchangeable face and knife. My favorite knife, but my second favorite mask. And his arm isn't working. What in the world? I wanted to do a live here too. This will be the second store that I wanted to do a live here, and his arm wasn't working. Is this stable for us to spin the wheel? Yes, it is. Let's do it. What will we get this time? I always get like the same few options. I either get the moon for a nap, or the star, or the try again. What will we get this time? I don't think I got the eyeball yet. Ooh, the star. Oh, lucky you survived. Sweet. That's the first time in a long time we got that. Max Straw is here. Hello, Max Straw. Good to see Max Straw. I really wish they'd put a crow on him. They should get a bunch of the crows and put them around here. That would definitely work for him. Good to see a Max Straw. We'll go around the corner here, and they have Towering Tallulah for $330. She is pricey, but she is awesome and tall and fast. But will she work? Maybe she's not working. No, I guess not. That's too bad. She is awesome. Man, I wish she was working. That is too bad. I wonder why she is not. All right, over here we have, oh my gosh, the Night Terror. I love him. And he's on motion. I think he is my favorite for 2024. He's so simple, but he is cheap and awesome. I do love it. Good to see you, dude. And they have the giant death ray. He is activated over here. I like him too. I like the way he moves his head, and I love the lights. He is super tall. $350 for him. Look at his feet. He's got some ginormous feet. He's like Bigfoot. Good to see him. They have the sitting scarecrow over here. We'll activate him real quick, and he's got a zombie squirrel buddy right next to him. Love the sitting scarecrow. It's good that he has a little friend next to him. Oh my gosh. He's like coughing. He must have COVID. Jeez. Alright, Bobby Strings is here. Hello, Bobby Strings. The lights look awesome in here because it is dark.
I'll loop you in on the disturbing things that we have going on around here. Things of maniacs on the roof.
I hope you guys can hear him good. He's a little quiet today.
Awful rumors, but just in case, let me hide behind you.
Love Bobby Strings. He is awesome. Emily with no Victor again. This is crazy. $300 for Emily.
I was a bride.
I was a bride. That's right.
My dreams were taken from me. Well, now I'm still in
That's the perfect quote for her because she does not have Victor. I wonder if she says that because he's not here, because you can connect them and they will like communicate together. So I wonder if when you don't have them connected, that's the quote she does. That would be funny. Barnaby the bear is here, but no jumping spider friend next to him. And he is not balancing? What in the world? This is the first store I've been to where he was not working. I wonder why he's not working. Oh well, good to see him anyways. Love you, dude. He is one of my favorites too because he's furry. I'll give him a little pet. All right, I see Nibbles the clown over here. Is he not working? Oh, there he goes.
I hope you don't mind. I like the way you walk. I can't help it.
He's a little quiet, and I don't think his tracking's working. There he goes. Hold on. He's working a little bit. This is the first store I've been to where a bunch of the animatronics were not working. I would be really surprised if Wanda or especially the Cotton Candy Dan are not working because they are typically always working. Let's see. I could hear poor George over there. Is she not working? What in the world? Oh, there she goes. She actually is hooked up to that this time. Wanda Webb. She is $330. She is a great giant spider animatronic. Good to see you, Wanda. We'll give you a little pet. Pet, pet, pet. Hold on, wait a minute. Maybe she wants to wear my glasses. There we go. That's cool. Wanda Nate. Alright, Cotton Candy Dan is over here. I wonder if he will work. Probably. He usually always does. There he goes. He's a little quiet this time. Sometimes it's not. He almost knocked my phone out of my hand with this thing. Good to see you, dude. I think the loudest thing in here is this screen. I am hearing this from the outside super loud. They're silent but deadly. Yeah, they have this speaker turned up louder than anything else. You can't hear any of the animatronics, but you can definitely hear animations on here. That is crazy. Alright, let's go see what they have on the floor for sale. A decent size stack of animatronics here. The Ringmaster, Max Straw, Scream, Gravestone Ghoul, still haven't seen him set up yet. Goofy Ghostface, Barnaby the Bear, Giant Death Ray, Fogging Skull Pile. They have a Straw Man here, sweet, and another Max Straw, and a bunch of Singing Scarecrow and Man's Possessed Friend. I cannot believe we haven't seen Gravestone Ghoul set up yet, and I'm actually surprised that that is the only stack of animatronics they have. This is a big store, so I would expect to see a bunch more here. Look at this, there's a big empty space here, an empty space over there. Maybe they're waiting for more to come in. I have no idea when this store opened. I know it opened recently, so maybe they are waiting for more animatronics to come in. Let's check out the inflatables. 2 20-foot snakes, the clown with the spinning eyes, reapers, jack-o'-lanterns, ghosts, gargoyles, hearses, wolves, rats. They have 1 owl, bunch of cats, and 1 dual mask inflatable. Ooh, and they have the Killer Clowns ones. They have a decent little selection of inflatables here. Other than the animatronics, it looks like they are pretty well stocked on everything else. This store is huge. They have the light covers here, but it doesn't look like they have the clown. They just have the jack-o'-lanterns, cats, and skeletons. And look at this, they have the light up pumpkin eyes. You put them on the pumpkin, and it looks like he has giant eyeballs. That is $10. And they have this one right here, Pumpkin Peeper. It does light up. Awesome. That is so cool. You put that in the pumpkin, holding the lid, so it looks like he is popping out, and that is $13. And what is this one? Lighted Ghost Pumpkin Steak? So you just stick that in the top of the pumpkin. I love the packaging on that. That is too cool. And it lights up with different colors. That's cute. And that is $7. Not too bad. They have some of the wreaths here. I haven't seen the wreaths in a long time. There's the Martian one. That one's probably my favorite. And these do light up. If I can find the button, I will press it, and we'll see if it'll light up for us. Yes, there we go. That's a pretty cool one. I do love Mars Attacks. And they have Frankenstein's monster right there, and Killer Clowns, another one of my favorite ones. I love that they have a bunch of popcorn on there. And this is another favorite, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That is awesome. That one I think is my #1 favorite, and then this one, and maybe that one. Maybe that one's in second place. I don't know. I love all this stuff. And there is a Ghostface one as well. Let's see how that one lights up. Pretty good. I wish they would have made the mask light up. Here's something I don't ever point out. They have blacklight paint and blacklight chalk, so you can draw on the ground with that, and you can paint stuff with this. This is $13, and the chalk is $4. Not too bad. And then you put a blacklight on them, and it glows really nice in the dark. These would be great to use for your haunt, especially if you're doing your haunt and starting it on your driveway. You can draw a walkway with that and have it lit up with a blacklight. And if you'd need a blacklight, they have blacklight bulbs. This one you can just put in a regular socket. It is $13. And they have blacklight spotlights. That would probably be the one that I would get, and that is $23. They have a few Sidesteppers here. I see Ghostface and Chucky. And, oh, they have a Spiky. Oh, but he's not working. I love that. It is so funny. They got the candle covers. There's Chucky right there. Ooh, a Sam one. I love the leaves on that. And they have Mars Attacks with the spaceships and Michael Myers. I love the leaves on that one too. And the pumpkin face. That is awesome. You put a candle in there and it lights up the designs. Oh, check this out. They have the Texas Chainsaw Massacre statue and the Killer Clowns one and Pennywise. We're going to press the buttons on all of these if we can get them to work. This one is pretty beat up. Let's see if it'll light up. No, it's not going to light up, but it does light up, and he makes the chainsaw sounds. I love that. This is a great statue. And this is $90. Here's the Killer Clowns one with the baby Killer Clowns in the popcorn bucket. That one does light up. How awesome, but he doesn't make any sounds. That one is $90 as well. And the Pennywise one I know is $90 too. I've seen that at a few stores lately. That one is super cool. Love the lights on there. And he says some freaky quotes. He is great. Look at how well stocked they are on signs. This is crazy. I see one of the LED signs, the Mars Attacks one. This one is my favorite. I will definitely get this if I find it during the sales. $60. Pretty pricey, but pretty awesome. Mars Attacks rocks. And they have plenty of other pictures here. All of our favorite ones. I love that one. I love that one. That one I especially love. And these ones are really cool too. They don't light up or anything, but they look awesome. And they have a really nice and full Nightmare Before Christmas section here. Some awesome signs up there. This is Halloween, Misfit Love, and All Hail the Pumpkin King. Here's a Zero hanging prop. He is $20. I really like that. That is awesome. Love the pumpkin on his nose. Here is a Zero jewelry tray. You put the jewelry in there with Zero. Boy, it is dark in here. This would be a great store to have the Ringmaster set up in. I wonder why they don't. Oogie Boogie Roll the Dice. I love that. If you play game night with your family, you'd want that. $18. Here's a countdown to Halloween. It even has a clock so you can go month to month. How awesome is that? And then it's got the numbers so you can do a countdown to Halloween from the beginning of the year all the way to Halloween. $27 for that. This is a cool sign too. Scare is in the air. That is awesome. And there's Zero. I love that they have fabric for Zero. $17.99 for that. Here's an awesome town hall table clock and bank. That is sweet. You can put money in there and it keeps the time. How awesome. This is $40. They have Plush Sally and Plush Jack here. Sally is $27. I imagine Jack is the same. Yes, $27. And they have a Plush Oogie Boogie down here, and sometimes you can find the green Oogie Boogie as well. Plush Oogie Boogie is $27 as well. Awesome. They have a ton of awesome Nightmare Before Christmas water jugs and cups here. This is an awesome one. Look at that. All the characters on there. Everybody loves Nightmare Before Christmas. Look, that's a sweet Halloween Town sign. Oh, sweet. They have the cats here. I love these. Watch this. Ooh, look at that purple light. That is great. I want this, but it's $30. That is crazy. And what are these? Just books? That's weird. Book box. So these are boxes that you can put stuff in. This one says The Cabin Killer. Ooh. If that's a movie, I've never seen it before, but it looks awesome. I don't know if it's an actual movie or not, though. And this one has some ghosts on it and some shiny glitter. There are a ton more plush things here. A bunch from The Nightmare Before Christmas. Here is the Pumpkin King with the sign, Halloween Town. That is an awesome one. And they have the green Oogie Boogie with the dice. That one is probably my favorite one from Nightmare Before Christmas. He's even got bugs in his mouth. And they have Plush Teddy there, Scary Teddy. He is $27 just like the other ones. And behind them, they have a bunch of the skeletons. I love these. These are super tall and awesome. They are $35 a piece. Usually they're all wrapped up. I love that they hang them here so you can really see how tall they are. They have mini ones here that are pink, and these are $15. And this one is like a negative. I don't know what kind of color you'd call that, but it's the opposite color of that one. That is probably the same price. Yeah, $35. I see two Snugguramis here. They might have more around the corner. This one has skulls and jack-o'-lanterns, and this one has a bunch of ghosts on it. I think these are awesome. I'd love to have a couple of those to watch scary movies while wearing them. And no, it doesn't look like... Oh wait, yes, they do have a bunch more. Here is the Chucky one. I like that one. Here is the Jason one with his mask. Beetlejuice, that's one of my favorite ones. And they have the Freddy one, and Sam, and the Gremlins. Or if you don't want to wear a Snuggurami, you can choose from any of these awesome blankets. There's the new Art the Crispies blanket right there. That is a popular one. They have Crouchy if you love the Spirit Halloween animatronics, or if you love Spirit Halloween, you can get the Spirit Halloween blanket. There's a Deadpool one right there. That's one of my favorites with the ghosts on it. There's an awesome Scooby-Doo one right there. Silence of the Lambs. They have some great Nightmare Before Christmas ones, and they have a few from Trick or Treat, and this one is awesome. Look at that. I love the jack-o'-lantern on there. That is too freaky. These are $33 a piece, and I actually have one of these. It's one with Michael Myers, this one right here with the moon behind him because I love the moon, and these are super comfortable. And there's the Jeepers Creepers one. I love that one. And they have a bunch from Chucky. That one is actually reversible with a bunch of roses on one side, and here's the one with Chucky's face. It says, "I'm Chucky, wanna play." This is sweet. They have a Ghostbusters doormat that says, "I ain't afraid of no ghosts." That is hilarious. I'd love to have it. I would like a doormat that says, "Bustin' makes me feel good." That would be hilarious. That's a quote from the song. Killer clowns, they have the popcorn gun and Shorty's bat, and they have the hand puppets, but I don't see any of the cotton candy laser guns or full over-the-head masks. Those are what we are looking for. The hand puppets are kind of rare. They'd be great if you're going to be a killer clown for Halloween, and they are $22. And you know what I just thought about after seeing this? One of the killer clowns makes a dinosaur hand puppet on a wall in the movie. They should totally make a killer clown's inflatable that has something where you shine a light up onto the wall that makes a shadow that looks like a dinosaur but has the killer clown's hands, just regular hands. That would be awesome. Do they have the shirt? No, they don't. They do have the Sam Spirit Halloween shirts here. They have one and it's medium, but they don't have the one we're looking for, the Art the Clown. We will continue our search. Oh sweet, look at this. They have a Pizza Planet Toy Story jacket. I love that. I grew up watching Toy Story. I would love to have a Pizza Planet jacket. That is $60. Here is a wrestler pick-me-up inflatable costume. That is too funny. That is $60. I hardly ever see that one. And here's the wavy arm guy. I've actually seen that at the past few stores. That is $50. During a recent live stream, somebody wanted to see all the skeleton stuff, and I wasn't able to make it over to show them. So here is some of the skeleton stuff. They have an awesome skeleton jacket right here. That is cool. It's like a casual thing you can wear as a little Halloween costume. It even has the spine on the back. That is cool. How much is this? Is there a price anywhere? Yes. This is $37. They also have skeleton gloves here for $7, and these gloves right here only go up half your hand. I wonder why. And those are $8 as well. Skeleton bandana to put around your face so you don't have to wear a whole mask. That is $8. Here's a little skeleton mask that's like a half mask almost. It's like less than a half mask, and that is $15. And they have these awesome plastic hard half masks, and these ones are $13. Here's a light up skeleton L wire mask. Oh, but it's not going to light up for us. Oh wait, there's a tab. Love getting to pull the tabs on stuff. Ooh, sweet. That's pretty cool, but it looks like it needs to have some stuff on the mouth too. There's a neon skeleton. That one is $40, and a skeleton jumpsuit for $40 as well. And they even have some skeleton face tattoos. Look at that. So you can make your face look like a skull, and that is $6. I wish they had a picture that showed you what it looked like when somebody was using that. Or you can use the skeleton bones makeup kit to paint your face just like that, like a skeleton. Here's some skeleton rhinestone mesh arm warmers. That's pretty cool. And look at this. They have more skeleton gloves, but these ones have 3D bones on it. That is awesome. That is $8 as well. Everything seems to be $8 for all the gloves. And for the ladies, they have skeleton lady right there for $35. Skeleton leggings. And here's a skeleton romper. That is $35. A skeleton poncho. That's pretty cool. And that is $25. Another super full clearance section, and check this out. They do have 11 on clearance. People keep asking me about Stranger Things costumes. This is on sale for $40. Still pretty pricey, but if you're going to be 11, it's good to get a little discount. And they have Hopper's jacket and hat. Lucas's track jacket down there. Family video vests. I love those. Referee kits are on clearance right now. They have a ton of good clearance stuff, so definitely check out your local store to see what they have. They have tons of accessories for any costumes that you're trying to put together. They have chef hats. Those are awesome. These are $10 a piece. There's boxing gloves for maybe if you want to be shorty for Halloween, or a boxer. That is $25. Bullet belts. Those are sweet if you're going to be a soldier or Rambo, and that is $10. Here's some drumsticks too. That's awesome. And those are $6. And those feel like real drumsticks. Those are actual wood. How cool. They have bow ties, suspenders. They have tattoo sleeves. That is awesome. Here's another tattoo sleeve. It's called Prisoner Tattoo Sleeve. That is too funny. Whips, bandanas, all kinds of stuff here. Have I not looked at the zombie babies yet? Holy cow. There are 2 Ghostface, 1 Michael Myers, and 1 Leatherface. He is hard to find now. Come and get him if you want him. How awesome that they have him. Spider Biter Billy, there's Barbara Wire, and Scheming Sally, the new ones for 2024. The Peekaboo baby I haven't seen in a while because he's always broken probably. Flippin' Freddy is down there. They have Gorious George, Snackin' Stevie. They have 1 Gutsy Gwen. I love her. She is my favorite. She's eating the guts in the pumpkin. Wretched Ralphie is here with his rat snack. Revenous Ruby, I haven't seen her in a little bit. And Chompin' Connie. This store is pretty well stocked. They even have a couple of the egg sacks. I love those. And the new cauldrons. I love these. These are ginormous and a great quality. Love that green stuff coming out of it. Sweet. They have a Grave Watcher hiding back here. If you want the Grave Watcher, she's back here hiding on the shelf. And they have the handheld flames. I love those. They light up really nice and they flicker like real fire. Here's a multi prop remote. You can hook up multiple props to this and then control them with that little controller. 50 bucks for that, and you can hook up 4 of them to it. 2 foam coffins down here. These are 100 bucks a piece. I think I'm going to do a review on that if I can get him during the sales. And they have a ton of groundbreaking skeletons here. I don't think these ones are new, but these ones are new. This skeleton is awesome with the light up eyes, and the pumpkin is new as well, and he is 40 bucks. I'm pretty sure this dude is $40 as well. Yes, $40. And they have a bunch of the awesome pathway markers here. There is the jack-o'-lanterns. Oh, wait a minute, please work. No, are none of these gonna work? Oh, there we go. One works for us. This one is my favorite, the bumpy, spooky pumpkins. They make some creepy sounds and flash. I love the green and yellow on there, and the skulls. Those are cool too. They're a little quiet right now. I think usually they're louder. There's the doll heads up there, and they have red lanterns with bats and purple ones with spiders. Oh, here's some doll heads right here. Hopefully they'll light up for us. Yes, look at that. I love the green. Anything with green or blue lights is awesome for Halloween. What's up, guys? Right here at Spirit Halloween in Beechwood, Ohio. They do not have a sign up yet, so I'm wondering if they just opened up. But they do have this crane here, and they will probably set the sign up pretty soon. I'm really hoping that they have the full Deadpool costume here with the katanas and the belt and everything. Let's go check it out. What animatronics will be greeting us today? Ooh, Ghostface and, of course, the Ringmaster. He is almost at every single store. This entire duo is always here. Ghostface. He's gonna tilt his head first.
Strange that you and I have never spoken on the phone. This is long overdue.
Love the slashing from Ghostface. That arm is just wiggling around while he's slashing. He is one of my favorites. Love that last slash. And the Ringmaster. Yesterday we saw him at another store. I can't remember which store it was, but it was a little bit darker, and we were able to see his animation on his chest a little bit easier. Today, this store is a little bit bright, so I don't think we'll be able to see it. Oh my gosh, his back must be hurting because he is not leaning back. That is probably the second or third time that I've seen him do that, so I'm afraid he might be another one that is broken pretty often, which is too bad because he is like the main animatronic here. Let's spin the wheel. Oh my goodness, that thing is beat up. We're not even gonna let it continue. Sorry, now you are dead inside. Oh well, that wheel is dead inside. Alright, we have Towering Tallulah here. Hello, Towering Tallulah. Let's see if she'll work. Ooh, yes, she's going to. I love Towering Tallulah. She is tall. Woo! That is awesome. She almost touches the ceiling. How great.
Your curiosity and trespassing has cost you your mortality. Fear not, for you will have eternally spellbound.
They had to give her a super long quote because she takes so long to reset. I wish they gave her a little laugh at the end there. They totally could have done that. She is really cool, and I love the fabric on there. They got it all wrapped up, but when it's not wrapped up, it flies everywhere. Max Straw is here. Will he turn his head, or will he be broken? He's turning his head. He's working pretty good. I've seen a lot of broken Max Straws. He is pretty cool. Love the crow sounds on him too, and he is $180. A little pricey, especially because he is always broken. The Giant Death Ray, we finally got his name right. I've been calling him the wrong thing the whole time here. All he does is look around and has some spooky sounds and some awesome blue lights. Super tall. He is $350. Pretty pricey for somebody who just looks around and doesn't do much, but he is awesome. $200 for the Terrifier. Ooh, we got the sitting scarecrow over there. Sometimes you don't see him waving. His hands are broken sometimes. Glad he is working right now. Awesome prop. Licensed for $200. You cannot beat that price. Good to see ya, dude. Alright, the sitting scarecrow. I love him. spirit is not complete without a sitting scarecrow, and this is the scary sitting scarecrow. They have a more friendly version that is for sale too. You put the candy in there, and when you reach in, that's how you activate them, unless you want to use a step pad like they do here. Bobby Strings. Hello, Bobby Strings. That's his laughing animation. I love that one where he's just laughing. We'll have to high-five him. Here we go. High-five, Bobby. All right, cool. Oh, no. I broke him. We'll have to hang him back up. Oh, no. We're going to have to catch the hook. It's like we're fishing. Come on. I got a nibble. There we go. There we go. All right. Not too hard to do that. I wonder how hard he is to set up from scratch. That would be interesting to see. Maybe I'll have to buy him and then set him up because it looks kind of complicated. But now that I see that the hooks on his hands were not too hard to put on there, he actually might not be too hard to set up. He is $310. And of course, Emily does not have her husband Victor here. That's too bad. We've only seen him with her a couple times.
You set me free. Now I can do this.
She is a pretty cool animatronic. I think they really stepped it up with the animatronics this year in making them a little bit more detailed and giving them some different movements and stuff. But I'd love to see them step it up again next year. Oh, look, the jumping spider. I gotta give him a little pet. Hello, jumping spider. Jumping spider and the sitting scarecrow are the ones you always see. Here's Barnaby the bear balancing on his ball. And he's a little bit quiet this time. I do love him though. He is awesome. And it's nice when they set him up correctly so he actually looks like he's balancing on the ball, because sometimes they don't set him up correctly and the ball doesn't go back and forth. They did a good job though. And here is Nibbles. He's going to track us. Hello, Nibbles. Oh no, is he not working? This is the first Nibbles that I have seen that wasn't on. I wonder why he's not working. Typically he is. He is a good animatronic and he tracks you when you walk back and forth. His head turns and watches you. And Wanda Webworth is here. She's on motion. She is great. I'd love to see her next to, I don't remember its name, but there's another giant spider animatronic that they had from last year, I think it was, and they're probably about the same size, but the other one you actually can hang up. I'd love to see them next to each other. We'll give her a little pet because she's furry. All right, Cotton Candy Dan is over here. Let's say hello to him. Hello, Cotton Candy Dan.
Better be careful walking around at this place. You can get in all kinds of sticky situations here.
I love the blue lights under there. And he was not hard to set up. My dad bought him and I set it up for him. And he was actually not difficult at all. Let's check out the Funhouse of Terror and see if it smells like cotton candy in here. Yes, it does. It smells like cotton candy really good. I think they just opened up this store the other day, so they must have just freshly sprayed that spray. There's Jack the Reaper, and there is Silent but Deadly. That's his name. I couldn't remember for a minute there. He was an animatronic from a previous year, I think maybe 2016. I wish they'd have him in the store. He's gonna make a smiley face for us. Good to see you, dude. Alright, let's see what animatronics they have on the floor. Here's some animatronics on the floor. My favorite Ghostface from Scream. I love that one. How much is he? I can never remember the price on him. $280, pretty pricey, but I'd love to get him. The Grave Watcher, she was popular last year. She's only $80, I think, which is an awesome price. Yeah, $80, not too bad. She has two candles in her hand that she moves back and forth, and she says some creepy things. The Goofy Ghostface, he only makes one quote and does not move. Man's Possessed Friend, as always, and the Gravestone Ghoul. No one is setting it up. Why is nobody setting that up? That is so weird. I'm gonna have to ask them if they're like not allowed to set him up or something. Barnaby the Bear and Cotton Candy Dan. Here's another stack of animatronics. Wanda Webworth, Night Terror, Betty Sharp. I've seen a bunch of her lately. Mr. Punchy, Giant Death Ray, and the Ringmaster, and two Demonic Gatekeeper. They have a decent selection of animatronics here. They do have collapsible barrels here. I love the ghost one. You can put candy in these, and in the picture they show a ton of candy in there, but nobody's gonna fill it up like that unless you have a ton of money. That is $20 a piece, and they have the lawn stakes. I love these. There's friendly jack-o'-lanterns, scary jack-o'-lanterns, friendly ghosts, and they do have scary ghosts somewhere, but not here right now. Those are $8 a piece. Oh, look at this. Perma Blood. I've only seen these at one other place. This one is green. It's just like some paint that you can spray on your costumes or your decorations. That is $10 a piece, and they have red, and I think that's it. Red and green for now. They have the light covers. I definitely want some of these. Jack-o'-lantern, cat, skeleton, and clown. I want the cat. That's what they look like whenever you put them on the light. Tons of door covers here. Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Hannibal Lecter, that's a creepy one. Jeepers Creepers, I love Jeepers Creepers, one of the first scary movies I ever saw. These are all 23 bucks a piece. Army of Darkness, I love that one. There's The Exorcist, and they have a Sam one right there. They have a couple Sam ones usually. Ooh, they have the Leatherface one. I haven't seen that one in a long time. I love Leatherface. There's the Terrifier. That one I haven't seen a little bit either. That's new for 2024. The Mars Attacks Martian, that's a great one. And of course, there's Ghostface. You always gotta have some Ghostface stuff. And there's Pennywise. There's a scarier Pennywise one that I haven't seen in a little while. We'll keep our eyes peeled for it. Ooh, look at this. A Sam Groundbreaker. I have not seen this yet. How cool is that? He's got the lollipop and everything. That is a plastic, I think. That is a good quality thing. Wow, that is cool. I have to watch this movie. This is $50. It's pretty expensive, but I don't think that he lights up or anything. I wish he would. Tons of cool stuff over here. They have a bunch of Good Guy Chucky dolls, and they have a couple of Glens. Glenn was super popular last year. He is $70, and he is a great quality. If you like Chucky, you're going to need that. And they have Annabelle right there, and they almost always have Sam sitting dolls. Let's see if they have any Sidesteppers here for us. Oh yes, they have a bunch. Here is Michael Myers and Ghostface and Chucky and Sam and Frankenstein. I haven't seen him in a while. Let's see if any of these will work. Chucky's going, Sam's going, Ghostface, and Michael Myers. We gotta make it nice and noisy in here. I love the Sidesteppers. Awesome. And they have some bobbleheads here. Texas Chainsaw, Michael Myers, Hannibal Lecter, Scraps, and always a bunch of trick-or-treat ones. We're starting to see the Hanging Adam and Barbara at almost every store now, which is awesome. 70 bucks a piece for those, and I do like them a lot. I would love to have those. Here's an awesome Beetlejuice soup mug with a spoon. How cool is that? He looks like the snake. $20. You could definitely eat some broccoli cheddar soup in there on a cool fall day. Oh, look at this. Are these candle holders? No, they're actually little lights. Let's see if it'll turn on. Yes, it does. Look at that. How cool. Hold on. Let's see if this one lights up too. And the light is like pulsating. I have never seen these before. That one's not going to work, but how cool. Adam and Barbara little lights. You can just put those on like a mantle or on your countertops. Those are 17 bucks a piece. Here's the awesome new Beetlejuice snow globe. I love that one, featuring the mansion. Beetlejuice rocks. $40. Pretty pricey, but he is awesome. They have a ton of cool signs here. There's the license plate from Jeepers Creepers, Be Eating You. Elm Street is an awesome one. This one is from Chucky, and it is double-sided with Chucky's face on there. This is a double-sided Texas Chainsaw Massacre one. Awesome, I love that. Big Top Burger from Killer Clowns from Outer Space. And they always have these canvas-style photos with all of our favorite characters. There's Art the Clown, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Ghostface, and Sam. And this one's a cool one I've never seen before with a skull on it. And these are some awesome Michael Myers signs. That one is changing from the kid version to the adult version of Michael Myers. Plenty of the ghost stuff at this store. I see the Sidesteppers. Will have to activate one of them. I always activate these guys. They are awesome. I have to find a nice place to set it though. We'll have to move these little things first. Here we go. That is one of my favorite Sidesteppers. I love that. And it's cheaper than all the other ones at $22. Not too bad at all. And they have the mugs. I love that one, but I think this one is my favorite. The mugs are about $10 a piece each. Look at this cup. Wow. Shiny ghosts on there. My wife would like that. That is $15. Look at that little ghosty. Ooh, look at this. They have a nice little clearance section here with a ton of cool stuff. They have the Hauntley's animated heads here. Those are projected. These faces are projected on here. And they have quotes and little songs, 60 minutes of talking, singing, and joking. I wonder what the clearance price is on that. 25 bucks, not too bad. Originally $34, so you get 10 bucks off. That's not bad. These guys are on clearance. The Hanging Nurse, she usually shakes, I think. Let's see if she'll work. No, she's not going to work. The clown, he shakes, I know that. But he's, oh wait. Nope, he's not going to work. None of them are going to work. Oh well, that's too bad. They are super cool, and he is talking, but he is not shaking. And look at this, they have step pad covers on clearance for $3. That is an awesome price, and it comes with those 4 designs. I like the Pumpkin Smash. That is my favorite design. I wish they'd have whole packs of the pumpkin one. Pretty cool if they have those on clearance, though. The Gremlins bobblehead is on clearance. Are you kidding me? How much is that? $30. Still pretty pricey, but I love the Gremlins, and I would love to have that. And what is this? A Beetlejuice book? It says try me, but what? What is that? Is it gonna light up? Hold on. Oh, yes, it does. There's a button in there, but none of of these are going to work for us. I wonder how you could change the batteries on that. Maybe you can't. Maybe that's why they're on clearance, because you can't change the batteries and it's dead. Here's a trick-or-treat wagon and it is on clearance. The button is right there. Let's see if we'll get it to work. This does light up, but it is dead. And I only see that one every once in a while. Kind of weird that it's on clearance. That's what it looks like whenever it lights up. Ooh, lift the wagon handle to activate the on and off function. That's pretty cool. $13 and originally $30. That's a great deal. They have ghost face dishes. These are little, like, they call it trinket dishes, but they're like soap dishes, and these are $10 a piece. And they have some awesome ghost face soap dispensers. I like the one with the blood dripping and the chrome face, and those are $17 a piece. But look at this, we finally found one of the small blow mold ghost faces. These are actually kind of hard to find now, and they have bigger versions that are called Porch Buddies, and they are like a huge version of this exact thing. These are $22 a piece. We'll have to see if they have any of the Porch Buddies anywhere. Let's check out the inflatables. They have a ton of them here. 2 ghost face on sale for $130. I want that. Jack the Reaper. They have scarecrows here, rats, ghosts. They have a bunch of snakes. Dual mask inflatable. They have 2 of those. Clowns, jack-o'-lantern archways. Ooh, they got the owls here, wolves. They have a ton of stuff here. There's the ghosts, of course, and the cats, and the gargoyles, and the 12-foot jumbo. That one is kind of hard to find. I love finding that one. He is awesome. I'd love to have it. And look at this. They have the clown toe tappers. Those are extremely hard to find. This has probably been here for years, because look at how beat up that box is. Let's see if he works. He works. Hold on. Is he actually going to tap for us, though? Oh, man. He must be low on batteries. But he does tap his toes. I see babies over there. We'll check them out in a minute. But look at this. They have a ton of our friends, including the crows. I love the crows. Those are awesome. And they have the snails. I'm definitely getting a snail by the end of the season. He is $17 with his awesome skull shell. And the zombie squirrels. I want to have one of those too. At least one of them. And those are $25 a piece. But let's see what babies they have. Michael Myers from Halloween 2. They have 2 of him, 2 Ghostface, and 1 Pennywise. I haven't seen a Leatherface in a long time. And of course, they have a ton of Spider Biter Billy, Wretched Ralphie with his rat snack, Devil Cherub. I guarantee. Oh wait, he's working. You can barely hear him, but I haven't found a working Devil Cherub in a long time. How cool. All right, and they have Barbara Wire, 2 of her. I usually only see 1 of her in the store, so that's awesome. Snack and Stevie with his hand down there, and they have 2 Gutsy Gwen, my favorite. She's my absolute favorite, and I always activate all of them when I find them. I love those. I'm definitely going to get her at some point. Hopefully during the sale, I can find at least one of her. All right, they have the King of Crows mask here. I haven't seen this one in forever, but that thing is freaky. This is probably one of my favorite masks from here. $40 for that, but it is an awesome, scary mask. None for you. I love that one. They have a zombie mask up there, Undead Zombie. That one is kind of hard to find now, but they used to have a few zombie masks here. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Pretty Woman Leatherface mask. The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre mask right there. They should have the new one somewhere around here. We'll keep our eye out for it. And they have the Bloody Tiger and the regular furry mask there. And look at that, the Wicked Scarecrow. I love that one. That is a freaky Scarecrow mask. If I was going to be a Scarecrow, I'd definitely get that. I love the Skeletal Horse mask. It's all bloody. That is crazy scary. For $25. Here's Momo. I love Momo. Momo is a freaky one. It's simple but freaky. Her face is all deformed right now. Let's fix it for her. There we go. That one is super scary. I would hate to see that at night. That one is $40. And they have the Bloody Bear. It looks more like a dog, but he is super freaky. There's a bunch of flesh bit off his face, and he's got super sharp teeth. And the pig. These all have moving jaws. Now, if I was going to be that Wicked Scarecrow, I would get this awesome saw axe. I love that. This is like a foam handle. It's not just plastic. This thing is great. This is $23 for the saw blade axe. I think that's new for 2024. That is detailed and awesome. I don't believe I see any other new weapons, but they have tons of knives and tools here. This is an awesome dagger. I feel like a vampire would have this dagger. And this is $15. It's called a Gothic dagger. And the knives are about maybe $10 a piece. Let's check this one too. Yeah, $12. And this one is $10, so between $10 and $15 for each of the knives. And they have some swords and pretty crazy weapons here. Look at this thing, double-edged sword. That is crazy. That is $35. And look look at this giant sword. That one is awesome. I love that. That is huge. That is $40. Oh, sweet. They do have a couple of the silicone egg sacks here. Those are new for 2024. Little spiders on those. 20 bucks a piece. I love them. And they have the cute bat. I love the cute bat. He's actually kind of hard to find. Look at the wings on that. Those are detailed and freaky. My daughter would probably love that. She loves bats. Here's something I haven't seen in a long time. Door knockers. There's the vampire. He has some creepy quotes.
Go inside. This place sucks.
I love that. He is $30. This is my favorite quote from him. And then there's the devil.
Beware of entering. It will cost you your soul.
That's cool. That one is $30 too. Every once in a while you can find a super rare clown door knocker. I found him one time. If you ever find him, grab him. It is so rare. I love these plush skeletons. Look at these things. They are super tall. I'd love to have that. Let's see what the price is on this guy. I don't remember. $35. Not too bad for an awesome giant skeleton pillow. And they have a skeleton jack-o'-lantern pillow here with a pumpkin face. And he is the same price. And they have one giant plush spider. I love these. These are actually pretty popular. When they are in stock, they sell out super quick. I'd love to get one for my daughter. Hopefully I can get one during the sales. 40 bucks for that. And they have one blue moth. I hardly ever see these. Look at that color. That is awesome. How much is this one? $17. Not too bad, and it's double-sided. Here's the one we were looking for, the Deadpool section, but they don't have the sign up there, so this is kind of hard to find. Here are the katanas. They do have those. Those are 40 bucks, but they have no Deadpool costumes and no Wolverine costumes. It seems like if you want to get the whole set, you have to jump from store to store to find everything. What's up, guys? Right here at Spirit Halloween in New Philly, Ohio. I'm hoping we go in there and find the new Bob costume from Beetlejuice. But first, we're going to check out the animatronics. Let's go inside and see them. We usually have Ghostface and the Ringmaster greeting us, and yes, that is the duo we're seeing today. Hello, Ringmaster and Ghostface. We'll do the Ringmaster first. $330 for him. Maybe able to see his animation a little bit better because it's a little bit darker in here.
My friends are going to show you a scary good time.
Pretty cool. You can see it a little bit better in here. Ghostface is here. There he's going. He's slashing. We'll start him one more time. Let's go ahead. He always tilts his head first.
Now I see something red.
I love that one. Him and the Night Terror are my favorites. Ooh, I see the Cremator is over here. We'll activate him again in a minute. He's already going. But first, Terrifier, Art the Clown. I love these things. These are great for activating the animatronics. And they actually make sounds. That's pretty cool. He looks great. 200 bucks for him is an awesome price. And the Cremator. Pew pew.
The scorching wind that whispers of your demise. Surrender to the flames and let the ashes carry you to unseen realms of the...
He would be great with a fog machine around him. Really wish that his jaw would move, though. This is just like a solid skull. I wish his jaw would move. That'd be a little bit better. Sitting Scarecrow's over here. Spirit Halloween is not complete without Sitting Scarecrow. Gotta love him. And they have more animatronics over here. Oh, sweet. And they have Victor and Emily. We usually see just Emily. All right, we let some people clear out of here. Look at this mirror. That is wild. But let's see Barnaby the Bear roar at me. Nice and loud. I love him. And he is set up really well. balancing on his ball. Love Barnaby. We'll give him a little pet because he's furry, and we'll give him a high five. Good to see you, Barnaby. The jumping spider, we always have to say hello to him. I did actually buy a jumping spider last year. I love him. We'll give him a little pet because he's fuzzy. This is awesome. They have Victor and Emily, so they should be communicating.
With this candle, I will light your way in darkness. With this ring, I ask you to be mine.
A little bit quiet, hard to hear him, but that's okay. And then she should go right after him, I believe. Yes. It's funny how she says you may kiss the bride. I'll have to watch the movie and see if they have like a, I forget what you call the guy that stands between them. But, oh look, he's gonna go again.
I will lift your sorrow.
Super cool. I love that they're connected and they kind of communicate back and forth. That's awesome. Cool to see him here. Usually we just see Emily, and I don't know why, but maybe we'll start seeing more of him. Bobby Strings is here. Hello, Bobby.
Hi there, kids. You're a lovely sight. Please prepare to fill you up with fright. I'm a puppet who's trying to get undone. You're fast asleep. I'm gonna roam around. I can before you laugh at me. Cause you'll be funnier hanging from these trees.
Awesome. Alright, I did walk over here a minute ago and I saw that they are so well stocked. Plenty of masks over here, all kinds of hats, and on the other side of this wall they have a ton of blankets and slippers. So let's go to those first and check them out. Look at this nice, fully stocked wall of blankets and slippers. And look at this, they do have the Deadpool blanket. Everybody loves that one. Deadpool is super popular this year. I love the head right there, and they have the Deadpool baby. There's a Twilight Zone blanket down there. I actually need to watch that because I saw a clip of it on TikTok and it looks like a good movie. Jeepers Creepers is right there. Sam and Michael Myers from Halloween. What else do we have over here? The Mind Flayer from Dungeons and Dragons. I think this is actually supposed to be like from Stranger Things. $27 for that. There's an awesome Coraline blanket. Coraline is a great spooky movie. Beetlejuice right there. There's a Wednesday Addams blanket. Killer Clowns down there. The Cheetos blanket. I want the Cheetos blanket. And look at all the slippers we have. There's SpongeBob and Patrick up there. That one's hilarious. Here's a Spider-Man one. Awesome. Everybody loves Spider-Man. I don't see the price on there, but they're probably similar to all these ones. And these are 30 bucks a piece. There's Scooby-Doo, Garfield, there's Deadpool, the popular one. Let's see if this one is around the same price too. That is $30. This one is the owls from Harry Potter. There's Homer from The Simpsons. This one's from Pokemon. That's cool. I never used to really watch or play Pokemon, but I know it is super popular. Yeah, these are all about 30 bucks a piece. There's Chucky down there and the Minions. They have a couple of the Snugguramis here. There's Sam. You could be Sam snuggling up to watch a movie. Scooby-Doo right there. This one's one of my favorites. This looks like Freddy's sweater. I like that one a lot. And these are 40 bucks a piece. This one is Shrek, and it even has the ears on it. That is awesome. And there's the Beetlejuice one. This one might be pretty popular because the new Beetlejuice movie just came out, and you can actually look through the eyes like it's a costume. I love that it has the hair on there. That is so cool. Ooh, there's some more over here. I love these things. This one has skulls and pumpkins on it. This one just has the ghosts on it. I like that. SpongeBob and Patrick, and that one has Jason's mask on it. And this one is like a Chucky design. That's pretty cool. It says wanna play. They have a lot of awesome dog costumes here, and look at this. They have Pennywise, It, and this is the cool one, Minions. If you had a bunch of small dogs, you could dress them all up as minions and have a bunch of minions running around your house. That would be hilarious. There's Chucky's Bride, Ninja Turtles, Pumpkin Pup. There's a bat. I like the bat one. There's a Chucky one right there. There's a Michael Myers one from Halloween 2 down there. They have a lot of cool ones. Ghostface, how funny. Oh, look at this. They have a Beetlejuice one. How awesome. 25 bucks for the Beetlejuice dog costume. There's Gremlins. Oh, look at this. That is too cool. Lydia's wedding dress. That is awesome. 25 bucks. So your dogs could be Beetlejuice and Lydia for Halloween. There's a Deadpool one too. Oh my gosh. I'm sure everybody would love to see that one. Deadpool from Deadpool and Wolverine. $22 for that one. I see tumblers. Now, the Ghostface one is the most popular one, I believe, and I don't see it, but I do see the Art Krispies one, which is probably the second most popular tumbler they have this year. A few people have told me they're looking for this, and here it is for $30. That is an awesome Terrifier tumbler. And they have my favorite, the Mars Attacks one. I love that. Featuring the Martian. No way, I came over here looking for the masks, and I found cotton candy laser guns. This is definitely coming home with me today. One of these has to work. Come on, please work. Oh no, is there a tab? Yes, there is. Let's pull the tab. I have not seen this since last year. It looks like it might have new packaging. I'm not sure. I'll have to check my videos from last year. There it goes. That is so cool. I've been looking for these, and I'm so glad they finally have them back in the stores. $30 a piece. The price is the same from last year. A bunch of animatronics on the floor. We've got one Bobby Strings, Barnaby the Bear, Max Straw, Man's Possessed Friend, Demonic Gatekeeper, 2 Greystone Ghoul. I still haven't seen him activated yet. Cotton Candy Dan. Here's a giant Death Ray, Stilts, Wanda Webworth, Goofy Ghostface, 2 Grave Watcher, and a Towering Tallulah. Not too bad. They have a decent little selection here. Oh yes, look at this. They have the Terrifier Art the Clown Baby. I think I've seen him once this year. He is brand new for 2024. $50. How awesome. I'm glad that we found him again. And they have a Pennywise and a Ghostface and a ton of other babies here. Oh my gosh, they have all the new ones. Here's Peekaboo Baby. Let's put him next to Art and activate him. He's gonna play Peekaboo with us. I believe so. Yes, he works. I've seen a couple of broken ones lately, so I'm glad that he is working. And he is 70 doll hairs. That is crazy. But I'm glad to see him anyways. Scheming Sally is down here in her orange suit. She is scheming a little plan. Barbara Wire is here. She's also new for 2024. Snack and Stevie, Spider Biter Billy. And we have a Gutsy Gwen down here. We have to get Gutsy Gwen going. Hello, Gutsy Gwen. The music is a little bit too loud, so I can't let it keep going. I gotta talk over the music, but that's okay. It's good to see her. I love that her eyes light up. What in the world? Window clings. Look at this. Leatherface. I love it. And he's holding the hammer. $6. That is not bad at all. You just stick that on your window. And they have Pennywise, and look at the face he is making. That is crazy. I love that. And they have Ghostface right there. He is probably gonna be the most popular one. And Michael Myers. And they have some of the haunted window boards here. I love these, and I might have to grab some of these this year. They're only $8 a piece. They look like wood. This one says help me and has a bunch of blood on it. And they have one right down here that's a different design that says go away, beware, condemned, and keep out. And they have some plain ones right here. These are probably the ones I would get. They just look like regular boards with nothing on them for $8. Speaking of decor, I'm gonna have to look at some of these tombstones because Temu is sending me more things to decorate with, and this time they're sending me stuff to decorate the outside, and I might need some tombstones to go with it. This 4-pack is $25, and they are foam. 2 of them are 15 inches tall, and 2 of them are 6.5 inches tall. There's the 2 right there in the back that are shorter. Those are pretty cool. $15 for one Rest in Peace cross tombstone. I like the ones with the moss up there. Those are $10 a piece. Pet Graveyard, that one rocks. It's $15. They have these little ones. These are $5 a piece, and they're 16 inches tall. There's the size comparison to my hand. Here's another 4-pack for $25. Also comes with 2 shorter ones. And the tall ones, there's the size comparison to my hand. Oh, look at this. They have big lawn bags that look like pumpkins whenever you fill them up with leaves for $3 a piece. But this only comes with 1 bag. Here's a multi-prop remote. I don't see these everywhere, but I think I want to get one and do live streams and activate animatronics with it. $50 for that. We'll check out the inflatables in a second, but they do have 2 of the light covers, the clown and the skull, but they do not have the cat or the jack-o'-lantern. For inflatables, we have the cats. These are 4 feet tall for $30. The wolves that are 3 feet tall for $30. The scarecrow, you don't see that one every time. He is $50 and 4 feet tall. The owls, I love that one, and I did buy one recently. And those ones are $25 and 4.5 feet. 5.5 foot tree here is $40. That's not a bad price for him. They have the dual mask inflatables there. Those are 6 feet tall. Gargoyles that are 5 feet. Jack-o'-lanterns that are 4 feet. Ghosts, I think they have 2 sizes of these, but these ones are the 8-foot ones. And they have 2 reapers down here and the jack jack-o'-lantern archway. Hey, look at this Wrong Way Witch tree hugger. This is too cool. This is like a classic Halloween decoration. I can't even get it off the hook here. That is crazy. These are $13 a piece. I love that. That's very vintage. And her hands are like filled with stuffing, so it's actually 3D. That is awesome. I love all the classic vintage Halloween decor. Look at how many skulls they have here. This one looks like it has been sitting in water for a long time. I love the moss on there. That's 17 bucks. They have blow mold skeleton skull jack-o'-lanterns for 20 bucks. A couple more blow molds here. These look like witches, and they are 15 bucks. I love that the nose is the stem. Another skull one that is white for 15 bucks. And then these ones are like tabletop decor. I love the all white one. That is super cool. And you can paint that to be whatever you want. 15 bucks for him. $20 for the skull bowls. You could put candy in there or something. That thing is heavy. And they have 2 of the spider egg sacks. I love these things. I definitely want to get some of these. Hopefully I can find them during the sales. 20 bucks a piece. And look at this. They have little mini skeletons. These would be great for like a Halloween goodie bag. They're plastic, but they're bendy and soft. Those are 5 bucks for a whole pack of 18 skeletons. My daughter would love to have those. They also have worms. How cool. And doll heads and moths. I love these rats. My daughter loves the rats. 6 bucks for the cute little rat. But they also have our snail friends here with the skull shell. He is $17. The bunnies, the cats. I have one of these. I love it. For 20 bucks. I wish they had one that was like arching his back like he was scared. I would totally get it if they had one of those. And they have the zombie seagulls and the zombie squirrel. I think the zombie squirrel is my favorite. Oh yes, look at this. They have the porch buddies. I love it. This one is Ghostface. He does light up, and he is just a big version of the small blow molds that they had last year. 50 bucks is not too bad. I love these things. And they have Sam, also 50 bucks. They take 3 AA batteries, and right behind them they have the Sidesteppers. They have a bunch of Lydia here, but there's also Ghostface and Michael Myers. I love the Sidesteppers. Oh look, they also have Gizmo and Chucky. I love the Sidesteppers. I want Gizmo really bad. I hope I find him during the sales. This is an articulated statue of Sam. He makes sounds, but you can't hear it right now. And you can bend his arms and pose him however you want. He is 60 bucks, takes 2 AAA batteries. That is an awesome articulated Sam doll if you love the movie Trick or Treat. And this I have not seen lately, but it's a Halloween 2 statue, the pumpkin with the skull face. That thing is awesome and huge. Look at the size compared to my hand. That is so cool. And this is $45, not too bad. I believe it's the same price as this dude, the Crypt Keeper, and he is actually $60, so he's more expensive, but he doesn't light up like this one does. Here's some plush Sam dolls, and those are 30 bucks. I see those at almost every Spirit Halloween. I definitely need to watch that movie. I've never seen it before, but I've heard a lot of good things. Ooh, they have Chucky's wife. How awesome. Tiffany. Does she work? No, she does not work. Here's another one down here. Does this one work? No, neither of them do. But that's okay. I hardly ever see her here. And they have Glenn. I love the Chucky movies, but I'll have to rewatch the sequels. I just watched the first one the other day. I don't remember much about the sequels. We'll definitely check it out soon. And they have Annabelle there. I have not seen The Conjuring with Annabelle. I will definitely have to check that one out too. Annabelle is $100. Let me pick her up and give you a closer look. There we go. This thing is actually kind of heavy, but she looks great. This thing is super cool. There's a better look at her face. Movie accurate details from Annabelle. I'm definitely gonna have to watch that. They have each one of Adam and Barbara from the first Beetlejuice movie. These are great hanging props for $70 a piece, but they have plenty of Beetlejuice stuff here. Here's an awesome sandworm soup mug with a spoon. I definitely want that one to eat soup on cool fall days while I'm watching movies. This is an awesome Beetlejuice sign that actually lights up, but that one's not gonna work. Will this one? No, that's weird. Usually they are working. That's another awesome Beetlejuice sign. I love that one. They have plenty of good signs here, but look at this. I see one neon LED light up Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Cotton candy gun. I want that so bad. I also want the Mars Attacks one really bad too. These are 60 bucks a piece. Look at that. That is awesome. It would look great in my office. And somebody told me they bought one of these and it lights up really good. Yeah, 60 bucks a piece. Man, that thing looks so good. So if you do get one of these, it will definitely light up your entire room. That's the only light you will ever need for the rest of your life. Whoa, look at this one. A Krampus sign. I have not seen seen this yet. That is too cool. I have not seen Krampus yet. I gotta watch that. $20 for the Krampus is coming to town sign. They have one Art Krispies sign left here, and it looks like the Art Krispies box. That is too cool. I love this. They have blades and saws and horns. I almost missed this. They do have a couple of the ghost Sidesteppers here. I always like to activate him. Let's get him going. That thing is too cute. My daughter would love to have that. For $22, not a bad price at all. And these take 3 AA batteries each. I've never seen this before. It's an awesome Nightmare Before Christmas Oogie Boogie statue. That thing is so cool. Hold on, let's see if he works. Oh, yes. That is too cool. The bugs in his mouth light up purple. I love that. That is $45. I love that we're seeing new items every day now. Speaking of new items, here is one of the Time to Float Pennywise balloons for $50. That one's a little bit cheaper than the other ones. It does an awesome LED light up sign. I really like that they have these this year, and I hope they make more for other scary movies in the coming years. Speaking of other movies, I watched The Blob again the other day, and I love it. I would love to see an LED blob light up sign. Let's see if we can find that new Beetlejuice costume. They do have the giant squirrel costumes here. I definitely want that. $80. If I can get him during the 50% off sale, I certainly will. Here's a cat poncho costume. Somebody was asking me about cat stuff previously, so there it is, a cat poncho for $30. Among other awesome SpongeBob stuff, they have the giant SpongeBob head. That is totally cool for $30. If you're going to be SpongeBob for Halloween, that would be great to have. And if you're going to get that, you'd also need the spatula from the Krusty Krab for $8. And they have Krusty Krab hats here, and those are $7. My daughter loves Sesame Street, and I love that they have the Yip Yip costumes here, pink and blue. I'm considering getting some of those, $40 each, and they have Super Grover costumes for $50. And these Cookie Monster hooded plush jumpsuits actually have cookies on the hand. That is too cool for $45. They don't have any of the katanas for Deadpool, but they do have the belts here. These are super cool for $30, and that would go great with a Deadpool costume. And look at this. They have the Wolverine mask. These are $20. I haven't seen this before. That is awesome. Let me fill it out a little bit so you can get a better look. That is too cool. Does it have a strap? No, there's no strap, so you just put that on your head, and then you can look through the mesh part of the eyes. Here's the Beetlejuice stuff. Do they have the new costume? I don't see it. That is too bad. Maybe we'll see it in another location. The one we are looking for is Bob, and I think they show him on one of these costumes here. Yes, right here. This one is for Astrid, but Bob is down there in the corner. That's the costume that we are looking for. Astrid is $60 though. And they have Beetlejuice wigs for $22. Here's an awesome Beetlejuice mask. That's actually a pretty good mask, and that one is $30. And they have Beetlejuice costumes for $70. Or you can get his red wedding suit for $70 as well. Here's a guide hat from the Beetlejuice movie. That one's pretty cool, and that one is $20. Whoa, it's been a while since we've seen anything new in the Chucky section, but this is an awesome Glenn mask. That is sweet. Real hair on there. This is $25. How cool. I haven't seen a half mask for Tiffany though. I wonder if they're going to come out with one of those. Here's another new item I've never seen before. Nightmare Before Christmas Oogie Boogie crossbody bag for $30. That is awesome. There's a worm on the zipper. That is too cool. And here's an Oogie Boogie poncho. How awesome. I love that they have the bugs bursting out of the seams in his mouth. That one is $35. And of course they have the Oogie Boogie inflatable costumes. That is $70, and it lights up. I actually don't see this one too often, but he is awesome. What's up guys, right here at Spirit Halloween in North Olmsted, Ohio. This is a pretty big place. I think I visited this store last year. Let's go inside and check it out. Who will be greeting us today? Oh yes, I remember this store. Nice and big. Oh, they got Monty Monkey in the doorway. How awesome. And Ghostface, one of my favorites. Let's get Monty Monkey going first. I haven't seen him in a little while. Is he not gonna make any sound? There he goes. Monty Monkey rocks. I'm glad to see him. I love when they put up animatronics from previous years. And I see a bunch of cool stuff. This is going to be a good store. Ghostface is here. Hello, Ghostface. He tilts his head first.
You teach a class about
goodness. His arm is broken. Poor Ghostface. Oh no. Oh well, it's good to see him anyways. Love you, Ghostface. And his arm is like really trying to go. I'll help him out. There you go, buddy. That poor dude. Alright, welcome to the carnival. Let's go inside here and see what else they got. We're gonna spin the wheel because I believe it looks like it's nice and stable. Some of these get pretty beat up. Let's see what we get. This wheel is pretty cool. It was a nice touch to the setup this year. Can we get a nap, please? Ooh, yes! No. Quit clowning around, try again. Alright, we'll do it again. Give me the nap. I want the nap right there. The moon is the nap. What will we get? Nap, nap, nap. Oh! Lose a turn, better than your head. Alright, we'll go around here. I see Max Straw and Art the Clown over there, but first, we have Towering Tallulah here. I think she works. I saw her a minute ago working. Hello, Towering Tallulah. Woo! Jeez. She is awesome. So tall and fast.
Your curiosity and trespassing has cost you your mortality. Fear not, for you will have eternally spellbound to be.
Pretty cool quotes on her. She is great. I honestly don't mind that they keep reusing this whole mechanism, this jumping mechanism, because I love it. I think that is a great one. Super fast, super tall, and super spooky. Alright, Art the Clown is over here. Let's go see him and activate him with the water gun. And he's got the glasses on, but they're almost falling off. He's a little quiet. And his waving's working. We have seen a few of these where his hand wasn't working. Super awesome. He always does that one last little honk like Ghostface does. We're gonna go one more time. There he goes. Awesome. $200 for him is not a bad price at all. Super popular for this year. Max Straw is here and the Towering, why do I keep calling him the Towering? Towering Tallulah, the Towering Death Ray. He's called the Giant Death Ray. Hello, Giant Death Ray. We'll have to zoom in on your face, dude. I love the way his head moves. It is super creepy, and I love the lights on him, and he truly is tall and towering and giant. Good to see you, dude. I'm gonna have to start calling him the Towering Death Ray because I just keep calling him the Towering something. Max Straw is here. Will he turn his head? No, he's not going to turn his head this time. There's always at least one animatronic that does not work at Spirit Halloween every year. They really should have put a crow on his shoulder. Alright, let's see what animatronics they have on the floor for sale. I see a big stack here. They have Evelyn Leach. I think I used her in the thumbnail last year for this store, and now I can do it again. I wonder if I did that because they had this here. This is on clearance for $150. Not bad at all. Evelyn Leach rocks. She is holding the head of her dead husband. So awesome. Wait a minute. Arms move forward to show a closer look of her groom's head, and he lights up with LED eyes and weeping and gasping sound effect. That is awesome. What a great animatronic. Super glad they have it again this year. Giant Death Ray is here. Mr. Punchy. How awesome. I love when they have old stuff, and there's more over there. Deadly Creeper, the original giant spider animatronic. How awesome. I do want this one. I'd love to get this and, what is her name over there? I can't remember her name. We'll check it out in just a minute. I don't know why I can't remember her name. $200 for this dude, the giant Deadly Creeper. 2 Max Straw and a Black Heart. How awesome. Betty Sharp. How cool. I love when they have old animatronics here. Betty Sharp is, I don't know. There's no price on her. It's a mystery. They have one Barnaby the Bear, Emily, but I have not seen Victor for sale yet. I saw him at like 1 or 2 stores on display, but none on the floor. Greystone Ghoul, still haven't seen him activating. $300 for Emily, 2 Demonic Gatekeeper, and Reagan from The Exorcist. I want her. I have a bobblehead for her. She is $280, pretty pricey, but she spins her head and says some creepy quotes. There's Wanda Webworth. That's her name, Wanda. It is so hard for me to remember these guys' names this year for some reason. Bedhead Bobby. Hello, Bedhead Bobby.
Once there was a handsome puppet that was so friendly that he gave you a big hug. This made you happy.
I'd like to hug Bobby, but we'll just give him a high five for now. High five, buddy.
Don't
Awesome.
worry, I'll be your friend forever. No strings attached.
You know what somebody pointed out to me in the comments was that they had lights on all these animatronics last year, and it looked super awesome. This year they don't really have lights like shining up on them. They got a light on her. Oh, it's spotlights, just like the circus theme, which is actually really cool, but I missed the lights. They had some really good colored lights last year that looked amazing.
You set me free. Now I can do the same for you.
She reminds me of like the Disney animatronics at like Disney World. I've never been to Disney World, but I've seen videos and they're like super detailed. They did a great job with her. Barnaby the bear. Hello, Barnaby. Wait a minute. First, the jumping spider. Gotta love the jumping spider. We'll give him a little pet because he's furry. I love the gray one, and I love that all the stores are setting up the gray one. Barnaby the bear. Hello, dude. Love it. And his balancing is looking really good. Some stores don't set him up super well, and he just kind of like wobbles back and forth. But I love when they actually have it set up correctly so the ball is moving back and forth and it actually looks like he is balancing. That looks really good. Super awesome. Good to see you, Barnaby the bear. Look who we have over here. It's Nibbles, and he will track us. Let's get him going. Oh, he's locked on these people over here.
Mind if I follow you around for a bit longer?
Let's get him. Oh, he's going automatically. Will he track us? Yes. I love that he will follow you all the way over here. His head turns super far.
Some candy. I thought this would be a great way to make some friends. So come a little closer and try to take some. What do you say? I'm home.
Awesome. I love that they always have him just automatically running and running and running. I think that's cool because then when people aren't stepping on this and they're just walking by, he will still follow them around. Hello, Wanda. Good to see you, Wanda. She is great. I wish some of these stores would put up spider webs. You could totally put spider webs up on this thing. There's plenty of places to put it up there, or you could get like little Velcro strips and stick them up there and put some spider webs up. Ooh, she didn't like that. We'll give her a little pet. Sorry to disturb you, Wanda. But yeah, they should definitely put a bunch of spider webs and then maybe even like the purple lights and stuff. That would be awesome. Hello, Cotton Candy Dan with your big old banana hat. I wonder if that was on his head. We'll have to put it on his head. We'll do it in just a moment here. What's your new ingredient? I don't know if I would like cotton candy with a bald dude in it. Good to see a Cotton Candy Dan, and it looks like somebody gave him a banana hat at one point, so we're gonna put that back on him. There we go. I wonder if that'll stay up there. It'll probably fall like it did before. Oh, awesome. I thought maybe there would be more animatronics. Yes, there is back there. We got sitting scarecrows, fogging skull piles over there, and some skeletons. So I figured there'd be some more animatronics back here on the floor for sale, and there is a bunch of Deadly Creeper. Holy cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Deadly Creeper. That is crazy. How in the world did they end up with... Oh my gosh. There's 8 of them. What in the world? How did they end up with so many Deadly Creeper? She's $200. I would love to have her. Front palms move up and down, LED lights, stands 3 feet tall and hangs up to 4 feet. I do want that super bad. We're gonna have to consider grabbing it. I would love to have it, and that shows the fangs, whatever you call those, palms they call them, moving up and down, and you can hang this upside down. That is super cool. I think I saw this hung up like once or twice last year. And we have another Betty Sharp, another Eveline Leach. Decent selection of animatronics on the floor for sale here. Let's check out which babies we have. I see Ghostface here. There's 2 of him. Spider-Biter Billy. A bunch of Spider-Biter Billy. Man, they always have a bunch of him. Check it out. We have Scheming Sally here. I hardly ever see her. We've saw her a handful of times, but she's kind of hard to get a hold of. Snack and Stevie with his awesome snacky hand. Wretched Ralphie with his delicious rat snack. A couple of Devil Cherub. Will they work? No, these guys are always dead. This must be like a favorite item to press the button on. Look at this. Somebody put cat ears on Snack and Stevie. I love that. I wish more stores would put out different props around the store and decorate them with hats and ears and stuff like that. I like when the stores do different things like that. A bunch of hands here. Let's annoy people by activating as many as we can. Ready? Go. We got a couple going. Oh my gosh. These people are gonna hate me. This is so hectic and so loud. $30. These guys automatically went off whenever I pressed the button on these guys, so the sound just sets them off. That is awesome. This store is a little bit messy. There's some random props and hats and things all over the floor around here. Probably a bunch of kids run around here and just trash the place. They have one snail here. I love the snail for $17 with a skull shell. And they actually have a skull shell for sale somewhere. I'll keep my eye out for it and see if I can point it out. And they have one zombie squirrel. Look at that spine showing. That is nasty. 25 bucks. The crows are awesome for 25 bucks. I would like to see an animatronic crow that sits there and opens his mouth and goes, ah, ah. That would be hilarious. Oh, here's the snail skull. That is awesome. This is $17. It looks a little cloudy. You could probably definitely clean that up, but that is unique. Here's a bunch of the live wires. We'll see if we can get any of them working. Ready? Go. 1, 2. Well, we got 3 of them to work. That's not bad. We are just destroying this place. Those are awesome. Love the live wires, and they're 50 bucks a piece. Pretty pricey. And check it out, the animatronic activation switch. And this is like a lever, and that one is 30 bucks. I think these were on clearance at a previous store. Kind of odd how some stores have some items on clearance and others don't. Oh, look at this. These ones are on clearance. The door knocker. That's a cool one. They usually had these set up last year with the jumping spiders, and these are 25 bucks a piece. And these were paired with the door opening mechanism, but I don't know if I see any of those right now. So you could hook that up with the door opening mechanism, and then have some cardboard doors that open up and the spider jump out, just like the setup last year. Here's the new step pad covers. Are these new? I don't think so. No, actually they're not. I remember those pictures from last year, but they are on clearance for 3 bucks. That is not bad. These ones, are these all kind of the same? No, this one just has that one picture on there, and this one has just that picture on there. I'd like to see some new step pad covers. Some good inflatables here. They have 2 of the 20-foot long snakes, jack-o'-lantern archway, cats, rats. The rats are kind of hard to find, so that's cool. The wolf, which is on clearance for 25 bucks. More random products here. Ooh, they got a tombstone and a scarecrow. How cool is that? Tombstones are 30 bucks a piece, and I believe the scarecrows are the same price. No, those are actually 50 bucks a piece, but I think these were on clearance at a previous store, so maybe those are on clearance right now. They don't have a sticker on there saying so. Another scarecrow, and look at this, the coffin. This one is kind of hard to find and super awesome. I think that's 50 bucks too. $60. Jeez. Everything is more expensive than I thought it was, but that's awesome. It's good to see him. Jack the Reaper archway, another random product, or a couple of them, the inflatable ghosts there. And the 12-foot jumbo, that one is hard to find too. I've only seen that one a couple times this year, and he's on clearance for 130 bucks. Lately, I've been making sure to come over here and check and see if they have the new Bonnie. Yes, they do, Bonnie. This is $35. I'm glad they are finally getting some new Five Nights at Freddy's costumes here. It looks pretty good. That's a half mask, but the rest of the costume actually looks pretty good. Comes with the jumpsuit, vest, gloves, and the mask for 35 bucks. Not too bad. I really want to see more Five Nights at Freddy's costumes, but I also want to see more Poppy Playtime costumes. And everybody so far in the comments agrees that they should have more Poppy Playtime costumes. We only have Kissy Missy and Huggy Wuggy, but there are plenty of characters that they could give us. These are my favorite masks though. I love these. And these are 30 bucks a piece and the eyes light up. I'd also love to see some more Fall Guys costumes. They do have at least one new one that came out this year, but I've only seen it like once before. They do have Skelly. I like Skelly. He's 60 bucks. There's a pink one for $50. Spooky Doodles for 60. The hot dog is a funny one for 40. Blue inflatable for 50, and they have accessory kits typically that come with a tail, but I don't see one here. But there are so many different Fall Guys characters, they could definitely have a bunch more costumes. Check it out, they have the inflatable ride-on Cerberus. That one's hard to find. 50 bucks for that. And I actually saw an adult size for that recently. And the ride-on dragon, I saw an adult size for that at the last store too. 40 bucks for that. Plenty of good inflatables here. They've got the cows. Donnie the Dino, that's a funny one. Chickens, sharks. These guys are funny. The light up super skins. You see people on TikTok with these all the time doing lives. 40 bucks for that. Ooh, look, they have the pig too. That is hilarious. Tons of good inflatable costumes here, including the circus clown inflatable. That one's kind of hard to find, and he is 50 bucks. And here's the bull rider. That one's funny. That one is $35. It would be hilarious to see somebody wearing this and jumping around like the bull was trying to kick them off. A good little handful of sidesteppers here. We've got Lydia, and I don't know if that song is copywritten, so I unfortunately cannot let her run. She's on clearance for 25 bucks. Hey, look at this. A super cool Chucky pin. That is awesome. They have a bunch of cool pins here. Usually they're stored at the front. Here's Chucky, the Sidestepper. Will they all three work? Yeah. People probably hate me when I come in here and activate all the animatronics and sidesteppers at the same time. That poor dude's arm is broken. I see a lot of those with the broken arms. So I wonder if that's just super easy to break, or if you can like hook it on somehow and fix it. I don't know. I wouldn't risk it. They'll probably put that on a discount. 33 bucks originally though. And there's a popcorn gun down there and the atomic ray gun. One of each of my favorite guns that I want super bad. And they're each like $100 a piece. A couple of bobbleheads here. Oh look, another popcorn gun. These things are pretty plentiful this year. Yeah, I was correct. $100 for that. And it actually cranks and the popcorn pops while you're cranking it. That thing is awesome. Some decent bobbleheads here. Hannibal Lecter, Ghostface, Baby Killer Clown, and a few of the Sams. Last year I actually saw some guy running around and buying up as many of these as he could find. I guess he thought he was going to resell them for a really high price. Unfortunately for him, they're actually pretty common. Here's where that banana hat came from. And they have a bunch of different plush hats here. This is $13. That one looks kind of like a mushroom. I think there's a pineapple. Yes, there's a pineapple here. This is supposed to be a rainbow. Maybe the other side is colorful. Yeah, there you go. There's a rainbow. I like the construction hat. That's one of my favorites. There's a flamingo, sharks, all kinds of these awesome, cool plush hats. There's a horse. That's a funny one. And because this is a bigger store, they have the bigger costumes here. Deluxe Gorilla, the squirrel is my favorite. I want him. 80 bucks. I thought he was more than that. That's actually not bad. I thought he was a lot more expensive than that. Maybe they lowered the price on it. That is a hilarious costume. And it comes with the huge attachable acorns. I would totally get that. And the Arctic Yeti is awesome. Teddy bear piggyback is a pretty funny one. That one's 60 bucks. The gorilla is 100. This is too cool. I've never seen this before. A Toy Story crossbody bag that looks like Slinky the dog. 40 bucks for that. I love seeing new stuff, and I haven't seen something new in a while. That is too funny. If you and your friends dress up as the Toy Story characters, you should totally get that. Here's a Rex inflatable. That is a funny one. I think that's the one that I would wear. 80 bucks. That's a pretty high price. Buzz Lightyear is an awesome costume, and that is 50 bucks. There's Woody. There's an inflatable Mr. Potato Head. That's a cool one too for $80. And because they have these bigger costumes, I'm kind of wondering if they have Sandy, and they do. How sweet. She is 60 bucks. I saw her for the first time the other day. What a hilarious costume. Comes with the ears and everything. And the big SpongeBob there. That is too funny. You just have to wear like a suit that would match his clothes that he typically wears. 30 bucks for that. And they have the spatulas. I wish they'd have the gold one. Remember the one that he had? Oh my gosh, look, a jellyfishing net. That is too cool. We'll look at that in a second. But in one of the episodes, he had a super special spatula whenever the, I think they were the nematodes that came in and they were eating everything, and he used a super special spatula to make all the food. Jellyfishing net. How cool. And it comes with a jellyfish. That is awesome. 15 bucks. My sister would love that. And of course, they have the inflatable SpongeBob costume here. That one is 60 bucks. They got a female SpongeBob costume down there. This one is too funny. The Paddy Wagon. I love that. That is $50. I would love to wear that one if I had some friends to dress up as Patrick and Squidward. These inflatable costumes would be perfect for that. 60 bucks for Patrick and 60 for Squidward. Everybody's crazy about Deadpool and Wolverine, and check it out. They have items we haven't seen before, like the Deadpool belt. That is sweet. A utility belt for 30 bucks. That is too cool. That would really top off your Deadpool costume. They have the costumes up here. They are 50 bucks a piece. Let's get a closer look at that. Not a bad costume. And they have the mask right there. We'll get a closer look at the mask too. I love the material of this mask. That's actually a decent material for a mask. And this is $20. And check it out. They actually have a Deadpool and Wolverine costume. I have not seen those yet. It looks pretty good. It's not too bad. And I don't know what the price is on there. I don't see it anywhere. It is a mystery, but there's the half mask that actually looks like a pretty decent quality. The picture doesn't do it really much justice. And here's some awesome Deadpool jackets. That is sweet. What does that say? Merc with a mouth? That's hilarious. Is there a price on here? Yes, this one has a price. And that one is 70 bucks. Jeez. Alright guys, that's it for Spirit Halloween in North Olmsted, Ohio. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. I was trying to time that correctly. Alright, see you guys. What's up, guys? Right here at Spirit Halloween in Salon, Ohio. I still haven't seen the Dark Princess yet, and I still have not found the Art the Clown Spirit Halloween shirt. We are on the search for them. Let's go inside and see if they got them. Will we be greeted by Ghostface and the Ringmaster again? No, actually, we have Ringmaster and Nibbles. This is different. Hello, Nibbles. Front and center today.
Don't worry.
He's tracking us. This place looks awesome.
Hey, you over there. Yeah, you. I'm giving up
What a
some
cool store.
candy. I thought this would be a great way to make some friends. So come a little closer and try to take some. What do you say? I'm hungry.
Nibbles rocks. I love how his one arm is just going up and down. That is hilarious. And the Ringmaster, this store is a little bit darker, so we may be able to see the animation on his chest.
Welcome to the carnival.
Look at the lights up here. This is too cool. I like that.
Show you a scary good time.
I think they added those in, maybe, because these other lights wouldn't work. Ooh, yes, look at that. A lot easier to see than in the previous stores. That is too cool. Good to see a Ringmaster. That was awesome. Around the corner here, wait a minute, we gotta go through here. Welcome to the Carnival, and his one eye is lighting up. Cotton Candy Dan, and look at this. They have Wanda Webworth out here instead of in the box this time. Wanda is one of my favorites. She looks a little weird standing on those two long legs, but she is really cool. We'll give her a pet because she's furry. Good to see you, Wanda. Cotton Candy Dan is here as well. Hello, Cotton Candy Dan. Get your cotton candy here.
I think you're gonna like it.
He is awesome. He is the most reliable animatronic from Spirit Halloween 2024. We'll spin the wheel in a minute, but first, let's check out Max Straw. Hold on. Right here, you can see all the animatronics on this board, and we have not yet seen, where is she? There she is, the Dark Princess. I have not seen her in the store activated yet, or set up, or for sale, or anything. At some point, we have to see her. Wait a minute. Is Max Straw... Oh, yeah, he's working. There he is. And he's turning his head. I wonder if this store just opened, because usually his head is broken. He's really leaning back in this store. That is crazy. Good to see Max Straw. I love his puffy gloves. I don't know why, but I really like that. He is awesome. I'd love to see him in a cornfield. Let's spin the wheel. Here we go. The last few stores I've been at, this thing has been nice and stable. Maybe they sent out a letter telling everybody how to correctly put it together, because I've been to a few stores in the beginning of the season where that thing was just falling apart. Quit clowning around, try again. We spun it a little harder that time. It won't last long if we keep spinning it that hard. They have a ton of animatronics over there on the floor. We'll definitely check those out and see what they got for sale here. But first, do we get to take a nap? Probably not. That's the nap right there. We got the star. I don't know what that means, but cool. All right. A couple of animatronics on the floor for sale here. Towering Tallulah, Stilts, Straw Man, a Black Heart, 2 Black Heart, 3 Gravestone Ghoul. I don't know why nobody's setting that up. I'd love to see him activated. Eyes light up with green LEDs, makes growling and snarling noises. So I don't think he rises above the grave. He is $180. He looks like he would rise above the grave, but I guess not. He just kind of sits there. It says, in memory of our dear friend. That's pretty cool. Who else is around the corner here? I love that they have the Straw Man here. I want to get a bunch of stuff that would look good in cornfields. Night Terror. I want Night Terror so bad. I am going to buy him at some point, but I have to wait a little bit. Ooh, they've got 3 Night Terror. How awesome. I don't think he's going to be hard to find, so when we want to buy him, he will be ready for us. There's some more animatronics over here on the floor for sale. Let's check what they have. A bunch of sitting scarecrow as always, and Ringmaster, and a bunch of Man's Possessed Friend, who is super hard to set up, or so I've been told. Let's check the shirts really quick, because they are right here. I do not see the Art the Clown Spirit Halloween shirt. That is is crazy. I have been to so many stores and not found it yet. This store is super cool. Look at this. It's like nice and stocked, and I love these lights up here. They're different. I love different stores, and this place is actually a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. We'll check out the masks really quick because they are super well stocked on them right now. Texas Chainsaw Mask or Pretty Woman Leatherface mask. That is one of my favorites. That one is $70. Here's a nice Michael Myers mask. That's from the original Halloween movie from John Carpenter. Trick or Treat Studios makes this mask, and this one is $70 as well. There is the Rob Zombie Halloween mask right there. That is a pretty good one as well. They usually do pretty good with the Michael Myers masks. And I love that they have real hair. It's not real hair, but it's close enough. And it looks really good, and that is $70. And they have the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 mask down here. That is a super freaky one. And right over here, they have another Michael Myers mask. This one is from Halloween Ends. It looks like his face is all burnt up. They did a great job with that. Super detailed for $80 though. That is a crazy price. There's the Art the Clown masks down there. They have bloody ones and clean ones. I think I like the bloody one the best, but the clean one looks awesome too. And that one is $70. They have the Martian Warrior mask with the moving jaw. I love that. Martian Warrior rocks. $80 for that one too. Man, some of these masks are expensive. Here's another Halloween Michael Myers mask right there. That one looks pretty good. All the Michael Myers masks look awesome here. That one is $70 as well. $70 to $80 seems to be the regular price for these masks. There's a couple of furry masks. People have been asking me to look at the furry masks. We'll give them a quick look. $60 for this one. It does have a moving jaw, I believe. No, actually not. I thought some of these did. Here's a fox, and that one is a lion, I think. And this one is also $60. They typically have some moving jaw bloody ones, but I don't see those anywhere here. Look at this. They have 6 chainsaws. These were hard to find last year. $60 a piece, and they are awesome. They sound really good. Oh, wait, we gotta pull the tab. Here we go. Super awesome and super loud. They sound very realistic, and the chain moves and everything. I'm glad we're seeing more of those this year because they were hard to find last year. And look at how many crowbars they have. That is crazy. Crowbars are $10 each. Those would be good for like a robber costume, or if you want it to be Marv and Harry from Home Alone, that would be great for that costume. All kinds of weapons here. Big hammers. The big hammers are $20 a piece. They have other tools. Here's a giant wrench. That one is $13. I love all the weapons. Plenty of swords. Let's just check the price on this big sword right here. That one is $20, and I really like this one with the saw blade on it. That is a sweet weapon. That one's $20 as well. And of course they have bats. Here's an axe. Sweet. A nice bloody axe there. That one is $17. And here's the bat with the nails in it. That's my favorite bat. This one is $22. I see babies over here. Look at this. Flippin' Freddy's butt is hanging up in the air. Here's Ghostface and a Pennywise. 2 Ghostface here. How awesome. Flippin' Freddy sticking out his tongue. What a silly dude. Snackin' Stevie with his delicious hand snack. Wretched Ralphie with his delicious rat snack. And Spider Biter Billy with his delicious spider snack. And I think that's it. None of the new ones here today. Here's Pestilence Pete, though. He's a popular one. Everybody loves the doctor stuff. You can't really hear him because the music is too loud, but he is awesome. I love that the lights in his eyes are super bright. $30 for Pestilence Pete, and they have a ton. Go on there. What is this? There we go. There is a ton of these dolls here. Oh, look, they have a butcher. He's one of my favorites. Oh, but he's not going to work. He is out of batteries. He makes a slicing sound. And they have a monkey chimes. We'll see if he works. I think you have to press on his hand or his foot, maybe. There we go. Yes, he's working. He's not quite hitting his chimes together, but he is awesome. He is probably my favorite one for $37. And almost every store that I've been to this year has been really well stocked on these, so if you want them, they should be at your local store. Fully stocked on the hanging heads here. How cool. They have what looks like 2 jack-o'-lanterns, 2 of the clowns, 4 of these dudes with a hook in his eye. Look at the nasty mouth on this guy. That is crazy. And they have 3 of the pig heads with the hook through it. That is a freaky one. I love all the hanging heads. I hope they continue to come out with new ones each year. The pig is $35. Speaking of hanging stuff and body parts, they have a ton of body parts here, and a bunch of them that are hanging on hooks and chains. This is a foot, and it is $13. These would be great for a Leatherface theme, and there are so many of them here. There's some ham hocks for my dad, and these hanging chains, hooks on the end. I actually have some of these hanging above my Leatherface animatronic for $15. Check out my office video if you want to see that. They have a bunch of the hanging flames from last year. These were used in the display, and these are are $35 a piece. Pretty pricey, but they are pretty awesome, and they work super well. They actually look like real fire. Here's the dropping spider. I want that. You hang him up, and when somebody walks by, he drops down onto you. $20. You could hang a couple of these in front of Wanda Webb, and while people are distracted watching Wanda Webb, a couple of spiders will drop and scare them. Hey, they also have a couple of these tabletop flame lights. There's one there and 3 over here. It's awesome to see these in stock. A bunch of people have been asking about these. They are $30 a piece, and you can plug them in. I don't think you can put batteries in there, but that's okay. They are awesome, and they look like real flames. I've seen a bunch of these activation switches for sale recently. I like this one. It is a lever that goes up and down to activate your animatronics. I love that they have a bunch of these for sale, and that they're making new ones each year. $30 for that. The new one is the coin activation switch, but I don't see that one for sale, surprisingly. We've seen it for sale at plenty of other stores. Look at this hand grabber mechanism. I want this. You put it under a bed or something. $40. That's what it looks like. And then whenever it's activated by motion, the hands come out to try and grab your feet. This is something new I've never seen before. I've seen these ones. They are lawn stakes, but these ones are just regular bloody hands. That is awesome. That's what the front looks like. How cool is that? $10 too. That's not a bad price. So you could set up a bunch of tombstones, and then you can put these hands in there like you buried people alive. I just set off the hand over here behind me. I love these things. They crawl around your house and make spooky sounds. The bloody hand is my favorite, but it's so easy to set these off with sound and motion. But those are awesome. These are $30. I used to have one of these as a kid that crawled around the house all the time. Here's the inflatables over here. They have a bunch. There's a hearse. I've seen a lot of the hearses. They have the reapers, the jack-o'-lantern archways. I definitely want one of those. Clowns with the spinning eyes. They have wolves and rats. The rats are on clearance for $20. Not bad. Here's a wolf man. He is kind of hard to find, but we have seen a few of him lately. He is 8 feet tall. I'll have to do a review on him if I can get him during the sales. Jack-o'-lantern stacks. We've seen a ton of those this year, and a bunch of ghosts. I think the ghosts we see the most. What is this? It's a skull, but it is wrapped with something. It looks really nasty, like an aged skull. That is pretty cool. I don't think I've seen that before, and that's $13. Not a bad price. You could probably make this on your own at home, but it's much easier to just buy them. And this one, wow, look at that. It looks like it's been underwater for a while. It has a bunch of moss on it. I love the moss. They should sell bags of moss that you can just decorate your Halloween stuff with. $17 for that. I'm sure the craft stores sell moss that you can use. Check this out. I don't think I've seen this one before. It's a Patrick hat. That is hilarious. It's shaped like a cone and everything. $20 for that. I love it. I kind of want that. I grew up watching SpongeBob, and they have the inflatable SpongeBob costume for $60. They have Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. I love these ones. $50 a piece. I'd love to see Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy trick-or-treating this year. And they have the inflatable Squidward and Patrick, and they have Doodle Bob right there with the inflatable pencil. Here's the inflatable corn costume. That one is hard to find, and it is $50. I'd love to do a live stream in a cornfield and wear this costume. That would be awesome. Here's the Toy Story alien costume. I love that one. That's an awesome mask. $25, and it just comes with the mask and the patch, so you'd have to find some green gloves and a blue shirt. Here's some inflatable South Park costumes. Eric Cartman, Kenny, and I think that's it. But look at this. Here's another Kenny one that's actually just a hooded jacket, pants, and gloves for $60. I don't think that's inflatable, but they did a great job with that. How funny. Here is a Grinch costume. This is inflatable, and it is $80. That is crazy. Comes with the inflatable costume with light-up heart. Ooh, that is awesome. A light-up heart. Battery-operated fan, belt clip battery pack, so it does not come with the gift, but the gloves are attached, I believe. I would hope that they are. And they have a ton of Dr. Seuss stuff here. There's Cat in the Hat jumpsuits. It comes with the attached tail hat and gloves. Those are $40 a piece. They have a female Cat in the Hat costume right there. 2 of them, actually. Here's the regular Cat in the Hat hats. If you already have the costume, that is $15. They have thing patches. I actually haven't seen these in forever. And this has how many in here? I don't know how many's in here. It's $8. Oh, it says 1 through 9. That's not bad. And they are peel and stick. And they have thing leg warmers. And they have thing costumes here. Oh, these are actually union suits that just has thing 1 and thing 2 for $50. I'll have to keep my eye out for the regular thing costumes. They do have them at some stores. They have one Billy Butcherson's head. I haven't seen that in forever. I think this is only the second time that I've seen it this year. That is $40, and I actually want it really bad because I love Hocus Pocus, and you do not see these hardly anywhere anymore. Something I also haven't seen in a little while is this awesome Michael Myers statue with a light-up pumpkin. That thing lights up better than any statue that they have here. I love that one. I definitely want it. $45 a piece for that, and he's a decent size. There it is compared to my hand. And they have these awesome candle holders that light up whenever you put the candle in there. They've got some great designs on there. That one was for Chucky. This one is for Halloween too. I love the leaves on there. And they have Sam from Trick or Treat with leaves Scarecrows and the pumpkin and some lollipops, and Mars Attacks, one of my favorites, that has spaceships and stars and laser guns. Check it out, they actually have another Billy Butcherson. That is crazy, they have 2 in one store. So if you want him, you better come grab him. He is hard to find. Here is a Lydia plush, and she is in the wedding suit. I don't know if I've seen that one before. That is $27. We usually see Lydia with her camera, but that is awesome and unique. How cool. And there is her wedding costume there for $60. And usually if they have that, yes, they also have the Beetlejuice wedding suit, and that is $69.99. Somebody in one of my live streams was asking about the Corpse Bride costumes, and look at this, we do have the Emily Corpse Bride costume here for $60, but I have not seen any of Victor just yet. We'll keep an eye out for some Victor costumes. They also have the bouquet here. That is cool. A gray dead bouquet, and that is $15. There's the spider necklace. That is awesome. Some different stickers here, some more jewelry. Ooh, and it has the rings on it. How cool. The deluxe jewelry set is $13. They've got nails there with a bunch of creepy designs on it, and sometimes you can find the worm that goes around your wrist. I forgot to look at these while I was over here looking at Max Straw, but they do have 2 Terrifier plush here. He is $30, and they have Pennywise. Only one of him though, and he is also $30. Here's another Corpse Bride costume. This one is child size, small 4 to 6 for $50, and they have a few sizes here. So they are nice and well stocked if you're looking for that costume, and they have Coraline's costumes here, and there is Megan. Tons of the costumes from the movie. There is Mirabelle from Encanto. I think my sister was Mirabelle for Halloween last year. $40 for that, and they have the wig for $17. Oh, look at this. They have Toy Story inflatable jetpacks and Lightyear inflatable jetpacks. Those are awesome. If you're going to be Buzz Lightyear, you're going to need those. And look, they have Lightyear's gloves as well. How awesome. Those are $10. And they have a Buzz Lightyear costume here from the Lightyear movie, and that's on clearance for $30. How sweet. There's the regular Buzz Lightyear costume down there. Tons of people are asking me about Descendants costumes. They do have a ton of stuff from Descendants. I don't see any from Descendants 4, but I do see a ton of stuff from Descendants 3. There's an Eevee costume right there. There's an Audrey costume. There's a little closer look at the Eevee one, and that one is $45. Comes with jacket, skirt, and leggings. There is Mal with a jumpsuit and vest, and that one is $45 as well. This one, what is her name? I don't know what her... Oh, Uma. There's an Uma costume, and that comes with a ton of stuff right there. I don't know how much this one is. I imagine it's probably around the same thing, $45. I think this is a Uma jacket, and that is... Oh, that's Mal's jacket, and that is $25. They have a ton of accessories here. We'll look at those in just a second, but they have Red, her jumpsuit and belt. That is $30. There's Bridget. That's a nice pink one, and that one is $45. Vliana down there, deluxe red. They have a ton of costumes here. There's Chloe, and they have a couple of wigs here. There's Audrey's wig for $17, Eevee for $17. Seems like they're all $17, and a ton of accessories. Here's Chloe's sword, and that one is $17. And here is Queen of Hearts scepter. That is awesome, and it does light up. Let's see if this one will work. No, it needs some batteries, but that is $30. Not too bad. They have glove cuffs and gloves, all kinds of stuff if you're going to be characters from Descendants. They have the baby sandworm costumes here. These are $37 a piece, and I do not see those at every store, but how cute is that? And they have baby Beetlejuice here for $40. And here is a toddler sandworm costume. That one is $40. We saw a couple of these at other stores. Hot Wheels monster truck costumes. I think those are awesome. If I was a kid, I'd totally want to do that. Or if I had a boy, I would definitely get that for him. These are $45 a piece, it looks like. This is a super cool blue monster truck. I think those are awesome. I hope they come out with new ones, but it looks like we have 3 of them here. They do have a ton of the Micro Charm vinyl figures here, and look, we have regular Ghostface with a chrome face and the pink one. The pink one is kind of hard to find. There's also Sam from Trick or Treat. These are super tiny and awesome. And there is Chucky. I love the Chucky one. And they have Shorty from Killer Clowns from Outer Space. They have all the cool mugs here. There's Art the Clown. He is $17. And they have Deadpool. That one's a popular one. And he is $17 as well. And they have a ton of Jason mugs here. I have this one. That's probably one of my favorite mugs. $17 for that. And they have a couple of the new Duckies. You don't see these at every store. This one's Beetlejuice. He's a popular one. And they have Pennywise here. And he even has a little balloon. How cool is that? $20 a piece is not too bad. There's Chucky. And there is Tiffany, Chucky's bride. And if you look on the back of some of these, it tells you what other ones they have. One of these I know has it. Oh yes, look right there. There is Reagan, David. Oh my gosh, that is too cool. Michael and the nun and Annabelle. Annabelle. I want to find David and Michael and Reagan and the nun. I want to find all of them. They are super cool. What's up, guys? Right here at Spirit Halloween in Rocky River, Ohio. I have been to this store 2 years in a row now. This is the third year, and each time I've been here, it has been an awesome store. So let's go inside and check it out. I see a nice setup here. It looks like a small store from the outside, but the inside is a decent size. Let's start off by spinning the wheel. Is this nice and stable? Yes, it is. What will we get this time? I'm hoping for the nap. The moon means we get to take a nap. Oh. Spin again, please? We get that one all the time. I think I get that one the most, the one that says spin again. Give me a nap, come on. I need a nap. We're not getting the nap. Oh well, winner, you get to keep your skin, that's a good one. Okay, I see Max Straw over here, and I hope he is gonna turn his head. He has been broken a lot lately. He is broken. I can't believe it. I wonder why he breaks so easily, though. I kind of want to buy him just to set him up and see why he breaks so easily, because it is so weird. All he does is turn his head back and forth. Oh well, I see Art the Clown over there. Let's check him out. Good to see you, Art the Clown. He's got the glasses on and everything. Nice and loud. I love that. He looks great. And you can cover him in blood if you want to, or you can leave him nice and clean. And I wonder if you could wash this. If you did cover him in blood, I wonder if you could wash that and get the blood out of it to get him clean again. Here's Nibbles. He's gonna track us. Hello, Nibbles.
Well, you caught my eye. Don't worry.
Let's see if we can catch his eye. Yes.
Hey, you over there.
Love that tracking.
I'm giving out some candy. I thought this would be a great way to make some friends. So come
He turned his head to look at the camera. That's so cool.
To take some. What do you say?
Love him. Nibbles is so cool. And I love how he just keeps going and going. I see two Night Terrors here. Max Straw and the goofy ghost faces down there. That one is pretty boring. Night Terror I really want to get though, and I've been waiting to buy him. $100 is not too bad, but I'll buy him a little bit later in the season, and then I'll do an unboxing of him. A ton of animatronics down the line here. Strawman, they have an Eternal Rest. She was the one who was broken all the time last year. Howling Spirit, one of my favorites from last year. 2 Ringmaster. Bunch of Sting Scarecrow. Gravestone Ghoul. I cannot believe nobody's had him set up yet. $180, and I really wonder what he does, because I've not gotten to see him activating yet. 2 Wanda Webworth. Cotton Candy Dan. 2 Cotton Candy Dan. How awesome. Demonic Gatekeeper. I've been seeing a ton of him for sale this year. $200 for him, and he's actually pretty cool. His head is huge, so this whole box is 90% Demonic Gatekeeper's head. Man's Possessed Friend. We're seeing a ton of him this year. Towering Tallulah and a stilt. How sweet. I've seen a few stilts for sale lately this year, so it's awesome that they're having him out on the floor for sale again, but no price. I'm not sure how much he is. He is pretty expensive, I know that. His head spins, and he has bowling pins. This store looks really nice and stocked. We do have a bunch of babies here. Oh wow, a ton of them. 2 Spider-Biter Billy, 2 Michael Myers. He is $50, kind of hard to find. I've seen a good amount of him this year though, but he is awesome. He'd go great with my Ghostface. Sam is here. I haven't seen Sam in a long time. $50 for him too. Wretched Ralphie with his rat snack. Devil Cherub, will he work? No, they are all dead. I haven't seen a working Devil Cherub in forever. Snack and Stevie with his delicious hand snack. Barbed, what is her name? What is it? Barbara Wire. I couldn't think of it. I knew it started with Barb because of the barbed wire. She's awesome. Love the veins. They do a great job with painting these, or whatever they do, however they color them. Another Sam, Slaytime, the purple baby. He is cool, and he is $45. I haven't seen the burrito baby in a long time. Gutsy Gwen, 2 of her. Let's see if they'll both work. Yes. I love activating both of them at the same time. I haven't activated this dude in a long time. Let's see if he works. No, he's dead. Will this one work? No, that's too bad. He is $50? $55? That is a crazy price for him. Pretty expensive. Tons of signs here. Each store has been really well stocked on signs. Big Top Burger, I want that one from Killer Clowns. This one is $23. And what is this? What are these little things? Oh, those are flags. You put the flags up there on top. That's pretty cool. It's nice that they left them out so they don't get damaged while they're at the store. Slow Alien Invasion's one of my favorites. This one's another one of my favorites too. Friday the 13th Jason record. Another one of my favorites. Ghostface. The purple looks really good on that one. And it would be great if you used a black light on there. I wonder if that is black light reactive. It doesn't say it is, but that's $25 and I bet it would look good on a black light. And there's Sam. I don't think I saw Sam before. That's pretty cool. I love the style of these paintings. Awesome Camp Crystal Lake sign right there. Elm Street would be a great one too. And there's an Elm Street end cap. I'll have to see if they have it here, but I would love to get that. They usually sell the end cap signs for like $5, so that would be a great deal. Look at all the cool stuff they have over here. Hold on, 25% off this thing? I wonder why. I wonder if he's broken. Everything looks good on there, and he works. That is an awesome Chucky Jack-in-the-Box statue. This is from Child's Play 2. I'm trying not to break it. Oh, it is broken, yes. That's crazy. $60 typically, but it's 25% off. And you could probably super glue that. I've used super glue to fix a ton of stuff that I got at Spirit Halloween and ended up breaking. So that would be a great way to get a good discount. A bunch of cool stuff over here. I love the Mars Attack stuff, like this one that lights up with the Earth. That is totally cool. If you haven't seen this movie, definitely check it out. It is an awesome one. I love Mars Attacks. This statue is $45, and they have these snow globes that are extremely loud. Look at that. Super cool, but way too loud. It rattles the titanium replacement in my ear. That's crazy. We have Sidesteppers. There's a couple on the floor, but we'll pick them all up and we will move back these little cups because the Sidesteppers are much cooler than the cups. There we go. Now we can put one there and one right here. And Leatherface. I haven't seen him in a long time. We'll put him there. And Ghostface. We'll put him here. And let's see if they all work. Ready, go. No. Oh, only two of them worked. Oh well. I love Leatherface. I actually have him, and he is so awesome. Last year, he was kind of hard to find. This year, I found a couple of him, $33 for him, but he is still kind of hard to find this year. I wonder why that is, because he is awesome. You'd think they'd have more of these for sale. I don't know why so many of these places are just a mess. People probably come in here and then take the stuff off the shelves, and then nobody bothers to put them back up. This is the awesome Adam hanging decoration. I actually really want that, and I'm probably going to buy it after I watch the new Beetlejuice movie. This is $70, and they usually have Barbara too, but I don't see her anywhere. And I'm probably going to end up getting this one too, if I can ever find it again. He's actually kind of hard to find. The Beetlejuice snake. That thing is hilarious. For $50. Pretty expensive, but he is super cool. I'll be nice and hang this one back up too. Tons of blankets here, but they're kind of tucked back in this really tight spot. And I'm a big dude, so it's kind of hard to fit back here. I see the Art the Clown Crispies there. That is an awesome one. Look, there's a blade in the cereal. That's hilarious. This one is $33. They have a ton. Oh, look, there's the Spirit blanket, and they have the Mars Attacks one, and Jeepers Creepers. This store always has some decent new stuff, but I do not see the Spirit Halloween one that has the little animatronics on it. That is one that is very elusive and hard to find. This is the first store that I've seen a really bare clearance area. They do have a bunch of cool stuff over here. The Pumpkin Fascinator, the Witch Fascinator. These are just tiny hats for $7 a piece. I don't think these are on clearance because I don't see any clearance prices over here. So they must have just stuck them over here because I had nowhere else to put them. Look at these earrings. It's black cats with jack-o'-lanterns on them. That is too cool. That is $8. And here's one that has candy corn and a little ghost and a little skull. Here's another cat one that would match the earrings right there. It's a cat on top of a jack-o'-lantern and a little witch's broom. That's $10. These I'm pretty sure are on clearance though, because they have been on clearance at almost every store I've been at. All the zombie costumes, and they have a bunch of cool ones. I have no idea why they'd be on clearance. Dr. D Range, that's a cool one. Comes with the lab coat, name tag, stethoscope. That is $35. I don't see a clearance price on there, but I'm like 90% sure it's on clearance. Till Death Do Us Part Groom for $45. Cemetery Bride for $50. There's Till Death Do Us Apart Bride, and she is $55. Spirit Never Dies. That's a cool cheerleader zombie costume for $40. Undead Zombie. That is probably my favorite zombie costume they have. Comes with the flannel with attached shirt, light up mask, and you'd need to get your own leg. That is $55. I love love the light up mask on that, but they do have some better zombie masks we'll check out in a minute here. But I wonder why they'd have them in the clearance section without any clearance prices on them, because now I'm curious on the prices for these. There's an undeadly nurse. That's a funny nurse zombie costume for 50 bucks. And you can typically find some nurse tools. We'll look for those too. Here's the nurse tools. They have a rhinestone stethoscope, and that one is $13. Wouldn't really go great with a zombie nurse costume, but they have a regular deluxe stethoscope right there for $8. They have a shot glass name badge right there. Prescription pads. Here's some spray blood. I wonder why that is in the nurse section. That is $8. And they have these little bags that you can put drinks in. They usually have a bunch more tools here. And then of course they have the regular nurse costumes. Dr. Shots, he is $37. That's a funny one. Classic nurse. Nurse scrubs for $30. You know what's funny is regular scrubs are super expensive, so you can just come here and buy up all the nurse scrubs costumes and get a good discount on your scrubs. Sassy nurse, ER surgeon scrubs. They have a ton of these. And this one is hilarious. Hospital patient, and he has a fake butt. He is $25. This crossbody bag reminds me of the Night Terror. How funny is that? This is 30 bucks. I should hold that up to the Night Terror and compare their faces. And they have the cat crossbody bag. This was here last year, but I love anything with spooky cats on it. $22 for that one. There's a skeleton cat crossbody bag right there. That one is $25. And they have a ghost down there, and this one everybody loved. The bat coffin, is that what you call that? And that is $50. That's a crazy price for a crossbody bag. Here's a Fortnite weapon I've never seen before. Candy axe. That is too cool. It lights up. Hold on, let's press the button and see if it will work in the store. Ah, that's too bad. Is there a tab we can pull? Yes, there is. Hold on. I can't believe nobody's pulled the tab on this because it looks like it's been on the shelf for a long time. Let's see here. Tab was new and it actually lit up a little bit when I pulled it. Look at that. That is too cool. I can't believe I haven't seen that before, and it looks like it's been on the shelf for a long time. Like the corners are beat up and everything. This is 35 bucks. How sweet. I wonder what costume that would go with, though. I suppose whatever costume that you would want it to go with. Chrome Punk would be a good one. He is 50 bucks and comes with a jumpsuit, light up half mask, and socks. They have colorful boots on there, but they do not come with the boots. This one is probably what that would go with. The Mary Martyr. This one has actually been on the shelves since last year, I think. So I'm surprised I have not seen that weapon to go along with this costume. This is the first time I'm seeing that. I don't think I've seen this Wednesday Addams dress before. This is $50. That is the same outfit that she is wearing in the show whenever she's dancing like that, and the same outfit that is on the animatronic at Lowe's. That might be a popular costume this year. And they have this one, the regular Wednesday Addams outfit, and that one is $40. This is cool. I haven't seen these before, and they have one of each How to Train Your Dragons costumes. 40 bucks a piece. This is Light Fury, hooded iridescent dress with attached wings and tails. That's pretty cool. And they have Toothless right here. That one is $45. Plush hooded union suit with attached wings and tails. How cool. I've never seen that one before. Over here at the Spirit costumes that usually have some animatronics, like the Pig Butcher. We usually see him pretty often nowadays. They have a couple that you don't see very often, like the Dark Dragon. That one I hardly ever see, and he is 40 bucks. And they have Anubis. This one I haven't seen in a long time, but he is super cool. That would go with the Egypt kind of theme, and that is $45. Tunic, attached gauntlets, hood, mask, and the belt. So you'd need to get a staff for that. I hardly ever see that one anymore. I think last year we saw it a decent amount. Check out these pens. Every few stores I see a new pair of these style of pens. This one has body parts in it and the red shiny things that are supposed to be like blood. And then look at that. It looks like a brain and maybe some tendons or something. These are awesome. These are $10 a piece. I have the black ones with blood splatters on them and weapons on the inside. But these are cool too, even though they're pink. There's feet and arms in there. That is hilarious. This is a cool one. It's got a saw. That's kind of like a Terrifier one. That is $7. This is cool. They have Jeepers Creepers socks with the eyeball. Jeepers Creepers socks are $8. Jeepers Creepers is awesome. I love that picture right there. That is sweet with the night sky and Jeepers Creepers up on the scarecrow thing. That is too cool. And I like the Blair Witch ones too. Blair Witch is probably the scariest movie I've ever seen in my life. I have to check to see if they have the shirt. And so far I don't see it. I cannot believe this, that we have not seen it yet. Look at this. They have the Sam one, and I almost said Leatherface one, but that's not a Spirit Halloween Leatherface shirt. Just a regular one. Look, they have Ghostface, but no Art the Clown. This is crazy. Here is 3 Art the Clown plush guys here for 30 bucks a piece. I've never seen more than 1 or 2 at a store, so that is awesome. Look at his nose all scrunched up. That's hilarious. And they have the sunflower glasses and the bloody costume, but none of the regular ones. And they have a bunch of the female Art the Clown costumes too. Here's some of the Deadpool and Wolverine katanas. These things are heavy. This is 40 bucks. I've never been to a store yet that has the costume, the katanas, the mask, everything you would need for a whole costume. There's the claws. These ones are $22. So pretty much if you wanted to get the entire costume, you would have to hop from store to store to find all the pieces spread out. Look at these pins. That is too cool. Hold on, let's get a closer look at that if we can get it off. These are some awesome pins. Wow, look at the dog. There's Deadpool with his head in his hands. That is so cool. Very unique, but I don't see a price. Oh, $9. Not too bad for some awesome Deadpool pins. Here's another Fortnite weapon that I've never seen before, and it's kind of in a weird spot. There are a couple of Fortnite costumes down there, but this is an odd spot for this to be in. And it does have a button. Let's see if it will light up. This is called the Oracle. Ooh. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that is pretty cool. That is $35. That is crazy. I do like the end there, though. Look at that. That's awesome. They have all the Squid Game costumes here. Here's the dress, the girl. I don't know what her name is. This comes with the dress, mask, and the socks, and this is $50. And they have the guards. That's a cool one. This is $45. And down here they have player tracksuits, and these ones are $45. I kind of wish you could put your own number on. Oh, you can. Whoa, that is sweet. So you can make your own number on the patch. That is awesome. Here's the giant inflatable alien suit. I actually don't see this one very often. 60 bucks for that, and the eyes light up. That is too cool. I really like that one. Alien stuff rocks. What's up, guys? I am super excited to be at Spirit Halloween in Kent, Ohio. How awesome is this? The stores are opening, and what's funny about this store is it has such a small sign for such a big wall up there. All right, let's go inside and see what they got. The doors are open, welcoming us in. I have a feeling this is gonna be a really good one. Look at that setup. How awesome is this? Hello, how's it going? Good. All right, we've got Ghostface welcoming us. Let's get him going. He is so cool. He's quiet right now. There he goes.
Did you miss me?
Oh my gosh. That is crazy cool. Holy cannoli, that was cool. His arm moves so fast. That is great. I know people are talking about how his knife is facing the ceiling instead of the floor, but I think it is super awesome. It's probably a safety concern. Let's get him going one more time. Here he goes.
Class about slashers, and you still walked into a dark alley. Hello.
That's kind of funny, man. I love him. I might have to get him. He is so cool. I love it. He did one more, like, quick slash. That is hilarious. All right, let's check this dude out. The Night Terror. I love his laughing. That neck movement is absolutely hilarious. He is too funny. I do like him a lot. Man, all the animatronics are awesome this year. He is $100, which is a great price for him. And he is $280, not too bad, and super awesome. I love the lights on the setup. This is great. Welcome to the Carnival. All right, let's go in here and see what else we can find. Look at this. We've got a howling ghost. But before we check him out, I see a Bobby Strings over here. They have the whole setup. I am so excited. Let's go around here. We got to spin the wheel first. Let's see what we get. All right, we've got Lucky You survived. Thank goodness. Okay, over here, check it out. I can't ever remember his name, but he's like the Scarecrow. I'll have to figure out his name and remember everyone's names now. He is so cool. And he stands just on this pitchfork. No legs. I want to buy a cornfield just so I can put him in it. We got a couple of plush items here. There's a Crouchy, Lydia, Annabelle right there, and the ghosties. I do love the ghosties. And look at this dude, the demonic gatekeeper. Let's get him going. Whoa, he is rising slowly.
I am the guardian of tormented souls. You have crossed over into my world.
How tall does he get?
You will endure eternal pain.
That's pretty cool. He has a big forehead, look at that. And he's bald, just like me. Alright, dude, good to see a demonic gatekeeper for $200. And check it out, we have a harvester plush here. Last year he was super hard to find, but I'm glad he is easier to find now. And I love the jack-o'-lantern in his hand. Right over here, we have a howling ghost. He is from last year, and I love him. Let's get him going. He is great. I'm glad they have him set up because I love the howling ghost. My daughter's really big into ghosts too. Good to see you, Mr. Howling Ghost. Alright, check this out. Spirit Fortunes. You can get a picture behind here with this swirling globe. I don't even know what you would call that. Crystal ball almost. But that is super cool. Stand behind there and get your picture. Okay, look at this. Bobby Strings is already going. He is ginormous. I love it. Look at how big he is. That is crazy. Alright, let's get him going again. Come on, Mr. Bobby, go on. Maybe he's on motion. There he goes, yes.
Hey, everyone. Want to hear a song? Let me sing it for you. Oh, I know a naughty child was so very bad. He ate up all my candy and made me real mad. So when I get free, I'm gonna fix him good. He's gonna bump heads with this block of wood. Let that be a lesson, kids. Don't be a blockhead.
Don't be a blockhead. That is hilarious. I love him. He is $309 and super, super awesome. I thought it was a high price for him, but once you see him in person, he is ginormous and super awesome. Look at the popcorn we got down here. That is too cool. And then there's some tickets. They did a great job with the setup this year. What is this girl over here? Check it out. Emily from The Corpse Bride.
You kept your promise. You set me free.
Wow. That is a detailed animatronic.
I can do the same for you.
How cool is she? I wonder where her husband is, but she is awesome. I love how the eyes blink and look around. That is great. Barnaby the bear. And look, we've got one of the new jumping spiders. Let's get him going. Is he going to jump at me? Okay, I don't think he is going to work, but he is awesome. He looks great. He's gray. That is sweet. I love these lights. Oh, wait, here he goes. Barnaby the bear balancing on a ball. I love the growling. What great sounds. That is awesome. Okay, I want him just because of the sounds. That is fantastic. How great. Good to see you, Mr. Barnaby. What an awesome dude. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought his eyes closed, but they just light up. Okay. Man, he is great. How cool. This setup is so awesome. I love it. The lights are totally cool. Man, they did a great job with this. All right, we're going to go inside here in just a moment. But first, look who we have here. It's Mr. Nibbles.
Well. You caught my eye. Don't worry, I'm just admiring your costume. Hey, you over there. Yeah, you. I'm giving out some candy. I thought this would be a great way to make some friends. So come a little closer and try to take some. What do you say?
He is too cool.
I'm harmless.
And his quotes are long, too. How awesome. Look, he's got little fuzzy buttons on there. They're fuzzy. That is too cool. Good to see you, Mr. Nibbles. He is really cool. All right, he is $300. It says, watch out, my head follows you with motion tracking sensor technology. Let's test it out. So as we move, he follows us. Yeah, look at that. That is too cool. He follows you around. I love it. That is really creepy. What a great touch. I really hope they continue using that feature on animatronics in the future, because that is amazing. All right, we've got Wanda Webworth over here. Somebody told me she is not working, but that's okay because she is super freaky and fun just to look at anyways. That is nuts. Look at how detailed she is. I want her so bad. She is freaky. And she's fuzzy, too. I'll have to give her a little pet. Pet Wanda Webworth. That's hilarious. And Cotton Candy Dan, the man of the hour. Everybody loves Cotton Candy Dan.
Get your cotton candy here! We've added some new...
He is a popular one for 2024.
I think you're gonna like it!
Good to see Mr. Cotton Candy Dan. They are working on Wanda. If they can get her going, we'll check her out again. But first, let's go on inside here, the Spirit Funhouse of Terror. This looks so cool, and I have no idea what to expect. Whoa, look at the lights. Oh my goodness. This is awesome. Here's a mirror. Whoa, a Funhouse mirror. It's making me look way bigger than I actually am. That is awesome. Oh, look. How funny it's Poor George. That was cool. What else are we going to see on there? Whoa. That is so awesome. This is crazy. Eyes. I see some eyes. Haha, there's Jack. Jack the Reaper. What else is on here? This is totally cool. I love the animations on here. And on the screen, it doesn't look as smooth because of the camera recording it, but it looks great. I'm a little bit... Oh my gosh, that is so cool. I got distracted by this clown, but he is awesome. Super freaky. He put a smiley face on the screen. We saw that flash onto the screen during one of the previews. How awesome. All right, this is sweet. Funhouse mirrors everywhere, just like in a real circus, and these awesome clown faces here on the wall. This is great. Too cool. And I love how they have these lights up here too, lighting up these clown faces on the wall. Super awesome. All right, let's go check out what else they got out here. They got plenty of animatronics on the floor for sale. We've got Bubba. I've seen him already. They're going to have a lot of him this year. Ghostface. They do have a few of him, and I want him bad. $129. I'm really considering grabbing him today. We do have the Corpse Bride right here. Another Bubba, some sitting Scarecrow, Cotton Candy Dan, they have one of him. They do have a Nibbles the Clown right here, and the Giant Death Ray. I can't wait to see him in a store. I don't see him around here right now, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. And some more sitting Scarecrows. Ooh, look, they got a Gravestone Ghoul. I think this is a new face for 2024 for the sitting Scarecrow. He is super awesome. I don't mind that they update him every year because he is great. Before we check anything else out, look at this. They have all the lights up here, and they're actually putting up displays this year showing you what the lights look like. Check out the bats. That is too cool. I love it. And then there's some Reapers, the colored lights. I think I'm going to get some of those this year. We'll have to look for these down here. Yes, the red fire and ice LED spotlight. You can kind of see that right there with the bats. And then there's a purple one. Here's the black light fire and ice LED. Lots of cool LED lights, and I totally want to get a few of them. This store is a decent size. It looks like they have a ton of cool stuff. They had plenty of space to put the whole Funhouse there. How great is that? Let's look around and see what else we can find. But wait a minute, they got Wanda going. Check it out. She is so cool. Hold on, we gotta activate her again. There she goes. She is freaky. If you weren't afraid of spiders before, you sure would be now. She is super freaky. I love her. I'm really considering getting her. She is $270. How awesome. Good to see you, Wanda. I'm glad you're working now. Here's another stack of animatronics. Demonic Gatekeeper right there. Max Straw. I have to remember his name. I don't know why it's so hard for me to remember that. Bobby Strings. They do have a Bobby Strings. Another Corpse Bride. And we have Wanda over here. Scream again. Wait a minute. That's a different Scream than we saw over there. So the one that's up there in the front of the setup, that's him. And he is $280. Wow, that is crazy. But he is awesome. And I'm really considering getting him this year. We have Barnaby the Bear, the Giant Death Ray, another Gravestone Ghoul. So they have a decent stack of animatronics here, guys. Here's some of the new cups. Look at this Martian. That is awesome. I love this. Mars Attacks. The UFOs with space behind them. And the Martian. That is so awesome. And this one, the bedazzled black cup with blood dripping. That is so cool. $35 for that. As far as Sidesteppers, I see a ghost face. Is he gonna work? No, none of them are gonna work unless there's a tab we can pull. Yes, there is. Let's pull the tab on him. All right, we got the tab pulled. Here he goes. Always good to see Mr. Ghostface. And Chucky, I wanted him so bad last year. Let's pull the tab on him as well. This one's kind of tough to pull. I feel like I'm going to pull something down if I try to pull that out anymore. Let's try this guy right here. Nope. We got to get one of these Chuckies working. Okay, we got it. Here we go.
It's showtime.
There we go. Oh no, move, Chucky. Move. There he goes. He is so awesome. I wanted to get him so bad last year, so this year I may have to grab one of him. Chucky is $33. They're all about the same price, I believe. Yes, $33 for the Sidesteppers, and they are awesome. Let's see what blankets we have here. I see the Ghosty blanket. That is a great one. I love anything with ghosts on it, and they have the new Beetlejuice blanket right there. The Haunted Mansion blanket. Some people were asking me to see that last year. I guess that's a popular one. And the Chucky reversible throw. Look at that one. Crazy in Love and a bunch of roses. That is so cool. We have a couple more blankets over here. Let's see what we got. The Addams Family right there. I haven't seen that one before. And I believe that's all for the new ones. But this one is super awesome. Scary Movies and Chill. A great blanket to use while you're watching scary movies. Another cool Ghostface one. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, one of my favorites. And the Ghostface Call Me blanket. That one's also one of my favorites. And here's some awesome ghosty stuff. There's a ghosty banner. I love that. And a bunch of really cool ghost cups. This one has ghosts with bat wings. Here's some awesome pictures. Look at this Leatherface. That is so cool. We've got Sam right here. There is Art the Clown, the Terrifier, Ghostface. I love the purple color on that. There's a farmhouse photo of Michael Myers and Laurie. That's too cool. I love the splatter right there. And this is the house from Hocus Pocus. That is a great picture. This is a sweet Home Sweet Home Amityville horror sign. I've never seen the movie, but that is awesome. I have a mug for this movie. I'm going to have to watch the movie now. That is a great sign. Here's a Nightmare on Elm Street movie reel sign. That is great. They call it a movie clacker, and it moves like one, so you can open it and close it. And they also have a John Carpenter's Halloween one. And check this out. Look at this Beetlejuice sign. That is fantastic. I love it so much. That is absolutely hilarious. Beetlejuice is so awesome. This is $37. I cannot wait to see the new movie. They must be waiting on a shipment for zombie babies because they only have a few here. Look at this dude, Mothy Max. It's good to see you, dude. It's been a whole year. I love his blue eyes. That is awesome. And this dude, I don't remember his name, Devil Cherub. Oh, is he gonna work? He must be low on batteries. And this guy, yes, let's press the button on him and see if he works. No, they both must be low on batteries, but they are super cool. They talk and the mouth moves. And we have Spider Biter Billy. Good to see you, dude, with your purple eyes. The inflatables are also coming soon. They have plenty of space for new ones, but they do have the Jack-o'-lantern archway, the ghost face, which I wanted so bad, and this one is on sale for $130. Let's see what the original price was. $180. I want that so bad. I might have to grab him. And the Killer Clowns inflatable. Check this out. They have a couple of the Spirit Halloween Monopolies. These are going to be easier to find this year. They are super awesome. $40. I have one myself and I love it. And check this out. They have a Scooby-Doo Monopoly. I love Scooby-Doo, and it's the classic Scooby-Doo too. This is $40 as well. That is so cool. Here's some sweet Spirit Halloween pins and patches. That is so cool. We got Jack the Reaper, Pumpkin Nester, and some awesome Spirit Halloween patches for 13 bucks. That is too cool. Some more Ghostface patches right here. Beetlejuice, Chucky, and one of my favorites, Killer Clowns from Outer Space. And look at this. They have tons of cool cups. Look at this one, the Terrifier Art the Clown. That is freaky. What an awesome cup. This is $11. I love the colors they chose for that. Green with a red straw, and then the bloody Art the Clown. They've got a bunch of awesome cups here. Look at this. The Shrek Invader Zim. Here's an awesome Beetlejuice cup right there. Frankenstein's monster with a burning windmill in the background. These are super awesome creative cups. Ooh, look at this one. Another Art the Clown cup. How freaky is that? Wow, that is awesome. All the jack-o'-lanterns. That is super cool. And check out the mug collection. They always have great mugs. Look at this. Five Nights at Freddy's. This is probably going to be one of my favorite mugs this year. Besides the bleeding Ghostface mug, that one is super awesome, but this one just blows me away. That is super freaky and awesome. Here's one that has some ghosties on it. I always love that. I'm definitely going to be adding some of these mugs to my collection this year. There is the Leatherface mug. I have one of those and I use it pretty much every day right now. It's one of my favorites. We gotta check out the t-shirts. I do see the Sam Spirit Halloween, but I'm looking for this one right here. The Art the Clown Spirit Halloween t-shirt. That is so cool. They have a great selection of t-shirts this year. Not a whole lot of them here right now, but they do have these awesome Bloody Disgusting ones. There's the Art the Clown one, and they've got the Jason, and right down here is the Scream shirt, so that is awesome. Alright guys, that's it for Spirit Halloween in Kent, Ohio. This place is awesome. I'm so glad they had Bobby Strings and this entire setup. What a great time of year, guys. I am so excited to be visiting all of these Spirit Halloweens. But wait, before we say goodbye, I have something to hide for somebody to find. This little pumpkin will have 3 stickers in it. I'm going to hide him right around the corner from the door here in this corner. Let's set him right there in the corner for somebody to find. Let me know if you find him. There are 3 stickers in there. You can either take one for yourself and leave the rest for other fans, or you can take the whole loot for yourself. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up guys, we're out here at Spirit Halloween in Youngstown, Ohio. Let's go inside and see if they have a Ringmaster animatronic. Stay tuned to the end of the video to see where I hide a small pumpkin with some stickers in there for you. Let's go check it out. I love this sign up here, Halloween. That is great. They decorate the windows really well. We got the full setup here, but we're missing somebody. Michael Myers with the aged mask visiting us at the door. Here he goes. I like that they changed the mask on him. They usually have the bloody mask on there. He is so awesome. I love him. I think I'm going to buy him. $280. Look, there's the zombie seagull. So yeah, they usually have the bloody mask on there. And I wonder if they are including the bloody mask and that one in the package so you can switch them out whenever you want. Right here used to be the Ringmaster, but he is missing. Maybe they're waiting for him to be shipped. I haven't seen him in a regular store yet. Towering Tallulah. We'll visit her in a second, but let's spin the wheel and see what we get. Will we survive or will we not? Winner, you get to keep your skin. I get that one a lot. That is awesome. All right, Towering Tallulah, is she set up? Is there a motion on her? Oh no, that is too bad. I don't think she is working. But she is... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I see a step pad over here. Let's see if it works. Yep. Woo! Oh my goodness, I love that. She is so tall. And I love this stuff.
Your curiosity and trespassing has cost you your mortality. Fear not, for you will have eternal existence. Spellbound.
Man, her quotes are long. How awesome. I love this white hair. These things are awesome because when she jumps up, they go flying everywhere. I love it. All right, over here I see Max Straw. Let's go around the corner here and say hello to him. What's up, Max Straw? Good to see you, dude. I really do like him. I'd love to have a cornfield or something and put him in there. He has no legs. He just stands on that one pitchfork. All right, look at this. The giant death ray for $350. He is super tall. He's got to be like 12 feet or something. We got to zoom in on his face. I love that. He is super cool. I love the lights. All right, awesome. Let's go over here. Nothing is set up behind this little thing here, and I don't see any names, so I'm not sure who's going to be there, but these are great. You push the buttons to activate the animatronics when they are here, and then there's little ducks back there. I love the setup this year. There's another zombie seagull. Let's go around the corner. I see a bunch of animatronics here. Awesome. We've got Barnaby the bear. I love it. His sounds are so awesome. I wonder what they used to record that. It'd be cool if they did a real bear. Recorded sounds from a real bear. That's awesome. All right, and this girl right here, Emily from The Corpse Bride, $300.
You set me free. Now I can do
She
the
is
same
super
for
cool.
you.
Her head moves all around and tilts, and she blinks. That is pretty cool. She is $300. There's Bobby Strings over there, but we'll let her look at him. Wait a minute, is the jumping spider working? Yes! He like jumps up to sit on that little post. That's awesome. Let's see who's around the corner. I see Cotton Candy Dan here. Another zombie seagull. Here we go, Cotton Candy Dan.
Get your cotton candy here. We've added some new ingredients. I think you're gonna like it.
He rocks. Good to see you, Cotton Candy Dan. Now we have the giant spider, Wanda Webworth. I love her. You could get Wanda Webworth and then a bunch of jumping spiders, and that would be an awesome setup. And check this out. It's the coin activation. Is it work? I wonder if that works for her. We'll have to try it again and see if this actually works to activate her. But this is awesome. This is brand new for 2024. You push in the coin. Will it work for her? Maybe not. Maybe they just have it set up so we can see. But that is awesome. I love that. How creative. All right, over here we've got Nibbles. He's supposed to be tracking. He can watch you move back and forth. So let's see if he'll track me. Somebody said I have to stand back further. Okay, he's following me this way. He's following me this way. Yes, he is working. So you have to stand back a little bit for it to work. We're about maybe 3 or 4 feet here. Feel like you're being watched. I have motion tracking sensor technology. That is awesome. How creative. I really hope that they keep using that for future animatronics.
I see you. You can't escape my gaze. So why don't you come a little closer and let's play a game. If you win, you'll get a
He is super cool.
prize.
Love the motion tracking technology.
Well,
Sometimes it doesn't work. Oh, there it goes. He's following us around. That is so cool. All right, let's check out Bobby Strings. I love him. He is huge, and he is $310.
Hey, everyone. Want to hear a song?
My favorite song.
Sing it for you.
Yes.
Oh, I know a naughty child who was so very bad. He ate up all my candy and made me real mad. So when I get free, I'm gonna fix him good. He's gonna bump heads with this block of wood.
I love him. He is so
That's
funny.
Kids. Don't be a blockhead.
Don't be a blockhead. How awesome. All right, we got to go back around here and check out the Funhouse. Super cool. I love this whole setup. Everything looks great. I love the pictures on the walls. Let's go in the Funhouse of Terror. And it smells like cotton candy in here. I think they spray some cotton candy scented stuff in here, which I love. That is awesome. There's Silent But Deadly. Shh. He puts a smiley face on the screen. Man, they did a great job this year. Everything looks awesome. Love the smiley face. Alright, there's the Funhouse mirrors. These are too cool. Alright, let's see what we got on the floor for sale. Max Straw, there's an Emily. Here's a ghost face for $130, but that is not the one we want. We want the new one for 2024. Here's a popcorn gun. I love the popcorn gun and I want it so bad. Scary Sitting Scarecrow, they got a few of him, including the new one for 2024. He is super freaky and awesome. I think they have some more animatronics for sale somewhere around here, so let's go look for them. Oh yes, right here. Man's Possessed Friend, 2 of him. Sitting Scarecrow, plenty. Another ghost face. Demonic Gatekeeper, we have 2 of him. Here's a Night Terror. I wonder why they wouldn't just set up the Night Terror up front there. They have some missing spots. And they should put him up there along with the Demonic Gatekeeper. So far, I do not see any more animatronics on the floor, so we'll keep our eye out. Wait a minute, what's this? The foam coffin? Whoa! That is cool. For indoor and outdoor use, can be positioned as standing, tilted, or flat. 60 inches tall. That is too cool. Look at that. Have I not seen this before? That is $100. A little bit pricey. You can pretty much make these yourself at home, but that is really cool, and I've never seen it before. Now I want it because I've never seen it before. How awesome. All right, I see some inflatables. Wait a minute. Gravestone Ghoul. Am I just walking past things without noticing them? Here's the Gravestone Ghoul. I have not seen him activated yet, and he is $180. He better be pretty cool for $180. All right, I see some inflatables over here. Let's check out what they got. The new clown up there with the spinning eyes. Ghosts, gargoyles, owl. What? That is super cool. I love seeing new stuff. This owl is... the price must be a mystery. I cannot find it. Okay, I'm not sure how much he is. Wait, there it is. $25 for the owl. I want that too now. I might have to load up a cart. Jack-o'-lanterns, the scary clown archway, the scarecrow archway, some killer clowns inflatables. There's the ghost face inflatable on sale. 12 feet tall and awesome. Jack the Reaper. They have 2 Jack the Reapers here, guys. Wolf, rat, more ghosts and reapers, more cats. There's the hearse. We almost always see that. How awesome. They have a decent selection of inflatables here, including a couple of the new ones. All right, let's check out this area over here. It looks like they have a ton of awesome stuff. They have Glen dolls. Those were hot last year. I see a Michael Myers Sidestepper. He is brand new for 2024 and probably going to be super popular. Last year it was hard to find Leatherface. This year it might be hard to find Michael Myers, and he is $33. They have a Chucky as well and a Ghostface. The gang is all here. Please move, Mr. Ghostface. There he goes. How awesome. I love the Sidesteppers. Look, we have more. Another Michael Myers. So they have 2, and they have more Chucky. Here's the Mars Attacks statue. I love this, and I just watched Mars Attacks for the first time ever last night. And let me tell you, it is an awesome movie. If you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. It is hilarious. This thing is $45. I'm seriously considering buying him, especially because I love the movie. We got a couple of Bobbleheads, Gremlins, Michael Myers, and Ghostface. I have that one, and I want that one. And we have the Corpse Bride scraps right there, and a couple of the Silence of the Lambs guys. Here's the awesome Ghostface statue. I love that one. We always have to look at him. This is a Sweet Sam one. Look at this. That's a big old pumpkin he's sitting on. A ton of ghost stuff around the corner here. Look at this. They must be listening to me because I love ghosts. What? Look at this. There's a plush ghosty, and he has a little ghosty baby. That is very cool. Let's see how much he is. $20 for the ghosty and his little baby. And they have ones that are black with white eyes. That is awesome. I love this stuff. Plenty of ghost cups, blankets, and mugs. I want this mug. I love ghost stuff. $10 for the ghosty mug. I love it. And wait a minute, what is this? It's a ghost sidestepper. I might have to get this. Let's find a place to set him off. We'll put him right up here and press the button. Look at this. That is too cool. I love the ghost stuff. And he is a funny little sidestepper. He is $22. He's cheaper than the other Sidesteppers too. That is sweet. I did not even know this thing existed. but I'm glad we found him. Good to see you, Mr. Ghosty. These plush things are awesome. They have a pink skull this year, and there's actually skulls in the eyes. That is pretty cool. They have a pink skeleton now and the regular ones, and this one is probably one of my favorites, but look at this. They have one that's like inverted colors, and I saw this at Flagship, but I forgot to point it out. That is super cool. I love these things. I might have to grab a couple of these this year. $35. Pretty cool. And there's the Pumpkin Man one right there, and they have some bats. We're going to check out the blankets in just a second here, but look at this. They do have the new Terrifier Art the Clown doormat. That is super sweet, and I love it. But let's look at the blankets and see if they have any new ones. So far, I'm not seeing any, but they do have a Spirit Halloween reversible blanket right there. Nightcrawler and Crouchy. You hardly ever see the Crouchy one anymore. A couple of Ghostface blankets, The Exorcist. Here's an awesome Friday the 13th blanket right there. Blankets are so awesome. Anytime you're watching a scary movie, you need to have a blanket to cuddle up with. Do you see those colors down there? I thought, if this is what I think it is, no, it's not, but that is something new. How cool is this? I thought these were the, light covers, but this is actually collapsible barrels. And look at this, they've got it filled to the brim with candy. That is so awesome. And it's got Butterfingers in it because Butterfinger is sponsoring Spirit Halloween. That is super cool. $20. I love the ghost one, but they also have a pumpkin one. Look at that. These are pretty cool, and $20 a piece, not bad at all. They might have had this one last year. I think I saw this set up last year in one of the stores. 5-foot coffin. You can also fill that with candy if you want. This one's $37 though. I think it's a lot better deal to get one of those for $20. I would probably get the ghost one. I don't see any clown heads, but we do have a hanging pumpkin head for $40. These are super awesome. I love the guts in the mouth. I might have to get a couple of these to hang in my office. I'm always saying I'm going to get something and then I never end up getting it. But maybe during the sales at the end of the year, I'll get lucky enough to find one. Before we go look at anything else, I caught this in the corner of my eye. A bedazzled axe. That is too funny. It's right here with all the firefighter stuff. That is just hilarious. $17. Okay, I see a ton of awesome stuff over here. This is going to be great. First, let's check out the horror babies. Ghostface, Michael Myers. I might have to add him to my collection for $50. There's a Pennywise right there. I see zombie squirrels and zombie seagulls. These are some of my favorite items this year because they're so funny. I love that they set these all around up there in the setup in the beginning of the store. The squirrel is one of my favorites as well. And what is this? Oh my gosh, look at that. It's a snail, and he's got a skull shell. That is too funny. I've never seen that before. $17 for the snail. I want this so bad. I might have to get him. I don't know. I'm always finding what in the world. Hold on. Look at this. I remember hearing about this, but this is my first time seeing it. A spider egg sack, and it's latex. This is so cool. $20 for that, and I love it. Man, there's so much stuff I want to buy in here. I'm gonna go broke. They have little spiders on this thing. That is so cool. And then, of course, we have the crows. I'm seriously considering just grabbing a ton of stuff in this store because they have an awesome selection. But for now, we'll leave them there and check this out. They've got Jack the Reaper. He's brand new for 2024. $53, pretty pricey, but he is awesome. If you love Spirit Halloween, you're gonna need him. And look at this groundbreaking zombie. I think this is new for 2024 as well. $40. That thing is awesome. His eyes light up, and you can also put him on the wall. Look at that. That is so cool. I love finding new things in the stores, and this store has a ton of new stuff. There's a Grave Watcher. Look, look, look. We got the coin activation switch. How sweet. I have not seen this for sale yet in any other stores. This thing is... where's the price? There it is. $35. Not bad, and super creative and awesome. I want that as well. There's so many things that I want to buy in here. Here's the live wires. Will it work? Yes! I love the live wires. Those are super creative. I hope they do more stuff like that in the future. What is this? Here lies never to return. Look at the eyeball on that thing. There's a face peeking out, and it lights up red and makes sounds. That is sweet. Holy cow, that is $45. And super, super loud. I like that a lot. Very cool. Look at this Tomb of Lost Souls display here. I've never seen that before. You could stand behind here and get a picture. This is awesome. This store is great, and look, right behind me, we did find some hanging clown heads. These are awesome. Also brand new for 2024, and these ones are $40. Very cool. I see a few more new things over here. Pestilence Pete. This guy rocks. His eyes light up red. He has some quotes, but I don't know exactly what he says. When we get to a quiet store, we'll check him out and see what he says. $30 for that dude. Is this girl new too? Yes, Matchstick Mary. She is cool. Let's see if we can pull the tab and get her going. Will she talk for us? There she goes, yes. She's talking, but you can barely hear it. And look at this. She has a half skeleton face. That is super awesome. And they have a monkey chimes here. I always love monkey chimes, but that guy's not going to work. He does clink his little chimes there whenever you press his button. And look over here. This is brand new as well. It is a skeleton wreath with hands all over it. That is so cool. They have a ton of new stuff this year. $25 for that. I love it. We've got zombie babies. I don't believe I see any of the new ones, which I'm actually surprised about because they have so many new things in this store. But we have Wretched Ralphie, Mothy Max, Snackin' Stevie, Spider Biter Billy, Flippin' Freddy is down there, Gutsy Gwen over here enjoying her little pumpkin gut snack, and Ravenous Ruby with her beautiful red eyes. It's always worth checking out the masks. Here's a nice Nightmare on Elm Street 4 mask. That is awesome, from Trick or Treat Studios. And then the Pretty Woman Leatherface mask, one of my favorites. The new Terrifier Clean and the Bloody Mask. And right over here, I believe I saw a Trump mask. Yeah, that is hilarious. A Trump mask with a long nose. Let's see what other masks they have over here. Maybe they will have something new on this wall. So far, I don't see... Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. Trick or Treat Originals, The Wraith. That is terribly scary. $50 for that thing. I love this. That is super freaky. That's cool that we've never seen that before, and they have it here. What else do we have? I don't believe there are any more new masks here right now, but I do see the ice cream clown right here. That's a super cool one. He has an ice cream cone on his head. I was coming over here to see if they have any of the Five Nights at Freddy's plush book bags, and they do. There is Foxy, and there is Freddy. These are great. I really wish they would have a Montgomery Gator, but that's okay. We'll keep our eye out. Maybe they'll come out with some more throughout the season. Real quick, before we look at anything else, let's check out the t-shirts. We are looking for this one right here, the Art the Clown Spirit Halloween shirt. I do not see it. They might not have them out yet, but they are a hot item, and people are probably going to be buying them up as soon as they are available. Tons of awesome shirts, though, and they are fully stocked, except for that one. We already saw one popcorn gun, but here is another one. Super awesome that they have two of them. Here's an acid pie. I do have that on my wall in the office. $25 for that. There's only one left here right now. No over-the-head masks, though. Look at this Wednesday Addams thing shoulder prop. That is too cool. If you're going to dress up as Wednesday Addams, you're going to need this to put on your shoulder. And I believe it connects with a magnet. That should be a magnet right there. This is $22. How awesome. And I always love this Uncle Fester costume right there with the light bulb in his mouth. That one is $60. And the Wednesday Addams costume is $50. They do have a ton of Ghostface stuff. We always check it out just to see what they have. They have the What's Up mask, the aged mask, the collectible knife. Look at this, some shiny Ghostface socks. These are awesome knife earrings. The chrome mask, the regular mask, the awesome crossbody bag, and they have the set right there that has the voice changer, knife, gloves, and mask. This is very cool. Coming soon, Minion stuff, but look, they do have the Minion gloves. That is too funny. My dad dressed up as a Minion for Halloween one year, and it was hilarious. $13 for the Minion gloves. I can't wait to see what else they come out with for the Minion stuff. They do have the squirrel costume here, one of my favorites, and the Arctic Yeti, and the deluxe gorilla. This store has an awesome selection. This is too funny. They have an end cap called Senior Moment, and it's just a bunch of old people costumes. They have grandmas, golden granny, and grandpas. That is hilarious. Okay guys, that was an awesome store, but before we go, we are going to hide a small pumpkin with some stickers. Let's turn the camera around. The store is right there, and there is a small bush here. I'm going to hide this little pumpkin in the bush right there. So come and find it. There are 3 stickers. You can take one and leave some for the other fans, or you can take the whole loot for yourself. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up, guys? We're out here at Spirit Halloween in Massillon, Ohio, in an abandoned front lawn that used to be owned by a famous YouTuber by the name of That Nate Guy on YouTube before Spirit Halloween took it over. Let's go inside and see what they got. This is absolutely insane. How cool is this? I have never seen a Spirit Halloween that looks like this before. This is nuts. This is the coolest Spirit Halloween I have ever seen in my life. And look at how many animatronics there are. I already see a ton of stuff inside. We'll go look in there in a moment, but check this out. The circus tent. Oh my gosh, look. There is a hanging Jack Reaper. How cool. He is brand new for 2024. I love it, and I want him so bad. I might have to get him. And look at this. We've got a skeleton holding a big colorful hoop. All the animatronics are going off around me. There is so much noise here. All right, let's go in here and say hello to all of our friends inside the circus tent. Starting off with Mr. Monty Monkey. He is a classic. Hello, Monty Monkey. I love those chimes. What do you call those things? Good to see you, Mr. Monty Monkey. I just set up a Monty Monkey recently. Alright, we've got Wacky Mole over here. Hello, Wacky Mole. He is so cool. I love the colors on his suit. Pink and black and like a lime green. Wacky Mole is awesome and freaky. And I love his candy corn teeth, too. They're not quite candy corn. I don't know if that's what they were trying to do with those, but that's totally what it looks like. Alright, poor George and his 2 faces. One happy and one angry. Poor George is always super loud. He's not turned up too loud right now, though. It's actually pretty nice to be able to hear him laughing without it just blowing your eardrums out. And I always love his fiery orange hair. Good to see you, Mr. Striped Sweater. Check this out. We've got Johnny Punk.
I'll give you a 3-second head start to get lost. 1.
He is so cool.
3.
I love Johnny Punk.
You don't know who you're messing with.
What a funny dude. He's a jerk. This one's for my dad. One of those! Alright, this one is new for 2024. We've got Shirley Stab. Look at her. She is wearing a nice, pretty green dress. Is that green or blue? I can't really tell what color this is. It's like a nice teal or something. But look at that freaky face. That is nuts. I love the carved face. How cool. I even like how they put the lines on there. That's so awesome. And I love the music that plays too. It's like Earth Angel, that old classic music. She is great. And I love the stabbing motion too. What a sweet animatronic. I might have to get her. Alright, let's go inside and see what they've got inside the store. I can't wait to get in here, and I love that all these animatronics are going off at once. There's so much noise. It's like a big party in here. Check it out. We've got Clowning Around and the creepy towering clown. I love this dude.
They both sound fun to me.
I love the kicking legs and her head.
I'm trying to figure out what to do with these 2 little types.
That is so funny.
But as you can see,
And then we've got the creepy towering clown. He is so awesome. I love the balloons on these guys too. How funny. So cool. Alright, let's go inside this giant inflatable Spirit Halloween. Oh my gosh. This is nuts. Woo! Hello. Wow, this is so cool. Check it out. Look at how many animatronics there are in here. And this place is fully stocked. We got t-shirts, all kinds of stuff over here. Look at how many animatronics are on the floor for sale. That is nuts. We got Mr. Punchy, Man's Possessed Friend, Creepy Towering Clown, Poor George, Gordo, Monty, Wacky Mole, Lucky Bottoms, Rick Ratman. Oh, dude. I might have to grab him. Heckles, clowning around. We got Cotton Candy Dan, Young Crouchy, Beetlejuice, Dagger Mike. Man, they got all the stuff here. Shirley Stab. This is awesome. And a Johnny Punk. Oh my gosh, guys. Sometimes it's hard to find Johnny Punk, so it's great they have one. All right, check it out. We got Beetlejuice.
I won't do it. Hey, these are viral.
He is so funny, and I love that they're coming out with another movie. I cannot wait to see it. He is honestly one of my favorite animatronics.
I graduated Harvard Business School. I traveled quite extensively. I lived through the Black Plague, and I had a pretty good time doing that. I've seen The Exorcist about 167 times.
He is so cool.
Get funnier every single time I see it.
And the Ghostbusters.
So cool. I love him. One of my favorites because he is hilarious. Quotes straight from the movie. Here is Nozzles. No fog this time. But he is great. And check it out. We got Lucky Bottoms laughing like crazy. And he's got a balloon on his hand and it is bouncing around. That is hilarious. All right, we've got Hugs the Clown. Hugs is awesome. Here he goes. There's so much noise in here. It's like Flagship. Here he goes. Ah! He is so cool. I love his hairdo too. He's got like a Karen hairdo. That is hilarious. Please don't call the manager on me. All right, we've got Mr. Heckles the Clown here with his balloon. I thought he was going to start again. Here he goes.
Starting my own carnival right here. You want to join my clown troupe? You have a pretty funny face.
He is so funny. I love the face and the balloon too. That is awesome.
Up in the air. Better buy a balloon in the meantime, kiddo.
I love Heckles. He's hilarious. He was hard to find because his face was all messed up. It's good they fixed it, and I'm glad they have him in here. All right, Dagger Mike. Good to see you, Dagger Mike. Here he goes. Dagger Mike has a great jump scare, and I think he is a classic because he is awesome. All right, new for 2024. It is Cotton Candy Dan. Can we get him going? Yes.
We've added some new ingredients.
Love that. I love the purple lights in there. That is so awesome. Good to see you, Mr. Cotton Candy Dan. All right, who we got over here? Punchy. I love Punchy. Can we get him going? Oh, the batteries died. He was on batteries, but that's okay. Good to see him anyways. He is an awesome party clown. All right, look, there's a rat on the floor. That's hilarious. And there's the cat. How funny. All right, oh my gosh, look. We've got the two-headed cat dog. That is awesome. I've only seen him like one other time, so that is awesome. Look, we got a ton of stuff on the shelves over here. Inflatable costumes. We'll check all this stuff out in a minute. But look, Young Crouchy, the classic. Yes, and he is working. Young Crouchy is awesome, and he's got a nice balloon up here. How cool. Love it. So we got a ton of t-shirts here, but let's go over and check out what we got here on these shelves. Inflatable rubber chicken, ghost face. We got the wavy inflatable arm guy. I want that one. That one is a funny costume. Inflatable dinosaur. We got the chicken, alien, all the good ones, man. Check this out. Look, I love this one too. Inflatable balloon animal. Your friend could be a clown and you could be the inflatable balloon animal that he made. That would be hilarious. Oh, look, Jack the Reaper. Sweet. That is a popular one. I love it. All right, let's see what we got on the shelves here. We got a nice pumpkin. The Spirit Monopoly. I have that. He's kind of hard to find. He's a little bit rare. We got the Nightmare on Elm Street, a bunch of zombie babies. Yes, how awesome. Does she work? Please work. Oh, yes. Gutsy Gwen. She is one of my favorite zombie babies of all time. Eating the guts out of the pumpkin. That is so awesome. We've got Snackin' Stevie enjoying his little hand snack, and this grumpy girl. I don't remember what her name is, but I'm gonna call her Grumpy Girl. And then we got Sidesteppers. Check it out. Ghostface. I want him so bad. I did not get him last year, and I want him. I'm getting him this year. Billy butchers him, but he is not working. Every once in a while, you have ones that don't work in the store. Jabber and Jack, super cool. That face is projected on there with a light. That is an awesome prop. It is crazy, all this stuff going off in the background. It is like flagship here. There's so much noise. Check it out. We got some more stuff over here. Pop figures, all kinds of cool ones. Bobbleheads, Ghostface, Michael Myers. Here's some more pop figures. Awesome. A couple of the Spirit Halloween exclusive figures here. How awesome. Jack and Crouchy. Some more zombie babies. Spider Biter Billy. Ravenous Ruby. We've got the Brain Eater. Look, check it out. There's a burrito baby. And the Gnarly Bunny. And the Chihuahua dog Scabs. How awesome. There's a cat. Yes, the cat. My dad calls him the secret keeping cat. Man, they have everything here. They've even got a ton of the zombie baby figural bag clips here. How awesome. Man, this place is fully stocked. Popcorn and everything. I love this. All right, guys, that's it for the Inflatable Spirit Halloween. How awesome is this? Me and my dad have been working on this all day, and it is hot out here. He was working on it since 6 a.m. I got here about 1:30 p.m. and then we've been working on this all day in the sun, and it is hot. This place just filled up with hot air. We tried to pop the windows open up there, and it helped a little bit, but man, it has been crazy hot all day. I hope you guys enjoyed this. My dad has been working on this for a long time, so if you want to check out his videos, I'll put some links on the screen right now for you to go check those out. And if you haven't done it already, head over to his channel and subscribe to him now. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. What's up, guys? We're out here at Spirit Halloween at Richland Mall in Mansfield, Ohio. This store was probably one of the best stores that I've been to last year, so I'm really hoping that it's just as good this year. Let's go inside and check it out. Let's see who's greeting us today at Spirit Halloween. Ghostface and the Ringmaster. They're pretty much the same duo we see at every single Spirit Halloween. Wait a minute. Both of them are going. 2 for 1. His back must be hurting because he did not lean back like he's supposed to do. I've seen a few of them that do that. Let's check out the t-shirts real quick. Do they have the Art the Clown t-shirt? It does not look like it. Some stores have it, but not a lot of them. There's some animatronics on the floor, and look at this. The Nightmare Before Christmas groundbreaking worm. You do not see this at every single store. It's actually kind of rare, and I really want it. He is $150. It's not a bad price for him. 2 Barnaby the Bear, a Dark Princess, which I never see for sale. And that is $170. Cotton Candy Dan is right there. The Goofy Ghostface, he doesn't actually move or make any quotes or anything. He has just a little bit of music, and he is $130. I see a Bobby Strings hiding back here. Ooh, a couple more animatronics over there. But check it out, Nibbles is here, and he has no foot. He's missing a foot, and he is not working right now, so we cannot activate him. Mr. Punchy, Monty Monkey, how sweet. Nibbles the Clown right there for $300, and a Victor, 2 Victor and 2 Emily, which is actually surprising. This is the first time I'm seeing Victor for sale at one of these stores. How cool. A few more animatronics over here for sale. Man's Possessed Friend, he's always here. Dark Princess, 2 of her. Wow. Buzzsaw is here, and check this out. They have the Light Up Porch Buddy, Ghostface. You don't see him every time. He is $50. I actually really want him, and I hope they come out with a Leatherface version of that. And then there's a Sam version right here also for $50, and look at how big that is compared to my hand. There's Towering Tallulah and the Colderness. I want her so bad. I might have to come here for the sales. Inflatables if I can't find her anywhere else, because I want her. Demonic Gatekeeper, Max Straw, Stilts, and Wanda Webworth, and the Giant Death Ray. And look at this, they have more of the Porch buddies. Another Sam and Ghostface right there. They have 4 Sams. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 Sams. That is crazy. That's the most of these I've ever seen in a single store. There is tons of good stuff. Lots of things over here we'll look at in just a minute. But Inflatables, they have the Dual Mask, the Coffin, Wolves, Gargoyles, Ghosts, and the Killer Clowns Inflatable, the Reapers. There's the Jack-o'-lantern Archway. Let's go around the corner here and see what they have. Cats and more Reapers and Ghosts. There's a Scarecrow. I want that one too. And that seems to be it. $35 for the Scarecrow. That is not bad. Though I wish that he would actually move, kind of like the actual Scarecrow animatronic does. That would be awesome. Let's go back around the corner here and see all these goodies they have here. We have a bunch of snow globes. We're not seeing a bunch of the ones that we saw last year, but they do have the Mars Attacks one that is super loud. I love how his head is reflecting on the glass and water behind him. And here's the It snow globe that lights up red, I believe, but it's not working right now. And this is what I was looking at. The cotton candy ray guns. Oh, please let one of these work. Oh no, everything's gonna start falling down on us. I really need one of these to work, and there's no tabs. Wait a minute, there's a tab here. Let's see if we can get it to work. Okay, here we go. Yes. Those are awesome. That would go great in my Killer Clown section in my office. And that is $30. Not bad at all. Same as last year. I have the Acid Pie. I think that one was $20. $25. Not too bad. And they have an atomic ray gun from Mars Attacks and a popcorn gun from Killer Clowns from Outer Space. This one I really want too. If I can get both of these during the sales at the end of the year, that would be sweet. The popcorn actually pops when you pull the trigger. And speaking of Killer Clowns, they have the Killer Clowns from Outer Space Shorty Slippers. And he's got his boxing gloves. That is awesome. I think these are $30. Yeah, $30. I totally want those. That's another one I might have to get during the sales. And look at this up here. They have the Beetlejuice Sandworm slippers. Those are awesome. They are fully stocked on slippers right now. They even have Lightning McQueen. How cool is that? You could walk super fast with those. And they have Freddy from Five Nights at Freddy's. All of these are $30 a piece. Here's some Sidesteppers, and I see Chucky.
Showtime!
I really wanted Chucky last year. I still want him, but I totally could have got him last year at the sales, and I didn't. $32.99 for him. Ghostface is here. Will he work? Yes. Ghostface rocks too. Also $33. And this little ghost one is actually cheaper. Is he gonna work? Yes. He is $22, and everybody wants to know what he looks like under the sheet. And here you go, the big reveal. He is just a white body. That is hilarious. Let's activate him and just look at the body. There he is, dancing around with the arms. That is too cool. I like him a lot. And then they have Michael Myers down here. Oh yes, he works too. Sometimes you gotta bend the arms to get him to move. He's not moving at all though. I wonder if he's broken. But he has some creepy sounds, and he is $33 as well. This is the first store in a long while that I've seen multiple of these neon LED light-up signs. These are awesome. This is the one that I want. Killer Clowns from Outer Space Cotton Candy Ray Gun. That is $60. Pretty pricey, but it looks awesome. And I hear from people who have bought this that it lights up your room really well. Mars Attacks is another awesome one that I want. That one is from Trick or Treat, and it's the lollipop. And they have the balloon from Pennywise. No way. I came over here to check out the masks, and look at this. They have a Ray Gun mask. And this is just Spirit branded, but I wonder who actually makes this. $40 for the Reagan mask? That is not too bad. I have never seen that before. How awesome. They did pretty good with that. It looks great. There's a skeleton with a chest. I like that one a lot. You don't see it every time. That one is $40. And look at this. They have a Vecna mask. How cool, man. A bunch of different new masks. I don't know if these are actually new, but they're ones that I've never seen before. Vecna from Stranger Things. That is too cool. $60 for that one. It's a little deformed. Let's see if we can fill his face out. That's a thick mask. Man, that feels like thicker than any other mask I have ever used. That's pretty cool. You can see right through those little mesh things under his eyes. Lots of good masks here. There's the Goosebumps one. I love that one. It's my favorite Goosebumps episode. And the Martian Warrior from Mars Attacks. That's another one of my favorite ones. And they have plenty of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre masks here. Here's the regular one from Trick or Treat Studios. That one is $70. I have that one and I love it. And they have the Pretty Woman Leatherface mask right here. Also from Trick or Treat Studios, I believe. Yes. yes. This one I don't have, but I do want it, and that one is 70 bucks. I think that is my favorite Texas Chainsaw Massacre mask. They have lots of the new stuff here. There's the light covers, the cat, jack-o'-lantern, clown, and the skeleton. Here's pop-open pumpkins. I don't think I've ever seen that one before, and they light up different colors. That is cool. That is 5 bucks. Somebody called my name. Hello! We had to say hello to a fan over there and get a picture. These are great, though. I can't believe they have these because I've never seen them before, and it is late in the season to be seeing new stuff. They have the haunted window boards. I love those. There's all different kinds of designs of these. I like the regular plain ones right there, but these are cool too. Go away, beware, condemned, and keep out. And they have the zombie silhouettes. I've only ever seen this one. It has 4 in there, I believe. Or no, there's just 1, and it's a huge one. That's actually really cool. 3 figure sections. So you build that, the 3 sections, into 1 zombie character, but I've only ever seen Zombie Girl, and that is $10. I really hope that they get some zombie guys and other designs of zombies in the future. And I don't know if this is brand new, but it looks brand new to me. 4-piece zombie head pathway markers. Whoa. That is too cool. I love that. Look at the white eyes. That is sweet. How much is this? I don't see a price on there. Oh, there it is. 35 bucks a piece. That is awesome. But it comes with, yeah, it does come with 4. That is too cool. I love the pathway markers, and that is a great addition to the ones they already have. They have a few zombie babies here. Spider Biter Billy, 45 bucks. Snack and Stevie, and they have 3 peekaboo, but usually they're not working. The arms fall off really easily. Let's see if he works. That one doesn't work. That one doesn't work. Ooh, yes. He kind of works. That is hilarious. How much is he? Probably the same price as the other ones. No, 70 bucks for that. So I guess his arms are supposed to stay up like that until you start him. So these guys might be broken. I don't see a tab on there. He is a funny one, but it's a shame that we found a few broken ones. We've seen plenty of Beetlejuice stuff this year and lots of new items. And look at this. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. It is the sandworm, and I think this is a candle holder. You put a candlestick in there. But that is awesome. Very detailed. This is 20 bucks. That's pretty pricey, but it's really cool. And look at this. I think I've seen this sign before. It says Beetlejuice 3 times, but look at the leaves on there. That is too cool. I love the detailed stuff. And right over here, I see the tabletop flame lights. These are actually sort of rare. They're not too hard to find, but I've heard from a lot of people that their local stores do not have these. Maybe Ohio has a bunch of them. These are 30 bucks a piece, and the flames actually look really realistic. So if you're thinking about getting this, I highly suggest it. Those are awesome. No way. They have 2 of the Martian Warrior costumes here. I definitely want this. Size medium and extra large. I need like a 2X, which I think I've only found like once, but that is an awesome costume. And then you have to get the ray gun to go with that. That would be sweet. Jumpsuit, half mask gloves, and inflatable backpack. How cool for 70 bucks. That's a very cool find. You do not see that everywhere. And right behind those, they have Buddy the Elf. I forget which store it is, but one of the stores came out with a Buddy the Elf animatronic this year, and it looks awful. We'll have to do a review of it. This costume is pretty good. Jacket, pants, belt, hat, and the shoe covers. How sweet. That is 70 bucks. You'll have to bring your own maple syrup and spaghetti. And now that some people have cleared out of this area, I want to point out how cool it is that they have Buzzsaw and Stilts, and they have 2 of him here actually, which is crazy. I don't know that I've seen him for sale anywhere else this year, so that is awesome. $350 for Stilts. He was a favorite for 2023, so if you want him, he is here. Come and get him. Check this out. They have Beetlejuice Lydia costumes for dogs, and look at the dog they chose to use for this picture. That is too cool. I wonder who owns that dog. This costume is 25 bucks, and what an awesome dog on there. I want to buy a dog just like that and then get this costume for him. They also have Michael Myers from Halloween 2. That one's 25 bucks. Kissing Booth is hilarious if your dog likes to lick people a lot. There's Chucky. Actually, that's his wife. That is too funny. 25 bucks for that one too. Here's a Deadpool one. That one's $22. Lots of cool. There's Chucky. Lots of cool dog costumes here. There's a Ninja Turtle. How awesome. And if you're going to get the Lydia costume for your dog, they also have Beetlejuice right here. So if you have 2 dogs, they can be Beetlejuice and Lydia. This is sweet. Here's some pajama pants, and look at this, the purple ghost face. That is awesome. Size large for adults. $22, and they only have 1 here. I've never seen that before, but that is really cool. And they have Halloween 2 lounge pants featuring Michael Myers and the pumpkin and knives. There's Shrek. Shrek rocks. Look at the little mice up there. I love it. The blind mice. nice. And speaking of Shrek, they do have the Shrek Snuggerami, which is awesome. I love the Snuggeramis. These are about 40 bucks a piece. There's the Shrek one. They have Chucky and Sam right there. Sam's a popular one. Let me show you what he looks like unfolded. There it is. That's what it looks like. There's SpongeBob right there. Sometimes they have Patrick as well. And here's some more pajamas. These are actually the full sets. The ones we looked at over there were just the pants, but here's a Killer Clowns two-piece set that looks like Shorty's outfit. That is $30. And they have skeleton sets, clowns. There's a Beetlejuice set. That's awesome. Chucky, Sam. That's a cool one. It says always check your candy. Here's a Spirit Halloween set. How awesome. Lots of cool pajamas here. Halloween 2 featuring Michael Myers. There's a Naruto set right there. Pennywise outfit. That's a cool one. And here's another Ghostface one. How sweet. It says let's watch scary movies. That is too cool. I might have to get myself a pair. This is one of the most full and well-stocked Minions sections I've ever seen this year. And look at this. They have the whole over-the-head Carl mask. That is too funny. You can put that on your head and turn into a giant minion. That is 30 bucks. Or you can just get the little headband here with the hair, and that one is $10. And they have all kinds of goggles here. Regular ones and shiny rhinestone ones. The rhinestone ones are $17 and the regular ones are $13. They also have minion hats and the costumes. 50 bucks for the costume. It comes with the overalls, with the shirt, goggles, and the hat. So if you buy the costume, you won't need to get any of the goggles. Here's some minion suspenders, so you can kind of make your own costume if you want. That is $10. Here's an awesome minion backpack. You can put a minion on your back. How funny. And that is 37 doll hairs. How crazy. But it is super cool. So you could dress up as Gru. I saw Gru up here. Yes. Gru accessory kit for $30. Comes with a half mask and a scarf, and then you just have to wear like all black clothes. And then you can get one of the minion backpacks and put a minion on your back. That would be too funny. There's the minion gloves. That would really complete your minion costume, and that is $13. This is one of the first stores that I've seen every single Minions product in. Speaking of one of the first stores I've seen something in, I've never seen this. If I can get it off the hook, that'd be nice. There we go. Count Von Count. How awesome. This is $60. I'm a little bit disappointed that the mask is plastic and not like a fabric one like the actual puppet, but that is too cool. My daughter would love this. She is going to have a Sesame Street birthday this year, so I should totally buy this and show up as the Count. Or I can get the inflatable Cookie Monster costume. That is another really cool one, and that is 60 bucks. This must be one of the stores that gets all the cool stuff, because check it out, they have the jellyfishing net. You don't see this at every store. I actually really want this. This is $15. I grew up watching SpongeBob, so I love all the SpongeBob stuff. There's a Gary crossbody bag, Krusty Krab hats, like you're working at the Krusty Krab. That's too funny. That is $7. Not a bad price at all. And there's the giant SpongeBob head, if you're going to be SpongeBob for Halloween. And that one is $30. Not too bad. And look at this. They even have the Sandy costumes here. These are 60 bucks a piece. That is a great Sandy costume. It actually has a dome that goes on your head. They have the Paddy Wagon. I love that one. That one is 50 bucks. This is cool. We've seen plenty of South Park stuff this year at Spirit Halloween, but these are individual costumes that come with the character's coat and the gloves and hat. There's Eric Cartman. That is 55 doll hairs. That is crazy. And here is Stan Marsh, also 55 bucks. And they have a Kenny one right there. Kenny is a pretty cool one. $55 as well, but the face is actually open. And look at this one. This is a hooded jacket, pants, and gloves for 60 bucks. And you can kind of hide your face in there and make it a little more like the character. His face is actually hidden in the show. There's Mr. Hanky, 40 bucks for Mr. Hanky. How hilarious. That is too funny. This one is adult, small, medium, 3D foam costume. Not a bad price for that. Okay, this is awesome. This is the first store that I have seen plush characters from Five Nights at Freddy's. Here's Montgomery Gator. That is too cool. How much is this? $30. Pretty pricey, but that is awesome. And here's the sun. He's got the bells and everything. Probably 30 bucks as well. Yeah, 30 bucks. But that is very cool. Lots of good plush characters this year. And they have Killy Willy costumes here. These are 80 bucks. Not every store has these, and they came out pretty late in the season, but that is a big, beefy plush costume. Jumpsuit, mask, arm poles with gloves, and shoe covers. Probably the coolest Poppy Playtime costume that they have right now. I don't know that I've ever seen this before. Check it out. Scary Lollipop. That is too cool. It's got a big scary bite out of it. That is $25. And it even looks like it has some blood on it, like the giant evil clown who ate it has bleeding teeth. That is too cool. Probably the clown who took a bite out of that would be either Crouchy, because he has some shark teeth, or Hugs the Clown. That would be a good one too. Hugs is awesome. He is $55 for the costume. Crouchy is $80, which is crazy, but he does come with the big pair of gloves to go with it, just like the animatronic. And look at this, they have Die Laughing. That one's kind of hard to find, the giant clown face on that. This is $70. I love the suit. It looks like the walls on my office. I never noticed that before. That is really cool. Here's something else I have never seen before. There's a SpongeBob costume for $35, but look at this, it's Gary for $37, and he's even got the eyes on his head. That is too cool. This store has tons of stuff we've never seen before. Finally, we are finding the Godzilla Kong costumes. Somebody keeps asking me about these. I don't remember your name. If I can find your comment, I'll put it on the screen. But I didn't even know these were going to come out. $70 for Godzilla and $60 for Kong. And look at the goatee on Kong. That is hilarious. These are some awesome costumes. The Godzilla one looks huge. I wonder how tall it is. It doesn't say how tall it is, but that would be really, really cool if it was like at least 8 feet tall. What a very cool costume set. One size fits most, and these ones are the child size. I did not see any adult size over there, but there you go. They finally have Godzilla and Kong new Empire costumes. Very cool to see these. And what do you know, we finally found this Skibbity Toilet inflatable costume. We found the camera or the speaker the other day, I can't remember which one. $45 for this. I cannot believe they actually have these. I thought somebody was trolling me telling me about them, but that is hilarious. One size fits most. This is also a child size. That is too crazy. They have a bunch more of the Poppy Playtime Killy Willy costumes back here in the child section, and they have Bonnie. Bonnie is a new one for 2024. She is $35. I'm happy to see that one here. And of course they have Montgomery Gator for $45, and Glamrock Freddy for $45, and regular Freddy down there also for $45. Actually, regular Freddy is $35. Pretty cool. He's $10 cheaper than the other one. I didn't know that. I thought these were all the same price. And they have Foxy, my favorite. I would love to see a nightmare version of Foxy, or maybe I could buy this and transform it into a nightmare version. That would be really cool. $35 for Foxy. Now, I don't see any of the colored bling ghost face masks, but what I do see is something I've never seen before. Yet another item here that we've never seen before. The ghost face mirror mask, and it looks like a disco ball. That is too cool, and it even has the shiny outfit. This is $25, and I am really tempted to buy it because I love all the disco ball stuff. That is super cool, and for a good price too. $25 ain't bad. That is awesome. I'm glad we found that. I'm probably going to be kicking myself for not grabbing this right now, but I think those are much better than the bedazzled versions, like this one, which isn't a mask. This is actually the bag. And just for the hexies of it, let's check the price. That is $50. What a crazy price. I think this is something we also haven't seen before. A plush Art the Clown. Is he a book bag? Or yes, he is a book bag. That is too cool. How funny. Let's see how much he costs. $40. Not too bad. Everybody loves this. The third movie just came out, and I've heard a lot of good things about it. I'm gonna have to go see it. I love that they have the glasses on him. That is really cool. This store has a ton of awesome stuff. And finally, we found a little pale girl costume too. Usually we just see the female version of Art the Clown. That's awesome. Dress, headband, socks, and the doll. How cool. That is $50. That's the first time seeing that.